9. A.D. 272. In Britannia, September had been a month of misty sunshine, but the Forum at Nisus blazed with light beneath a brilliant blue sky. From the shade of the awning that had been raised to shelter the families of the imperial officers, I could feel the waves of heat rising from the cobbles of the square. I had hoped, when Constantius told me of his new posting, that Dacia, being farther north, would be cooler. But in the summer, this inland city seemed even hotter than Trepanum, which had at least sometimes gotten a breeze from the sea. I could feel perspiration gathering beneath the fillet I wore to hide the crescent moon tattooed upon my brow. I took a deep breath, hoping I would not faint. 3 months into pregnancy, I was still sick in the mornings and at intervals throughout the day. Perhaps it was hunger that was making me feel so light-headed, I thought then, for I had not dared to eat before the ceremony, or perhaps it was the heavy scent of the incense. 2 priests swung censers beside the altar. With each swing, more smoke swirled into the air. The haze drifted like a gauzy curtain before the columns that formed the western side of the square. Beyond the tiled rooftops, a gleam of water, fields gold with stubble, and low blue hills wavered in the heated air, insubstantial as a dream. "Are you unwell?" Someone spoke nearby. I blinked and focused on the bony, high-coloured face of the woman beside me. With an effort, I remembered that she was called Vitellia, the wife of one of Constantius's fellow protectorers. "I will be," I answered, flushing. "I'm not ill. It's just—" I felt myself colouring again. "Ah, of course. I have borne 4 children, and I was sick as a hound bitch with 3 of them. Not that dogs generally have morning sickness," she added, large teeth showing as she smiled. "The first one I bore when we were stationed in Argentorati, the second and the third in Alexandria, and my last boy was born in Londinium." I gazed at her in respect. She had followed the eagles all over the empire. "I come from Britannia," I said then. "I liked it." Vitellia gave a decisive nod, setting her earrings to swinging. A little golden fish winked from her breast, suspended from a fine chain. "We still have a house there, and perhaps we'll return when my husband retires." The procession was almost at an end. The flute players had spread out to one side of the altar, and the 6 maidens, having scattered their flowers, took up position on the other. The priestesses who walked behind them halted before the altar and cast a handful of barley into the fire that burned there, calling on Vesta, who lived in the flame. "I had heard you were from the Isle," said Vitellia. "Your man came back from exile there, and did so well in the Syrian campaign he's been made a tribune." I nodded, appreciating her matter-of-fact acceptance of my somewhat ambiguous marital status. Since Constantius's promotion, some of the women who had pointedly ignored me before had become gushingly respectful, but Vitellia struck me as the sort of woman who would behave the same to a fishwife as to an empress. I turned my gaze back to the forum. The emperor presided from a shaded dais behind the altar, with his senior officers around him. Seated on his throne, Aurelian looked like the statue of a god, but when Constantius presented me, I had been surprised to find him a small man, with thinning hair and tired eyes. Automatically, my gaze moved to the end of the line, where Constantius himself was standing, just at the edge of the shade. When he moved, his breastplate caught the sunlight. I blinked. For a moment, he had seemed to stand in an aureole of light. The armor flashed again as he straightened, and I saw that the priests were coming through the archway with the sacrificial bull. The animal was white, its horns and neck garlanded with flowers. It moved slowly. No doubt it had been drugged to prevent any inauspicious struggle from marring the ceremony. The procession came to a halt before the altar, and the priest began to intone the prayers. The bull stilled, its head drooping, as if the droning incantation had been a sleep spell. A second priest moved forward, hard muscle bunching in his arms as he lifted the poleaxe. There was a moment of stillness, then it blurred downward. The resounding thunk as it struck the animal's skull reverberated from the columns, but the ox was already sinking to its knees. As it fell, one priest caught its horns, holding them long enough for the other to plunge the knife into the beast's throat and jerk crossways. Blood rolled across the stones in a red tide. Several of the men who were watching averted their eyes, crossing themselves in the Christian sign against evil. It is only evil for the bull, I thought ruefully, or perhaps not even for him, if he consented to be the offering. Surely the Christians, who worshipped a crucified God, knew that death could be holy. It seemed rather small-minded of them to deny the sanctity of sacrifice to all religions but their own. Holy it might be, but as the sickly sweet scent of blood overwhelmed the incense on the air, I felt my gorge rise. I drew my veil across my face and sat very still, breathing carefully. It would be impolitic as well as unlucky to disgrace myself at the ceremony. A pungent whiff of herbs cleared my head, and I opened my eyes. Vitellia was holding out a spray of lavender and rosemary. I took another deep breath and thanked her. "Is it your first child?" "The first that I have carried this long," I answered. "May God's Holy Mother bless you, then, and bring you safe to term," said Vitellia, looking back towards the forum with a frown. It was not a scene to enjoy, I thought, but I did not quite understand her disapproval. I tried to remember if her husband had been one of the men who crossed himself when the bull was killed. The beast had mostly bled out by this time, and the lesser priests were sluicing the blood towards the gutters. The others had the body cavity open, and had set the liver in a silver bowl, so that the haruspics could examine it. Even the emperor was leaning forward to listen to his muttering. For me, trained in the oracular tradition of Avalon, augury by entrails had always seemed a clumsy method of divination. When the mind had been properly prepared, the flight of a bird or the fall of a leaf could be an omen, triggering the insights of prophecy. But I must not allow myself to regret the life I had abandoned, where all the world, it seemed, had been magic. At least the bull had been killed cleanly and with reverence. When we feasted on its flesh that night, we would accept our own place in the cycle of life and death, even as we shared in its blessing. I placed my hand on my belly, just beginning to harden as the child within me grew. The haruspics wiped his fingers on a linen towel and turned towards the dais. "All honour to the Emperor, favoured of the gods," he declaimed. "The Shining Ones have spoken. The winter that is coming will be a mild one. If you take the field, you will have victory over your enemies." I realized how tense the crowd had been only when I heard the murmur of comment. Several strong men were dragging the bull away to be cooked for the feast. The maidens came forward, lifting their arms to the heavens, and began to sing. "Hail, thou resplendent and sovereign sun! Adore we thy glory, O thou Holy One! So help us and heal us until, as above, below, all is beauty and all know thy love." I felt the tears start in my eyes as the pure, sweet voices intertwined, remembering how I used to sing with the other maidens on Avalon. It had been a long time since I had called upon the goddess, but the singing awakened a longing I had almost forgotten. The chant was for Apollo, or whatever name they used for the sun-god in the Danuvian lands. Each emperor exalted the deity who was his patron, but it was said that Aurelian wished to proclaim the sun to be the visible emblem of a single, all-powerful being who was the highest god of all. At Avalon also I had encountered such an idea, though it was the great goddess whom we saw as mother of everything. But I had been taught also that any honest impulse of worship will find the source behind all images, no matter what name is called, and so I set my hands upon my belly, and closed my eyes, and sent forth a plea that I might carry this child the full term, and bear it healthy and alive. "Come, Lady Helena, said Vitellia. "The ceremony is over, and you won't want to keep your lord waiting. They say that Constantius is a man with a future. You must make a good impression at the celebration." I had hoped that Vitellia and I might be seated near each other at the banquet, but Constantius escorted me to a couch just below the dais, while she and her husband remained near the back of the room. She had been correct, I thought, as I stretched out and spread my skirts modestly over my ankles and watched him speaking with the emperor. The fact that my husband had won Aurelian's favour was becoming apparent to all. I tried to ignore the murmur of speculation from the women nearby. Constantius would not have brought me here without the blessing of Aurelian, and what the emperor approved, no gossiping woman, however exalted her status, might deny. On the next couch lay one of the largest men I had ever seen. Obviously he was a German, from his flaxen hair to his cross-gartered breeches, with muscular arms showing beneath the short-sleeved tunic. But around his neck was a golden torque, and the bands on his upper arms and wrists were also gold.
"You are Lady Helena, yes?"
he asked. I flushed, realizing he had caught me watching him, but he did not seem to mind. With such a physique, I thought then, he must be accustomed to attracting attention.
"Constantius says much about you."
His accent was guttural, but he spoke good enough Latin, by which I concluded that he had served with the legions for some time. "You were on the campaign?"
"In the desert."
He grimaced, holding out one brawny arm, where the fair skin had been baked nearly to the colour of brick by the sun. I nodded in understanding. I had learned quickly that it was not modesty, but necessity that impelled women to go veiled when they walked outside in this land.
"I am a leader of auxiliaries, of Alemanni spears. You Romans cannot say my name."
He grinned.
"So Crocus I am called. Your man saved my life at Ankara, more than his duty. I give him my oath, I and my kin."
I nodded, my British background allowing me to understand him as perhaps a Roman woman could not, and understanding as well that this loyalty extended to Constantius's family. "Thank you. My father was a prince among the British tribes who commanded warriors, and I know what this means to you. I accept your service." I set my hand upon my belly. "For myself and my child." Crocus bent his head with even greater reverence than before.
"I see that it is true, what he says about you."
He paused as I lifted an eyebrow, and then continued.
"Among my people, we know that women are holy. So when he says you are like a goddess, I know it is true."
That Constantius should think so did not surprise me, but such talk was for the privacy of the bedchamber. I could not help but wonder in what extremity of danger he and this man had found themselves, for him to have revealed his inner mind so far. But I had realized already that there were things that a soldier did not speak of at home, things that Constantius strove to forget when he lay in my arms, and I would probably never know.
"To you and your child,"
he repeated my words,
"I pledge my troth, to protect and defend against all foes."
The babble of conversation had receded, leaving the two of us in a great silence. I bowed my head, my eyes blurring with tears. It seemed a long time since I had used the senses by which the spirit sees truly, but even though there was no altar here, and neither priest nor sacrifice, I knew that the oath that Crocus had just sworn had been witnessed by the gods.
"I see that the two of you have met."
Constantius spoke beside me, and I looked up, blinking the tears away. "Crocus tells me that you saved his life," I said quickly, lest he misunderstand my emotion, and moving over so that he could recline on the couch at my side.
"Did he tell you that he saved mine as well?"
His smile to Crocus was a warning not to frighten the womenfolk with soldiers' tales.
"She does not need to be told."
Constantius's eyebrows twitched, but he thought better of inquiring further. He leaned on one elbow and waved towards the dais.
Aurelian is honouring all the heroes of the campaign. He has Maximian up there with him, I see."
I followed his gesture, and saw a thick-set man with a shock of greying brown hair as formidable as a bull. He looked like a farmer, as, indeed, his parents had been, but he had a gift for war.
"And there is Doclus beside him,"
Constantius went on. Next to Maximian sat a big man with thinning reddish hair above a broad brow. Lines of rigid control marked his features, despite, or perhaps because of, the violent colour of his hair.
"Now there's a man to watch. His father was only a herdsman in Dalmatia, unless some god begot him. He seems to have been born with a genius for fighting anyhow, and he is a good administrator as well, which is even more valuable in a general."
"And more rare?" I asked. But just then the slaves began to serve us the first course of the banquet, and he forbore to reply. Constantius had been posted to the cohors prima Aurelia Dardanorum, who were garrisoned near the junction of the Navissus and the Margus. I had hoped that this meant he would be commuting between the fort and the house he had rented for me in Nasus, but at the beginning of November the Dardanians were ordered to assist in the pursuit of the retreating Goths, and Constantius, his baggage packed with woolens against the suddenly chilly weather, marched north and left me alone. Only a thin line of hills protected Nasus from the winds that swept across the open Danuvian plain, winds born in the steppes of Scythia that had warmed only enough to pick up some moisture in their passage across the Euxine Sea. Soon, I thought, as I wrapped a shawl around my shoulders, there would be snow. Still, in this country they knew how to build for cold weather, and not only did the house have a hypocaust that kept warmth rising from the tiled floors, but in the large room Constantius had chosen for our bedchamber there was an actual hearth. It was for that reason that Constantius had rented it, he had told me, so that the warmth of an open fire would remind me of home. As my pregnancy progressed, I spent much of my time in that chamber. It seemed unfair that Constantius, who had comforted me through the first 3 months, should have had to leave me just as the sickness was passing and my belly began to round out as the child grew. I had passed through the phase when women most often miscarried their children, and I now felt certain that I would carry this babe to term. Indeed, I had never felt better. When the weather permitted, I would walk with Drusilla to the marketplace in the centre of town, with Philip, who had become very protective since I became pregnant, a half-step behind us, and Hylas scampering ahead. Good food and affection had transformed the dog, who now stood nearly as high as my knee, with a silky black and white coat and a wildly waving plume of tail. To Hylas, the market was a place of infinite possibility, full of fascinating smells and even more interesting and odoriferous objects. It was poor Philip's task to keep the dog from trying to drag them home. For the human members of the household, the market was a source of gossip that kept us informed about the progress of the campaign. The Goths they were fighting were the last survivors of the great incursion that had shaken the empire 2 years before. But even in the days when Rome still claimed Dacia, its northern mountains had resisted the penetration of the legions. The Goths had melted into that wilderness like snow in summer. But it was winter now, and a dwindling food supply would put them at a disadvantage before the well-fed legions. Or at least we could hope so. To think of Constantius on the march, wet and hungry, while I sat warm before my fire, chilled my soul. But there was nothing I could do to help him. Only my yearning spirit reached out across the leagues that separated us, as if by doing so I could bring him some comfort. And more, as winter drew in, it seemed that I was indeed touching his spirit. I had tried to do this when Constantius was in Syria, without success. Was it because I now carried his child that the link had strengthened, or perhaps because my successful pregnancy had restored a confidence lost when I was exiled from Avalon? I dared not question too closely. It was enough, in the long winter evenings, to sit before the hearth fire, humming softly as I combed out my hair, and to allow a vision of Constantius to take shape among the glowing coals. On one such evening, just before the solstice, when soldiers celebrate the birth of Mithras, I found the visions I saw in the coals taking on an unusual clarity. A chunk of charring firewood was transformed into a mountainside, and below it, on an outcrop, glowing sticks became the square palisade of a Roman marching camp, with neat rows of tents laid out inside. Smiling, I indulged the fancy. Constantius might be settling down for the night in just such a camp even now. I leaned forward, willing myself to see the tent in which he lay. And suddenly I was there in the camp, staring at falling tents and running men lit by the flames of the burning palisade as the Goths burst in. Spear points flickered like exploding sparks as the Romans rallied, swords darting in and out in tongues of flame. Frantic, I searched for Constantius, and found him standing back to back with Crocus. He was defending himself with a legionary's pilum, while a big German fought with a longer German spear, and their valour had swept a circle of safety around them. But even together they could not defeat the entire Gothic army, and the rest of the Romans were getting the worst of it. There were so many. Now another contingent drove towards Constantius. Instinctively I leaped forward with an inarticulate cry. I do not know what the Goths saw, but they recoiled in terror. Suddenly, I remembered a fragment of teaching from Avalon. In the ancient days, the Druid priestesses had been taught battle magic, spells to protect their warriors, and the shriek of the raven goddess that had the power to unman a foe. It was that shriek that I felt building in my breast now. I extended my arms, and they became black wings, bearing me upward as that fury filled me, body and soul. The Goths looked up, mouths opening, fingers flexing in the sign against evil as I swooped towards them. They were no Romans, to make divinities of abstractions and abstract principles of their deities. They knew the spirit world was real. "Valkyria! Helirulla!" they cried as I bore down upon them, and then I opened my throat, and the scream that left my lips separated them from their senses, and me from consciousness as well. When I opened my eyes once more, Drusilla and Philip were bending over me, faces blanched with fear. My lady, what was it? We heard a cry." I looked at them, thinking that I did not want the love with which they served me to change to fear. A nightmare, I think," I muttered. "I must have fallen asleep before the fire. Are you all right? Is the child—" In sudden alarm I set my hand to my belly, but I felt him kick. All was well. "He is a soldier's son," I managed to grin at them. "It will take more than a little noise to frighten him." It was the Goths who had been frightened, I thought in satisfaction. For the first time since leaving Avalon, I had seen what was neither dream nor fancy, but a true vision of power. After that, I sent Philip to the marketplace each morning, seeking news, until a letter came from Constantius, telling me that he was well, and not to worry if I heard there had been a battle. He had not been hurt, and in the fighting the Gothic king Canabaudes had been killed. And by the way, and here I could almost hear the uneasy laughter with which Romans responded when they thought the powers they worshipped might actually be real, Crocus said that the enemy had been routed by a goddess whose face was a vision of my own. And yet, when we first came together in the great rite, Constantius had seen me as the goddess, and he had done so on the night I conceived my child. Why, I wondered, should he be surprised? The Romans, I reflected as I wrapped my shawl around me, were prone to fall into one error or its opposite, either to hold that the visible world was only an imperfect reflection of the ideal, which the philosopher sought to transcend, or to live in a world of unpredictable forces that must be constantly propitiated. The one despised the world, while the other feared it, and the Christians, I had heard, did both, calling on their God to save them from his own judgment. But everyone believed in omens. If Constantius had not provided for me, I could have made a good living as a seeress, using the skills I had learned on Avalon. And what omen, I wondered then, should I find in my vision of the battle? I set my hand on my belly, smiling as I felt the flutter of movement within. "Was it your valiant spirit that inspired me, my little one? Surely you will be a great general, if you are helping to win battles even before you were born." And what, I asked myself then, did I believe? I did not fear the world, but neither did I reject it. We had learned a third way on Avalon. My training there had taught me to sense the spirit in everything, and to recognize that for the most part the world went its way with little interest in humankind. The raven that croaked from the rooftop did not know that the man who listened would hear a message. It was the man whose mind must be altered in order to find meaning in it, not the bird. Spirit moved through all things. To learn to live in harmony with that movement was the way of the wise. The babe stirred once more in my belly, and I laughed, understanding anew why we saw a goddess when we sought to give a face to the highest power. Filled and fulfilled, I was simultaneously acutely aware of my body and one with the life force that flowed through everything. As the winter progressed, and my belly grew ever larger, my euphoria was tempered with an understanding of why the goddess might sometimes want to let her creation fend for itself. It would have been a relief at times if I could have set my fertile belly down. By the time Constantius and the Dardanians returned from their campaign, early in the second month of the year, it seemed to me that I could have posed for a statue of Taweret, the Egyptian hippopotamus goddess who presided over pregnancy. Upon learning of my condition, the wives of Constantius's fellow officers had been quick to share every story of childbed trauma to be found in what was obviously a rich folklore, while cheerfully offering me the services of Egyptian physicians and Greek midwives. When I was still at Avalon, birthing had never been one of my specialties, but fortunately it was covered as part of our training in healing. When I woke in the still hours, still trembling from some nightmare of a botched delivery, I knew enough to quiet my worst fears. The midwife I chose was a woman Drusilla had found for me, called Marcia, who had a good reputation among the wives of the town. A sturdy, matter-of-fact soul, with a frizz of auburn hair and an ample bosom, she insisted on consultations with the mother-to-be well before the delivery, and consented to work only for those who would follow her directions regarding diet, exercise, and rest. When she had measured my girth and calculated my due date, Marcia recommended activity. The child was large already, she told me, and the birth would go easier if I could deliver him early. I understood what she did not say. When an infant was too big, it came down to a choice between cutting into the mother, as they said the great Caesar had been born, or dismembering the child to extract it from the womb. It was then that I began to make offerings to Eilithia for a safe delivery. I was willing to die for the sake of the child of prophecy the visions of Avalon had foretold, but if it came to a choice between us, I knew that Constantius would wish to save me. And so, as February drew on, I walked to the market with Drusilla in the mornings, and down to the river and back up the hill every afternoon, ignoring Constantius's worried frown. I walked on the occasional day of watery sunshine, ignoring the twinges as my womb prepared for its task, and through the rain, even when it turned to sleet and snow. "You do not train your soldiers for battle by keeping them idle in camp," I told Constantius. "This is my battle, and I intend to go into it as fit as I can." And on the 27th day of that month, coming back up the hill to our house, I slipped on a wet cobblestone and sat down hard. As Drusilla helped me back to my feet, I felt the gush of warm water from my womb mingling with the cold water that soaked my gown, and the first hard pang as labour began. The household clucked and bustled in panic around me. but I had hoped for just such an accident. As one of the maids rushed off to find Marcia, and Philip took the horse to go out to the fortress for Constantius, I lay back upon the bed with a grin of triumph, until the next contraction came. My time had come upon me early, but my womb, once started in its labour, seemed in no hurry to expel its contents. Through the rest of that day and the night that followed, the contractions continued. The merciful amnesia that allows a woman who has given birth to face the prospect again has dimmed my memories of most of that time. Indeed, sometimes it is the fathers who remember so vividly that they fear to let their wives suffer so again. If I had not been in such good condition, I doubt I would have survived it. And even so, as the second day drew on, and my pangs, instead of becoming closer together, began to slow, the women who attended me began to look grave, and I remember telling Marcia that if it came to a choice, she must cut me and save the child. The rain had stopped, and the light of the westering sun, coming through the window, flamed in her hair. "Nay," she said then, "it is true that once the waters have broken, the birth must not be too long delayed. But fear not to let your body rest for a little while. I have a trick or two left in my bag that can get things going once more." In my exhaustion, I found it hard to believe her. I closed my eyes, wincing as the child within me kicked. This must be hard for him as well, trapped in a constricting bag that was squeezing him into a passageway too narrow for his frame. But he had no choice about it now, and neither did I. "Goddess, was it so terrible for you when you gave birth to the world?" came my silent cry. "I have seen the passion that drives your creatures to reproduce their kind. Help me to deliver this child. I will give you whatever you ask." And it seemed to me then that from the depths of my pain there came an answer. "Whatever I ask? Even if it means that you must lose him?" "So long as he stays alive," I replied. "You will keep him, and you will lose him. He will trample your heart as he pursues his destiny. The changes that he brings you can neither predict nor control, but you must not despair. Even when they bring pain, growth and change are all part of my plan, and all that is lost will one day return once more." I was in pain already and could not understand. I knew only the need to bring forth my child. Abruptly I was back in my body once more. Marcia set a cup of tea to my lips, whose bitterness was perceptible even through the honey they had mixed in. I tried to identify the herbs, but caught only the astringent taste of yarrow and red cedar. Whatever it was, when it hit my empty stomach, it began to work immediately. The contractions returned with a wrenching agony that overwhelmed my intention not to scream. Again and again I was racked by the pain, but presently I was able to discern a kind of rhythm in it. Marcia got me up onto the birthing stool and gave me a wad of cloth to bite down on. Drusilla braced herself behind me, and one of the maids took either arm. I learned later that I had gripped their wrists so tightly I left bruises, but I was not aware of doing so at the time. I felt the warm seep of blood and the hot oil with which Marcia was massaging me. "You're doing well," she told me. "When the urge comes, bear down with all your might." Then the giant hand squeezed once more, and I pushed, past caring whether anyone heard my cry. Again and again it came, until I thought I must split in two. "I have the head," said Marcia, and then a last convulsion seized me, and the rest of the child slid free. A purplish, struggling form swung across my vision as she lifted it, unmistakably male. And then the room resounded to a roar of protest that must surely have been as loud as any of my own. Dimly I was aware of being lifted to the bed once more. Women bustled around me, packing me with cloths to stop the bleeding, washing me, changing the bedding. I paid no attention to their chatter. What matter if I was too badly torn to bear another? This child lived. I could hear his lusty cries even from the next room, where they had taken the child to show him to his father. Constantius, I thought, look what I have given you. A face appeared above me. It was Sir Pater, with a man in the robes of a Chaldean priest, who must be the astrologer I had asked him to bring. Heron's vision had prophesied greatness for the son of Constantius. Would the stars of his birth confirm the prophecy?
"Your son was born at the 5th hour past noon," said Sir Pater. "We have a preliminary horoscope already. Mars is in Taurus, and Saturn lies in Leo. This child will be a warrior, stubborn in defeat and unyielding in victory. But Jupiter reigns in the sign of Cancer, and there also sits his moon. Your son will care strongly for his family. But above all, Aquarius will rule, rising with his Venus and his sun."
I nodded, and the astrologer turned away, still excited by the omens he had seen. I heard the clink of glassware, and realized that they were drinking to the baby's health in the next room. How unfair, I thought then. All the work was done by me. But that was the custom when a man claimed his son, and I should be glad for it. I was, by Roman reckoning, an illegitimate child, and though my father had acknowledged me in the British fashion, he had never bothered to draw up papers of formal adoption, having always intended me for Avalon. In Roman law, I was Constantius's concubina, a relationship that was legally recognized, but lower in status than a formal wedding. But even had we been married in the most ancient and formal of patrician styles, it would still have fallen to my husband to claim the infant as his own, and to decide whether or not he should live. As I lay in the bed, too exhausted to open my eyes, yet still tense with excitement, it seemed wrong to me that the man should have that power. It was not he who had formed the child out of his own flesh, nor he who would nurse it. A memory came to me of Avalon, when I sat listening with the other maidens, while Sigvolla taught us the midwife's skills. The woman of ancient times had possessed a strength we no longer claimed. If she had too many children, or not enough strength to rear another child, or if feeding it would deprive the tribe at the wrong time of year, she could look into the face of the child, and put forth her hand, and send that child back into nowhere and nothingness, as if it had never been born. Lying in my bed, listening to the murmur of talk from the men in the next room, I understood her meaning as I had not when I was a girl. I realized then that a woman is never free to bear a child unless she is also free to abort it. A man must know that he is breathing, because his mother looked on his face and saw that it was good, and chose freely to nourish him. This child, who lived because I had given up so much in order to conceive and bear him, must never be allowed to forget that he owed his life to me. And then the men came back into the bedchamber, and my little son was laid in my arms. Constantius looked down at us. His face bore the marks of an anguish that, I suppose, must have been the echo of my own pain, but his eyes were shining with joy. "I have given you a son," I whispered.
"He is a fine boy," Constantius answered, "but I would have considered him a poor trade for you. We will call him Constantine."
I looked down at the fuzz of golden down on the baby's head, whose curve repeated the round of the breast against which he nuzzled, already hungry. In law, he might be his father's, but it was I who, by my care or my neglect, would determine whether he survived. And he would survive. For the sake of this child, I had suffered through this birthing, and abandoned Avalon and everyone there that I loved. He must be worth saving, to fulfill the prophecy and justify my pain. Nonetheless, as I put him to the breast, I took a secret satisfaction in remembering that every woman has within herself this tremendous power to give life, or to deny it. 10. AD 282. In the year that Constantine was 10 years old, we took up residence in the old palace in Sirmium. Since his birth, we had moved regularly, as Constantius was shifted from one posting to another, contriving not only to survive, but to rise in rank through the turmoil that had followed the assassination of the Emperor Aurelian when Constantine was 2. That first imperial death had shocked me, for I had come to respect the little man whose order had wrenched us from Britannia into this new life. But by the time Aurelian had been followed by Tacitus, and Tacitus by Florianus, and Florianus by Probus, we had all learned to give the current wearer of the purple no more than a wary courtesy. Probus was proving to be an effective emperor, suppressing barbarian invasions in Gallia, and recruiting the defeated Burgunds and Vandals as federati forces that he then sent to Britannia to put down a revolt led by its current governor. I understood the military necessity, but my heart wept at the thought that a Roman had loosed a barbarian horde against my native land. When Probus chose Constantius as one of his tribunes and ordered us to Sirmium, I found it hard to rejoice. Constantine had been excited to hear we were going to live in a palace, but by this time I had some experience of administrative housing, and would have been much happier with a snug little villa on the outskirts of town. A newly built villa. The palace that Probus had chosen as his headquarters had been constructed originally by Marcus Aurelius a century before. There was no telling when it had last been repaired. The frescoes on the walls were disfigured by ominous stains where the damp had gotten in, and the hangings had holes where mice had done the same. But here the emperor had decreed was where he and his staff would live, and since Constantius was the most senior officer whose wife was with him, it had fallen to me to make the place livable for us all. I wiped perspiration from my forehead, for it was one of the hottest days in an exceptionally warm summer, and directed the maidservants to change the water with which they were scrubbing the wall. "When I am a man, I'm going to build new palaces," Constantine had told me when we moved in. I believed him. When he was little, he had constructed fortresses out of the furniture. These days he bullied the children of the other officers into helping him erect buildings in the gardens, pavilions and playhouses, guarded by fortifications laid out with military precision. I could hear the sound of young voices raised in laughter, and my son's bellow of command overriding them all. Atticus, the Greek whom we had bought to be Constantine's tutor, had given them an afternoon's holiday, saying it was too hot to do lessons indoors. Play was apparently another matter. The boys seemed to be working more willingly than the soldiers whom the emperor had set to digging ditches through the marshes below the town.
"Perhaps he will be an engineer for the legions,"
Constantius had commented when he came home the evening before, evaluating the design with an experienced eye. But I did not think our child would be satisfied with building walls to military specifications, or draining marshland either. Whatever Constantine created would reflect his own vision of the world. The doors of the dining chamber had been thrown open to the gardens in hopes of letting in a little air. At least here, on the higher ground at the southern edge of the city, we could hope for a breeze. Beyond the garden wall, the ground fell away to the river Savus. Down there, where several hundred legionaries were sweating in the sun, it must be stifling. At least Constantius did not have to labor with a shovel, but I knew that he would be hot and thirsty by the time he returned. Even the boys might be grateful to stop their play long enough for a drink of something cool. I told the maidservants they could rest for a little, and sent one of them to bring the earthenware jug of barley water from the kitchen. Constantine stood near the back wall of the garden, directing 2 other boys as they lifted a framework of wickerwork to roof the structure they had made. As always, the sudden sight of my son could make my breath catch, and now, with the strong sunlight blazing on his fair hair, he was like some young hero from ancient days. He was going to be tall, like my father, but he had Constantius's sturdy bones. He was already bigger than most boys his age. He would be a magnificent man. Drusilla had tried to console me when it became clear that I would never bear another child. But in time, Seeing women of my own age made old by constant pregnancies, I had realized I should be grateful. And why should I wish for other children with such a son?
No, it is not quite right.
Constantine stood with hands braced on his hips, head cocked to one side.
We must take it down.
But Con! Protested the younger of his helpers, a son of one of the centurions who was called Pollio.
We just got it up there.
I smiled to hear the nickname. It was an obvious shortening of the Latin name, but in my own tongue, Con was the word for a hound.
And it's hot,
added the other boy, Marinus, who came from a merchant family in the town.
We can rest in the shade until sunset and finish fixing it then. But it's not right.
Constantine gazed at them in incomprehension.
The slope has to be at an angle or it will be unbalanced.
My heart went out to him. He could see the desired result so clearly in his mind, and reality kept falling short of his dreams. Well, life would teach him soon enough that one cannot always order the world to one's liking, I thought, remembering my own girlhood. Let him enjoy his illusions while he could. But it was hot. Even Hylas, who usually frisked at my feet like a puppy when we went outdoors, had flopped down in the shade of the disputed wickerwork and lay panting.
I have brought some barley water to cool you,
I interrupted, taking pity on the two younger boys.
When you have drunk it, perhaps the task will seem easier.
I poured cups from the sweating terracotta jug for the boys, and took my own to the garden wall, pausing to pour out a few drops before the image of the nymph of the garden in her shrine. It had taken me some time to become accustomed to the Roman preoccupation with images, as if they needed markers to tell if something was holy. But the shrine did serve as a reminder, and sometimes in the evening I would come into the garden to spend a half-hour in her company. Beyond the wall, the ground fell away in a tangle of greenery. Between the slope and the gleaming curve of the river, the marshland simmered in heat haze, distorting the shapes of the men who laboured at the ditches and the tall column of the portable siege tower the emperor had ordered brought in so that he could observe their progress. In this weather, even the ironclad tower could not offer much comfort. I could imagine Probus standing there, thin and intense, and as obsessed with his project in the marshes as my son was with his work in the garden. Another idealist. Everyone had heard of the emperor's plan to hire foreign auxiliaries to guard the frontiers. If Probus had his way, there would be no need for the empire to tax its citizens to maintain a standing army. Not too surprisingly, the legions did not favour this plan. In the shade of the linden tree, the tiles that topped the wall were cool enough to lean on, though the sunlight that filtered through the leaves was making me perspire beneath my thin gown. Even slaves should not be made to work in such heat, I thought, shading my eyes with my hand. I wondered how Probus had persuaded his men to do so. But the men in the marshes were moving with surprising vigour. It was hard to see clearly, but there seemed to be some commotion around the tower. My heart began to race, though I could see nothing wrong. As I watched, the wavering of the tower became more pronounced. For a moment it leaned. Then dust billowed in a dun cloud as it fell.
"What is it?"
asked Constantine at my elbow, as that sense that had connected us since before his birth had communicated my unease.
Listen.
The clangor of the iron plates that had covered the tower still reverberated in the heavy air. But now another sound was growing, a many-throated roar that I had heard the one time I had gone with Constantius to see the gladiatorial games at the amphitheatre in Nasus, the sound a crowd makes when a man goes down. The legionnaires had rebelled at last. It seemed to me that the mob of moving men was swirling towards the road. Abruptly I turned.
"Pollio, Marinus, there is trouble down at the marshes. I want you to return to your homes now."
Unthinking, I had used the voice of command in which I had been trained at Avalon. My son stared at me, as the boys, eyes widening, set down their cups and hurried away.
"We can't stay here,"
I told Constantine, thinking aloud. "They will know where the emperor keeps the pay chest. Go, Pack a change of clothes and whatever books you can carry in one bundle." I was already calling to Drusilla and the maids. "But why are we running away?" protested Con, as I shepherded my household down the road. The maids were weeping, clutching their bundles in their arms, but Drusilla looked grim. "Surely the Emperor will stop the riot before it can get this far." "My guess is that the Emperor is dead, and that is why the soldiers are rioting," I answered. Philip crossed himself, and I remembered that he had been attending the Christian church in town. Constantine stopped short, staring, and I reached out to drag him along. He knew in theory that most emperors did not reign long, but Probus was the only emperor he could really remember, a man who in his rare moments of leisure had played board games with the child. "But what about father?" he said. Now it was he who was pushing me forward. My son was as close to me as my own heartbeat, but it was Constantius whom he idolized. I managed a smile, even though that was the question that had been knotting my belly ever since I realized what was going on. "He is not the one who ordered them to work in this heat. I am sure they will do him no harm," I said stoutly. "Come along now. The basilica has stout walls, and not much that's worth looting. We'll be safe there." We were almost in time. The riot that I had seen beginning exploded with volcanic swiftness, and by the time we reached the Forum, the first bands of maddened soldiers were already rampaging through the town. Some of them might have been from my husband's command, men whom I had nursed when the flux swept the camp the winter before. But they had already broken into at least one taverna, and the unwatered wine in the flasks they were carrying was speedily drowning what reason bloodlust had left them. As my little group emerged from the colonnaded cloister that surrounded the square, a band of perhaps 20 men came pounding down the main street, their hobnailed sandals ringing on the cobblestones. In another moment we were surrounded. Hylas began to bark furiously, struggling in Drusilla's arms. "We should have stayed at the palace," I thought desperately. "We could have hidden in the stables." Then I saw Con fumbling for the Parthian dagger his father had given him on his last birthday, and pushed myself in front of him. "Make no move," I hissed, as one of the soldiers made a grab for me, tearing my tunica from the fibula that held it at the shoulder so that it fell, leaving one breast bare. Abruptly the men grew still, lust transfixing them like lightning as they stared. In another moment they would kill my boy and throw me spread-eagle to the ground. Rape I could endure, but not the loss of the child for whom I had given up Avalon. "Goddess!" I cried in the British tongue. "Save your chosen one!" And as my arms lifted in invocation, it seemed as if a great wind swept down and whirled my awareness away. As if from a great distance, I heard a voice too resonant to be human, calling down curses, coming from a figure who seemed head and shoulders taller than the puny beings that surrounded her, a figure that radiated light. A great hound stood beside her, growling like thunder. She swept down her hands, and her puny assailants recoiled, falling over each other in their haste to get away. The goddess gestured to the ones she was defending, and led them towards the basilica. When she reached its door, she turned, drawing a circle in the air, as if to claim the place as her own. In the next moment I felt myself falling, all power leaving my limbs as I returned to my body and crumpled to the ground. Exclaiming, my servants half dragged, half carried me inside. It took some time for me to catch my breath and calm them enough so that I could speak with Constantine. "They would have killed my mother," he said hoarsely, clinging to me as he had not done since he was a little child. "It is all right," I soothed him. "We are safe now." "No one is safe if the Emperor loses control," he muttered. "It should not have happened. I am young, and they were too strong for me. But I swear to you, Mother, such things will not be allowed when I am a man." I shook my head, thinking how much he had to learn. Even the prophet the Christians worshipped had not been able to bring peace to the world, and he was the son of a god. But Con needed to believe, right now, that he could change the hearts of men. so I put an arm around him and held him tight. "When you are a man, you will set all things right," I murmured to comfort him. Night came, and with it the rest of the Legion, seeking to drown the knowledge of what they had done in wine and violence. If the officers had survived, like us, they had found some bolt-hole in which to hide. Surely Constantius was among them. Surely I would have known if death had broken the bond between us. To the south, where the wealthy had built their homes around the palace, we could see flames, and I thought that I had been right to bring my people here after all. Some of the shopkeepers and clerks who worked in the basilica were here when we arrived, so we were about 30 in number, in all. When for a time there was a pause in the sounds of destruction and revelry, I could hear chanting from the Christian church. "Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison." "Lord, have mercy," whispered Philip behind me. They had no more defence than the sheep of which they sang so often, but even drunken soldiers knew there would be nothing worth looting there. I pitied any poor souls who had no refuge at all, for the Roman legionary, who could fight like a hero under discipline, without it was closer to the beast than any barbarian. Through that night we huddled in the basilica, sitting with our backs against the wall, and though it was the season when the nights are shortest, to us it seemed very long. But at last I must have dozed, Constantine's solid torso lying across my lap, as if in this extremity he had become once more a little child. I opened my eyes to see a pale light filtering through the high windows. The city outside was, at long last, still. Con stirred in my arms and sat up, rubbing his eyes. "I'm thirsty," he said, blinking at the others, who were beginning to wake as well. "I'll go," said Philip, and when I opened my lips to stop him, he shook his head. "The troops will all have passed out and be sleeping it off, or wishing they were. Why should anyone bother me?" I sighed and nodded. With his crooked nose and shock of wiry reddish hair, Philip was not likely to invite attack of any kind. "Are you still afraid of the soldiers, Mother?" said Con. "I have been thinking, and I am certain now that we will be safe. A goddess protects you, as I have seen, and I know that I am not destined to die here. For have you not told me many times that I am the child of prophecy?" I stared at my son, wondering now if that had been wise. When the rioters surrounded us the day before, I had suddenly remembered that visions showed only what things might come to pass. It was my own desperation, not fate, that had summoned the lady's power. I still believed that Constantine had been born with the potential for greatness, but his own deeds must determine whether and how that potential was to be fulfilled. By the time Philip returned, most of the others were awake. He had picked up an empty amphora and filled it at the fountain, and had found a cup to go with it. The water tasted faintly of wine. "I am surprised that you found anything unbroken," I said, as I passed the cup to Drusilla. "How is it out there?"
"Like the morning after a battle, except that most of the gore is not blood but wine. A tribune on his first campaign could command them, ashamed as they are right now. I heard one man sobbing about how good Probus had been as a general, and they ought to build him a monument." He shook his head disgustedly. By mid-morning, the shopkeepers felt brave enough to begin sweeping up the wreckage, and the keepers of food stalls, whose wares were not so breakable, were in business once more. Many of the legionaries had ended their riot in the Forum, and were now awakening, and as the morning drew on, more joined them, gathering in arguing groups. I was not quite ready to try returning home, however, always supposing the palace was still there to return to, and so we were sitting on the steps of the basilica, eating sausages wrapped in flatbread, when the rhythmic tramp and jingle of soldiers marching in formation brought everyone, mutineers and townsfolk alike, to attention. It was not a junior officer who had rallied them, but the Praetorian prefect, Carus. As he rode into the Forum, my heart beat faster, for behind him, with a face that seemed chipped from stone,
came Constantius. I rose to my feet with our son beside me, and his gaze, moving across the crowd, came to the porch of the basilica and found me. "You are all right." For a moment his features contorted. "I can live once more." Then Constantius got his face under control, but it no longer seemed made of stone. I felt the iron control that had sustained me through the night dissolving into tears, but that did not matter now. All eyes were fixed on Carus, who rode as calmly as if he were on his way to the Senate, where he had served before resuming his military career. He had apparently been picking up stragglers as he came through the city, for more soldiers followed, crowding into the square. In the centre of the forum was a fountain raised on 3 steps. Carus slid off the horse, and as it was led away, stepped up onto the broad stone rim of the fountain, from which he could both see and be seen. He must be nearing 60, but he was still strong and fit, with a bald head which he protected with a shapeless cap, and a preference for the simple dress of the old Republic.
"Soldiers of Rome," Carus began, "what god has maddened you? You have done to death the emperor who was your kind father, made yourself orphans, dishonored the spirits of your fallen brothers and the emblems you carry."
For some time he continued, speaking with a measured elegance. Soon the men, who had begun by listening in sullen silence, were weeping. But Con had left the shelter of my arm and stepped forward to watch with shining eyes.
"Centurions, step forward, and the rest of you rally to your commanders,"
Carus cried then, and the chaotic scene slowly resolved itself into something resembling military formation.
"You will return to your tents, cleanse yourselves and your gear, and present yourselves in formation on the parade ground at the 2nd hour after noon."
I supposed that even standing in full kit under the blazing sun would be better than digging mud, but fortunately a breeze from the north was bringing the temperature down. Would the cooling weather be enough to calm the men? My belly tensed as I heard a murmur begin among the ranks. I saw Constantius rein in a suddenly restive horse, and Carus frowned. One of the centurions stepped forward.
"Sir,"
he brought his arm to his chest in salute,
"as you say, we are orphans who need a father's strong hand. Who will be our commander now?" "The Senate in Rome,"
Carus began, for Probus had not named an heir, but he sounded less certain now.
"Bugger the Senate,"
said someone in the ranks, and there was an echo of laughter. Con shook his head, and I bent my own to hear his whisper. "The Senate has no power, only the army. Why cannot he see?" I thought that perhaps Carus did, for there was a tension in his posture as he waited for their silence that had not been there before. Was it hope or resignation? I could not be sure.
"My lord, we need an emperor."
The centurion raised his arm in salutation.
"Hail Caesar!"
"Hail Caesar!" the men responded with a full-throated roar.
"Carus shall be emperor!"
Suddenly they surged forward, chanting his name until the columns of the basilica's porch trembled to the sound. I was certain that the rioters had looted the palace when I saw a flash of purple, and they draped one of the dead emperor's togas across his shoulders. At least one of the men had his shield, and the mob that had surrounded Carus got him onto it and raised him high.
"Will you truly have me for your imperator?"
Carus might be a republican by preference, but he must know that if he refused them now, they could pull him down as swiftly as they had killed Probus.
"Ave! Ave!" they cried. "Carus Augustus! Carus Imperator!" "I will not treat you gently. I will punish those who killed Probus, and then I will take up the old war in Parthia, which has waited so long."
The cheering redoubled in volume. Why are they so happy? I wondered. He has just promised to lead them to battle in a land even hotter than Dalmatia. But the lands of the east held riches, and if the heat killed them, they would not die like slaves, but as soldiers. The noise, as they carried Carus in procession around the forum, deafened the mind as well as the ears.
The other officers had drawn back to the shelter of the colonnade. Carus belonged to the legionaries now. "Ave Carus!" came a new cry from beside me. Constantine had extended his own arm in a stiff salute, and he gazed at the figure of the new emperor with visions in his eyes. The new emperor, with no more than a curt announcement of his accession to the Senate in Rome, set about establishing his authority. The Romans rioted in protest, but as long as the army supported him, Carus did not appear to care. Probus had valued Carus's abilities so much that he had requested the Senate to award him a marble palace and an equestrian statue. Now, with the exception of the palace in Sirmium, which was a charred ruin, he had palaces aplenty, and no doubt the statues were already being created, along with the panegyrics that praised him from every corner of the empire. Carus had no time to read them. He had promised the army glory in Parthia, but before the expedition could set out, there was much to be done. If he was grateful to the legionaries of Sirmium for raising him to the purple, it did not prevent him from executing the men who had been the first to attack Probus. But this act apparently did him no harm in the eyes of the survivors. For that fall, they followed him willingly into battle against a horde of Sarmatians who had come down upon Illyria, and gained a resounding victory. The succession was also provided for. Carus had 2 sons, both now grown, whom he raised to the rank of Caesar. Carinus, who was the elder, was directed to deal with the latest barbarian raids into Gallia, and then take charge in Rome, while his brother Marion became the emperor's second-in-command on the Parthian campaign. I dared not speak my fear that the emperor would drag Constantius along with him, but the goddess must have heard my prayers, for shortly before the army was to depart, my husband returned to Sirmium with the news that Carus had appointed him governor of Dalmatia. In my dream, I was moving along the processional way at Avalon. I knew it for a dream, because I seemed to see everything from a vantage point of several feet off the ground, and because when I spoke, no one noticed me. But in every other regard, I was fully present. I could feel the moist chill of the night air, and smell the resins in the torches. I trembled to the reverberations of the great gong that was used to summon initiates to the greater ceremonies. It had summoned me, I realized, all the way from Sirmium. This was no dream, but a spirit journey. But what was the ceremony? Cloaked and hooded, the priestesses in black and the priests in white, they passed between the last of the pillars, and began the spiral ascent of the Tor. Drawn along with them, I could neither lag nor hurry. Presently, I recognized Sigvola and some of the others, and realized that I was in the place in the line in which I would have marched had my body been there. I knew then that in the depths of my spirit I had never ceased to be a priestess of Avalon, and that was why I had answered this call. Presently we reached the top, and in the midst of the circle of stones, I saw the intricately stacked logs of a funeral pyre. The body was shrouded, but it seemed small to be the center of so much ceremony. Yet only a high priestess or archdruid received such a funeral. Holding a torch beside the pyre, I saw Kerodakos, wearing the archdruid's torque of gold. He had taught the boys music when I was at Avalon. It was not the archdruid who lay upon the pyre, but the Lady of Avalon. For a moment, amazement held me, that in the end Ganeda should be so little, whose spirit had been such a towering presence, dominating us all. And now she was gone. I wondered whom they had chosen to follow her. I was justified. See, I bore my son, and my man still loves me. I wanted to cry, as if we were still in contention, but I would never have the chance to tell her so, unless her spirit could hear. The gong had ceased to sound. Kerodakos stood away from the pyre, turning to face it, and I saw another torch on the other side. A priestess held it. No, it was the new Lady of Avalon, for beneath the open front of the cloak
gleamed the ornaments of moonstone and river pearl. Then her hood fell back, and I recognized Diurna's blazing red hair. But she was just a child. Then I looked again, and thinking back, realized that Diurna must be 25 years old. When I last saw her, she had been a child, but we would be women together were we to meet now. She lifted her arms in invocation. "Hail to thee, dark mother, who art the mistress of souls! This night we remember before thee Ganeda, who is passing through thy kingdom. Her blood flows in the waters, her breath is one with the wind. The holy Tor will receive her ashes, and the spark of her life return to the fire that enlivens all." The warriors and kings who were Avalon's guardians were buried on the watch hill, but the great priests and priestesses, whose ascending spirits might have been constrained by too much adulation, were sent to the gods by fire. Keredakos lifted the torch.
"Let the holy fire transform that which was mortal, and the spirit fly free."
A glittering ribbon of sparks trailed behind it as he moved around the pyre, touching it at intervals to the oil-soaked logs. The wood caught quickly, and in moments the shrouded form was hidden behind a veil of flame. "No part of her will be wasted. Nothing lost," said Diurna, as she followed him around the pyre. Her voice was calm, as if she had put herself into an altered state for the ceremony, where no grief could trouble her serenity. "Even her spirit, taught by life's pains, still evolves towards her true identity." From the pouch at her waist, she took a handful of incense and cast it onto the stacked logs. Keredakos turned to face the others.
"But we, remembering that particular coupling of body and spirit in which she walked the world, pray to thee to guide and guard her on the path she now pursues."
His voice was hoarse, as if he had been weeping, and I realized how closely he, as Archdruid, must have worked with the lady over the years. He cleared his throat and continued.
"We have not forgotten. Bear thou our love to her, and ask her to pray for us with the wisdom she has now. And when in time we also come to thee, receive us gently, O thou dark mother, as a child is lulled to sleep, and wake us to the light."
All around the circle, heads bent. I bowed mine as well, though no one could see. For so many years I had feared my aunt, and fought her, and in the end tried to forget her. And yet she had done the work of Avalon, and done it well. Having managed my own household now for a dozen years, I could in some ways appreciate her achievement now. Were there things that Ganeda could teach me? Diurna handed the pouch of incense to Keredakos, and he cast a handful onto the pyre, which was now well alight. "The dead has her release, and the answer to all questioning," she said gravely. "It is those who remain who suffer now, from loss, from memory, from regret for things left unsaid or undone. Let us pray now for the living left behind." Her hand swept out in a wide circle to include us all. Pray for me, I thought grimly, amazed to discover that even my spirit could shed tears. "O thou Lady of Darkness, lift thou the darkness that lies upon our souls. As thou hast cut the thread of life, break thou the bond that constrain our spirits, lest our feelings should bind the one we would set free." It came to me in that moment that I was not the only one who might have had mixed feelings about the Lady of Avalon, and the spirit of any adept could become a dangerous ghost. The community had the best of reasons for making sure nothing held her here. Now the incense was being passed around the circle. As each one threw a pinch on the flames, I heard the words, "Thus I release you," followed sometimes by a murmured message of more personal farewell. Smoke and sparks billowed upward to join the stars. And though my fingers could not grasp the incense, I too moved close to the pyre, and with all the truth of my being, offered the woman who had in so many ways shaped my life both forgiveness and farewell. "The lady bounds life with death, and out of death creates life anew," said Deanna when all were done. "We are the children of earth and starry heaven. By our response to this loss, let us transcend it." She took a deep breath. "I bear now the ornaments of the High Priestess. I pray to the goddess to give me the strength and wisdom to lead Avalon." As the night drew on, the others made their vows, then drew aside to keep watch, as the pyre became a framework of glowing lines, and the central core, which had been built with faster burning fuel, fell to ash. And just as the sky was beginning to pale with the rising of the sun, I willed myself to approach the heap of coals and ashes that remained. "Lady, it was you who exiled me, but the goddess who showed me my way. By example and by opposition you taught me much. Though I walk now in the world beyond the mists, I will do so as a priestess of Avalon." I drew back, for suddenly the world was filled with light, as the newborn sun rose above the eastern hills. And in that moment, the dawn wind, rising, lifted the ashes like a swirl of smoke, and swept them outward to fall like a blessing upon the green turf of the Tor. It had made me shiver sometimes, when I first learned of that custom, to think that I might be treading on what was left of Kylene or Sienna, or one of the legendary priestesses who had followed them. But in truth, the earth of the Tor was just as holy as they. Their dust hallowed it as it blessed them. They were one and the same. The priests and priestesses stirred from the stillness of their vigil, as if released from a spell. As Deanna looked up, her eyes widened, and I knew that she, alone among that company, could see me standing there. "This should be your place," she whispered, touching the ornaments she wore. "Will you return to us now?" But I shook my head, smiling, and using the full imperial obeisance with which I had always honoured the Lady of Avalon, I bowed. At breakfast I was silent, still thinking about the night's visions. The palace burnt in the rioting had been rebuilt, and most mornings we took our first meal in a pleasant chamber that opened out onto the shaded walkway that surrounded the gardens. Constantius, finishing his gruel, asked me if I was well. I shook my head. "It is nothing. I had strange dreams."
"Well, then, there is something I need to discuss with you. I should have spoken of it before."
I forced my attention away from my own concerns, wondering what on earth this could be. Since Carus's accession, over a year had passed. The reports from the east had been glorious. The cities of Seleucia and Ctesiphon had surrendered almost without resistance, and the enemy, distracted by warfare on their own eastern borders, seemed unable to resist the Roman advance. It seemed possible that the Parthians, who had been a looming menace since the days of the first Augustus, might be finally overcome. But what did all that have to do with Constantius or me? "Does the Emperor think you can somehow curb Carinus?" In the preceding months, it had become clear that the gift of imperial power in the city of the Caesars had gone to the young man's head. He had executed the advisers his father had given him, and replaced them with his drinking companions. In a few months he had married and divorced 9 wives, leaving most of them pregnant, in addition to his other amusements. If Constantius tried to advise him, he was likely to go the way of the others. Surely no amount of devotion to duty would require that useless sacrifice.
"No, the Emperor has always been a man of justice rather than mercy, and I fear he has ceased to hope that his elder son will prove worthy. So he is looking for a substitute."
He slowed, stirring his spoon around and around in the empty bowl.
"He wants to adopt me."
I stared at him. This was my own Constantius, his hairline somewhat higher, and his frame stockier than that of the young man who had stolen my heart 13 years ago, but the honest grey eyes still the same. I gazed upon the features of the man who had been my mate for a dozen years, overlaid by the splendour he had worn when he first came to me in the light of the Beltane fire. If he became Caesar, everything would change.
"It is not an honour that one can easily refuse."
I nodded, thinking that I had known from the beginning that Constantius had the potential for greatness. Was this the meaning of my vow to Ganeda's spirit? I would never be Lady of Avalon, but I might indeed become Empress one day. "But why you?" I blurted suddenly. "No one could be more worthy. But when did he have a chance to know you so well?"
"The night of the mutiny, after Probus died. Carus and I hid in a fisherman's hut at the edge of the marsh while the men were rioting, and as men will when the situation is desperate, we bared our souls. Carus wanted to bring back the old virtues of the Republic without losing the strength of empire, and I talked to him about what I thought was wrong with us now, and what, with honest government, Rome could be."
I reached out to take his hand, that warm flesh that I had come to know as well as my own. "Oh, my dearest, I understand." With the powers of a Caesar, he could do so much.
"Until the Emperor returns from Parthia, I will not be required to decide,"
said Constantius, managing a smile. But we both knew that there would only be one possible decision when that time came. I heard a clatter of sandals on the flagstones of the walkway, and then the door crashed open. For a moment, Con clung there, panting. "Father, have you heard the news?" he cried when he had got his breath once more. "They are saying that the Emperor is dead in Parthia, struck by lightning in a storm, and Marion is bringing the army home." (11) AD 284 to 85. As the Empire mourned Carus, so did I, though my sorrow was more for Constantius's lost chance for greatness than for the Emperor, whom I had only known for a little while. The Emperor had died during a thunderstorm, and when his tent caught on fire, the troops believed he had been killed by lightning, the most evil of omens. Our forces had been well on the way to conquering Parthia at last, but there were prophecies, it was said, that the river Tigris would forever mark the limits of Rome's eastern expansion. Indeed, there were any number of signs, omens, and portents for folk to gabble at in those first horrified weeks after the news arrived. The troops acclaimed Marion as co-emperor with his brother Carinus, but refused to continue the war. And so the army of the East was making its slow way back home, while Carinus ran riot in Rome. I feared what he might do if he knew that Carus had intended Constantius to supplant him. Suddenly, Dalmatia seemed entirely too close to Italia, and when Maximian, who now held the command in Gallia, requested Constantius to join his staff, we agreed that he would be prudent to resign his post as governor of Dalmatia and accept the invitation. Our new home was a villa in the hills above Augusta Treverorum, commonly called Treveri. It was not Britannia, but the country folk here spoke a language not unlike the British tongue, and even 200 years after Julius Caesar had suppressed them, the Druids were remembered. Someone among the servants whom we had engaged to assist our household slaves must have recognized the fading blue crescent upon my brow, for I soon found they were treating me with a respect that went beyond duty. When I went about in the countryside, people would bow before me, and from time to time offerings of fruit or flowers appeared by the door. Constantius thought it was amusing, but it made Constantine uncomfortable, and from time to time I would catch him watching me with troubled eyes from beneath his shock of fair hair. It was his age, I told myself, and pretended unconcern. He was 12 now, leggy as a young hunting dog, the big bones out of proportion, and the superb coordination that had carried him through childhood likely at odd moments to let him down. If he could have laughed at himself it would have been easier, but Constantine had never had much of a sense of humour. With the approach of adolescence, he began to spend most of his time alone, fearing to expose himself to ridicule. But there was nothing wrong with his mind, and Atticus found that he suddenly had a willing pupil, eager to sink his teeth into the meat of Greek philosophy and literature. At present they were studying the works of Lucian. As I directed the girls, who were cleaning the mosaic of Dionysus with the dolphins on the floor of the dining-room, I could hear the murmur of voices from the study, Constantine's uncertain tenor rising and falling as he translated the passage his tutor had assigned. Tomorrow would see the beginning of the month the Romans had named after Mercurius's mother, Maia. In Britannia, I thought, smiling, they would be preparing for the festival of Beltane. If I read the signs rightly, they celebrated here as well. The weather, which had been chill and rainy, had suddenly turned warm, and wildflowers starred the green hills. I took a deep breath of the sweet air, then paused to listen, as the maids opened a door, and Con's voice grew suddenly louder. "They saw that the thing that both the ones who fear and the hopeful ones needed and wanted the most was to know about the future. This was the reason Delphi and Delos and Clarus and Didymer had ages ago become rich and famous." I paused to listen, curious to learn what they were reading, and what my son would make of it. "I don't understand," said Constantine. "Lucian says this man Alexander was a fraud, a deceiver, but it sounds as if he thinks Delphi and the rest of the oracles are just as bad."
"You must take the statement in context,"
Atticus said soothingly.
"It is true that Lucian was one of the leading sophists of the last century, and naturally prefers to base his conclusions on reason rather than superstition. But what has aroused his ire in this essay is the fact that Alexander intentionally set out to trick people, pretending to discover the snake in the egg, and substituting another big one with its head hidden by a mask. Then he told everyone it was Asclepius reborn, and said it gave him the oracles that he had written himself. But it is true that he sent clients to the great shrines to keep them from denouncing him."
I remembered now hearing something of the story. Alexander the prophet had been quite famous at one time, and Lucian had not only written about him, but actively tried to unmask him as well. "Do you mean to tell me that no oracle is true?" Constantine said suspiciously.
"No, no. My point is that you must learn critical thinking, so that you will be able to judge for yourself whether something is reasonable, rather than accepting blindly what you are told,"
Atticus responded. I nodded. That was more or less what we had been taught at Avalon. It was as foolish to deny that oracles could be faked as to believe in them blindly. "That doesn't make sense," protested Constantine. "Those who are wise should decide what is true and be done with it."
"Ought not every man be allowed to decide for himself?"
Atticus said reasonably.
"Learning how to think should be a part of everyone's education, just as everyone must learn to care for a horse or use numbers."
"For simple things, yes," answered Constantine. "But when the horse falls sick, you call in a healer and you employ a mathematicus for higher computations. Surely in the realm of the holy, which is so much more important, it should be the same."
"Very good, Constantine. But consider this. The flesh is tangible, and its ills can be perceived by the senses. Numbers are symbolic of items that can be physically counted, and they are always and everywhere the same. But each man experiences the world differently. His nativity is ruled by different stars, and he has a unique history. Is it so unreasonable to allow him his own perception of the gods? This world is so rich and varied. Surely we need myriad ways to understand it. Thus there are the sophists, who doubt everything, and the followers of Plato, who believe that only archetypes are real, the mystical Pythagoreans, and the Aristotelian logicians. Each philosophy gives us a different tool with which to understand the world."
"But the world stays the same," objected Constantine. "And so do the gods."
"Do they?"
Atticus sounded amused. He had been sold into slavery by his uncle. and I suspected he found it more comfortable to believe in no gods at all.
How, then, do we reconcile all the stories about them, or the claims of all the different cults, each of which declares that its deity is supreme?
We find out which is the most powerful, and teach everyone how to worship him, Constantine said forthrightly. I shook my head. How simple it all seemed to a child. When I was his age, there had been no truth but that of Avalon.
Come now,
Atticus was replying.
Even the Jews, whose God permits them to worship no other, do not pretend the other gods do not exist.
My father is beloved of the greatest of gods, whose face is the sun, and if I prove worthy, he will extend that blessing to me. I lifted an eyebrow. I knew that Constantine had been impressed by the solar cult of Dalmatia, to which most of Constantius's fellow officers belonged, but I did not realize how far his attempt to model himself on his father had gone. I must find some way to teach him about the goddess as well. Constantine continued, There is one emperor on earth and one sun in the sky. It seems to me that the empire would be much more peaceful if everyone worshipped the same way.
Well, you are certainly entitled to your opinion, but remember, Alexander the prophet gave his oracles in the name of Apollo. Just because a man speaks in the name of a god does not mean he is speaking true.
Then the authorities should stop him, Constantine responded doggedly.
My dear boy, said Atticus, the governor Rutilianus was one of Alexander's most devoted supporters.
I still think people should be protected from false oracles.
Perhaps, but how can you do that without taking away their right to decide for themselves what they believe? Let us continue the translation, Constantine, and perhaps matters will become clearer.
For the first time, I wondered if we had been wise to let Constantine study philosophy. He did tend to take things rather literally. But the flexibility of mind that characterized Greek culture would be good for him, I told myself, secretly relieved that it was Atticus who had the task of getting the point across, not I. Still, I told myself, as I opened the door to let in the soft spring air, the time was coming when I must talk to my son about Avalon. I had sung him to sleep with the teaching songs I had learned as a little girl, and amused him with wonder tales. He knew how the swans returned to the lake at spring's beginning, and how the wild geese sang in the autumn skies. But of the meaning behind the tales, and the great pattern to which the swans and geese both belonged, I had said nothing. Such matters were taught only to initiates of the mysteries. If Constantine had been born on Avalon, as Ganeda had planned, he would have learned these things as part of his training. But I had willed otherwise. Constantine was a child, I thought as I listened to the two voices. It was natural that he should focus on the surface of things, but it was the external face of the world that was the most varied and full of contradictions. On the surface there was truth in all the different cults and philosophies. It was only at a deeper level that one could find a single truth behind them. All the gods are one god, and all the goddesses are one goddess, and there is one initiator. I had heard that phrase more times than I could count when I was at Avalon. Somehow, I must get its meaning across to Constantine. The breeze that wafted through the open doors came laden with all the scents of spring, and suddenly I could no longer bear to remain inside. I slipped through the open door and stepped out along the path that led between two rows of beech trees to the high road. I should tell Atticus to give his pupil a holiday. It was too lovely a day to spend locked in one's head debating philosophy. That was the mistake that some of the Pythagoreans, despite their understanding of the mysteries, had made, to fix their minds so firmly on eternity that they missed the truth proclaimed by this green and lovely world. From our hill I could see fields and vineyards, and the gleam of the Mosella. The town nestled along the river, protected by its walls. Treveri was a place of some importance, a centre for the production of woolen cloth and pottery, with good communications to both Germania and Gallia. Postumus had made it the capital of his Gallic empire, and now Maximian had made it his base of operations as well. They were repairing the bridge again. The local reddish stone glowed pink in the bright sun, but the temple of Diana, higher up on the hillside, was a glimmer of white amid its sheltering trees. A good road ran up the hill and past our villa. A rider was moving swiftly along it, passing a farmer's cart and continuing up the hill. My interest sharpened as he drew close enough for me to recognize the uniform and realized that he was coming here. Had there been some disaster? I could see no unusual bustle of activity in the city. I waited, frowning, until the man drew up, retying the neckcloth with which he had been wiping his brow. I recognized him as a youngster on Constantius's staff, and acknowledged his salutation. "And what has my husband sent you up here in such haste to say? Is there some emergency?"
"Not at all. The Lord Dockley's has arrived, my lady, and your husband bids me tell you that they will be dining with him here this evening."
"What, all of them?" I shook my head. "It is an emergency for me. We were planning to spend the day spring cleaning, not preparing a banquet." The young man grinned.
"That's right. Maximian will be coming as well. But I have heard about your dinners, lady, and I feel sure you will gain the victory."
It had not occurred to me to view a dinner as a military engagement, but I laughed as I waved him on his way. Then I hurried inside to consult with Drusilla. Despite my words, a meal for 3 men accustomed to the food of army camps would not place any unusual demands upon my kitchen. They might not be so devoted to austerity as Carus had been, but I knew from experience that all 3 would pay more attention to what they were saying than to what they were eating. It was Drusilla who felt that both the cooking and the service must be, if not elaborate, at least accomplished with restrained perfection. Fortunately, it was a season when fresh food was plentiful. By the time Constantius and our guests came riding up the hill, we were prepared for them with a salad of spring greens dressed in olive oil, hard-boiled eggs and new bread, and a roasted lamb garnished with herbs and served on a bed of barley. The evening was mild, and we opened the long doors in the dining chamber so that our guests could enjoy the flower beds and the fountain in the atrium. As I moved back and forth between the diners and the kitchen, supervising the service, I could hear the deep rumble of masculine voices growing more mellow as more of the tangy white wine of the countryside was served. It was clear that this was to be a business dinner, not a social occasion, and I had not sat down with them. Indeed, even though it had been years since I had celebrated the Eve of Beltane, old habit kept me fasting. The men were talking of troop strengths and city loyalties, but as the evening drew on, I felt the energies that flowed through the land increasing in intensity. Drusilla was complaining because some of the kitchen servants had disappeared as soon as the first course was served. I thought I knew where they had gone to, for when I walked in the quiet of the garden, I could feel the throbbing in the earth and hear the drums that echoed it, and a hilltop above the town blazed with Beltane fire. My blood was warming in answer to the drumming. I smiled, thinking that if our guests did not stay too late, Constantius and I might have time to honor the holiday in the traditional manner ourselves. The laughter in the dining room had deepened. Perhaps the men did not recognize the energy in the evening, but it seemed to me that they were responding to it all the same. As for me, the scent of the night air had me half drunk already. When I heard Constantius calling, I draped a pallor across my shoulders and went into them. My husband moved over on his couch so that I could sit, and offered me some of his wine. "So, gentlemen, have you decided the future of the empire?" Maximian grinned, but Dockley's heavy brows, always startling below that high, bald brow, drew down.
"For that, lady, we should need a seeress like Velida to foretell our destinies."
I lifted an eyebrow. "Was she an oracle?"
"She was the holy woman of the tribes near the mouth of the Rhenus in the reign of Claudius," Constantius replied. "A Batavian prince called Civilis who had been an officer in the auxiliaries, began a rebellion. They say the tribes would make no move without her counsel.
What became of her?
In the end, I think we feared Velida more than we did Civilis.
Constantius shook his head ruefully.
He was the kind of enemy we could understand, but she had the ear of the eternal powers. Eventually she was captured, and ended her days in the temple of Vesta, as I have heard.
In the pause that followed, the chirring of the crickets seemed suddenly very loud. Beneath that audible rhythm, I sensed, rather than heard, the heartbeat of the drums.
"I have heard,"
Docles said into the silence,
"that you yourself have some training in the seeress's craft."
I glanced at Constantius, who shrugged, as if to say it was not he who had spread that word. It should not have surprised me to learn that Docles had his own sources of information. His parents were freed slaves, who had become the clients of Senator Anulinus, their old master. For Docles to have risen from such humble origins to command the young emperor's bodyguard indicated that he was a man of uncommon abilities. "It is true that I was trained as a priestess in Britannia," I answered, wondering whether this was only idle conversation, or if some deeper meaning was implied. Maximian raised himself on one elbow. He was country-bred himself, and I had noticed his fingers twitching to the drumbeat, though I did not think he realized he was doing it.
"Mistress, I know what powers fare abroad this eve," he said solemnly. "'Tis a night when the doors do open tween the worlds. Don't waste the moment, lads."
He gestured a little tipsily with his goblet, and I realized that they had stopped watering the wine.
"Let the Straker use her powers for us, and show us the way out of the tangle we're in."
I drew back, startled at his language. In my own country, folk did not speak so of a priestess of Avalon, and Constantius laid a protecting hand on my arm.
"Take care, Maximian. Helena is no hedge witch to brew you up a pot of spells." "Nor did I ever say she was."
He gave me an apologetic nod.
"Shall I call her a druid priestess, then?"
They all twitched at that, remembering how Caesar had dealt with the druids of Gallia. But I had recovered myself. It was no more than the truth after all, and better they should think my craft a survival of lost Celtic wisdom than suspect the existence of Avalon. Constantius's grip tightened, but my sudden fear had left me. Perhaps it was the power of Beltane Eve, like a fire in the blood. I felt my head swimming, as if I had already scented the smoke of the sacred herbs. It had been so long, so very long, since I had done trance work. Like a woman meeting an old lover after many years, I trembled with reawakened desire.
"Lady,"
added Docles with his usual dignity,
"it would be an honor and a privilege if you would consent to divine for us now."
Constantius still looked uncertain, and I realized that he too had grown accustomed to seeing me as his mate, the mother of his child, and forgotten that I had once been something more. But the other two outranked him. After a moment he sighed.
"It is for my lady to decide."
I straightened, looking from one to the other. "I promise nothing. It has been many years since I practiced this craft. Nor will I instruct you how to interpret what you may hear, or even whether what you are hearing is my own ravings or the voice of some god. I can promise only that I will try." Now all three men were staring, as if, having gotten what they asked for, they were wondering whether they wanted it after all. But with every breath the ties that bound my spirit to the waking world were loosening. I rang the little bell that would summon Philip, and asked that he take the silver bowl that was kept in Constantius's study, fill it with water, and bring it to us here. Hylas, who had somehow escaped from my bedchamber, settled himself across my feet, as if understanding that I would need an anchor when I fared between the worlds. When the basin had been brought, and the lamps positioned so that their light swirled in a liquid glitter on the surface of the water, I instructed Philip to make sure we would not be disturbed. He looked disapproving, and I remembered that the Christians were forbidden to consult pagan oracles, though in their own meetings it was said that sometimes young men and women would see visions and utter forth prophecies. When he had gone, I unbound the fillet that hid the crescent upon my brow, and loosened my hair from its knot, so that it tumbled down about my shoulders. Maximian swallowed, his eyes widening as he understood. This one is still close to the earth, I thought, lowering my gaze. His soul remembers the old ways. Docles's eyes were hooded, his features unreadable. I admired his control. But Constantius was gazing at me, as he had when first I came to him by the Beltane fire. "Look well," I said silently. "For nigh on 15 years I have ruled your household and shared your bed. Have you forgotten who and what I am?" Abashed, he looked away, and I smiled. "Very well, gentlemen, I am ready. When I have blessed the water, I will gaze into its depths, and when I begin to sway, you may ask your questions." I cast a little salt into the water, consecrating it in the old tongue of the wizards who had come to Avalon from the drowned land across the sea. Then I leaned forward, so that my hair hung down about the bowl like a dusky curtain, and let my eyes unfocus, gazing within. Light rippled across the dark surface as my breath stirred it. With an effort of will, I controlled my breathing, in and out, ever more slowly, sinking into the rhythm of trance. Now the light on the water flickered in time to my breathing. Awareness narrowed to this circle of light in darkness, water, and fire. I suppose that by that time my body had begun to move as well, for from what seemed an immense distance away I heard someone calling me.
"Say then, seeress, what shall come to the empire in times to come? Will no Marion and Carinus rule well?"
The light on the water flared. "I see flames," I said slowly. "I see armies that harry the land, brother against brother, an emperor's funeral pyre. Death and destruction will come of their reign."
"And what comes after?"
asked Docles. But already the scene before me was changing. Where I had seen bloodshed, now lay peaceful fields. Words came to me. "All hail to the emperor who is blessed by fortune. One becomes four, and yet the first is the greatest still. For 20 years you will reign in glory, Jupiter with Hercules at your side, and Mars and Apollo serving you. The son of Jupiter is here, but you will bear another name. Your strong right arm bears witness, and another, who blazes like the sun. Only Mars is missing, but when you have need of him, he will appear. Fear not to seize the moment when it comes. You will rule in splendor, Augustus, and die full of years, having at length released the scepter to younger hands."
"And what comes after?"
This voice was golden, blazing in my mind with its own light. "The son of the sun rules in splendor, but sets too soon, and yet a brighter dawn shall follow, and a new sun shall rise whose light will blaze across the world." Light blossomed within my vision, shaping itself to a face I knew. Constantius, I thought, for a fair beard fringed the strong line of the jaw. But the face was altogether more massive in structure, with a long nose and eyes deeply set under the curve of the brow, a face of such stubborn strength it made me a little afraid. Then this vision also faded. I sagged forward, and my hair touched the water. Then Constantius had his arms around me, holding me as I shuddered with reaction. I opened my eyes, and as I tried to focus, the after-image of my vision superimposed itself upon a shape that was emerging from the darkness of the doorway. I blinked, and realized it was Constantine. How long had he been standing there, and how much had he heard? I sat up, suddenly aware of how I must look to him, with my hair unbound, my eyes dazed with trance. I stretched out one hand towards him in an unvoiced plea to understand. For a moment longer he stood there, on his face an expression half avid and half appalled. Did he think I was like Alexander the prophet? My eyes filled with tears as he turned and disappeared.
"Lady,"
said Docles in his deep voice,
"is it well with you? You have given us a great blessing."
His face had its usual calm, but his eyes shone. In Maximian's face I saw something almost like fear. I looked from one to the others, knowing that all three would wear the purple one day. "Only if you make it so," I whispered, remembering how the last two emperors had died. The vision had passed, and I felt emptied.
"You have told me what I needed to know,"
answered Docles.
"Constantius, take your lady to her chamber. She has done us good service this night and should rest." "And what will you do?"
asked Maximian.
"I shall return to Marion and wait. Jupiter smiles upon me, and will make my way clear."
In the months that followed, the meaning of my prophecy began to unfold. For in November of that year, Marion died. Docles seized the opportunity, accusing the Praetorian prefect of having poisoned him, and executing him on the spot. The next thing we heard was that the army had acclaimed Docles emperor, but he had changed his name, and now he was calling himself Diocletian. Carinus, who was a good commander when he put his mind to it, roused himself from his debaucheries to defend his throne, and Roman warred against Roman once more. Maximian and Constantius declared for Diocletian and prepared to hold the west against Carinus. But when the campaigning season opened the following spring, the gods, or perhaps it was Nemesis, decreed against another lengthy civil war. In the confusion of a battle, a tribune, whose wife Carinus had seduced, seized the opportunity to slay his commander and take his own revenge. Diocletian was now supreme. His first act was to name Maximian as his junior colleague, and that summer, when the new Caesar, who had appointed Constantius to be his Praetorian prefect, was busy dealing with the latest incursion of Germans, Diocletian sent a letter requesting that Constantine join his household in Nicomedia. Constantine's bedchamber was strewn with gear and clothing. I paused in the doorway, arms full of linen undertunics fresh from the clothesline. In such confusion, it seemed impossible that all this gear would be packed and ready by tomorrow's dawn. A brief fantasy of a midnight raid to steal the baggage played through my imagination. But no attempt to delay my son's departure could achieve more than a momentary confusion, and Constantine was of an age to be embarrassed by his parents, even when they were acting sensibly. The new emperor might be our friend, but he still required a hostage. Even Constantius, had he been at home, could not have resisted an imperial command. "Has your body servant packed your woolen leggings?" I asked, handing the tunics to the maidservant to add to the pile.
"Oh, mother, I won't need those old things. I'd look like a peasant parading through Diocletian's marble halls."
"I remember very vividly just how cold it got in Bithynia the year we lived in Drepanum, and imperial halls are likely to be draughty. If it is cold enough for you to wear the leggings, I assure you that you will also be wearing enough outer gear to hide them from view." The young Gaul we had bought to be Constantine's body servant when he turned 13 looked from one of us to the other, comparing frowns to see which of us he should obey, then turned towards the chest that held the things his master had intended to leave behind.
"Come with me, Constantine, and let us leave the servants to their work. Here we will only get in the way."
In truth, I would have preferred to pack his gear myself, with a blessing on each garment as I put it in. But that was something that others could do. No one else could tell my son what was in my heart. Gravel crunched softly beneath our feet as I led him to the garden and sat down on a bench carved from the local reddish stone. The summer had been a good one, as if the gods were blessing Diocletian's reign, and the garden was bright with flowers. But soon enough they would fade, and in the morning my son would be gone. I had thought to have 5 years more before I lost Constantine to the army, time enough for Atticus to train his mind, and for me to awaken his soul. Con was tall for his age, his muscles developed by exercise. He would be able to meet whatever physical demands might come. But he still viewed the world with a child's rigid convictions regarding right and wrong. Diocletian might well be the most virtuous emperor since Marcus Aurelius, but his court would be a hotbed of intrigue. How could I armor my son against it, without myself compromising his innocence?
"Don't be sad, my mother."
I had not realized how my face betrayed me. I managed a smile. How can I not be? You know how much I love you. You are a man, and I knew that you must leave me one day. But this seems very soon. I was choosing my words carefully, for it would not do to frighten the child, since I must let him go.
"When the letter first came, I was frightened too. But now I want to go," said Constantine. "But I will not forget you, mother. I will write to you every week, as surely as the sun shines above."
He lifted a hand, as if calling on Apollo to bear witness. I gazed at him in surprise, for that oath had been spoken with adult sincerity. "It will not be easy," I told him. "There will be new things and new people, exciting things to do."
"I know."
He paused, searching for words.
"But kin are important, and since you have no other children, I must be your whole family."
My eyes filled with tears. "Would you have liked brothers and sisters?" Constantine nodded.
"When I am a man, I want a big family."
"I am sorry I was not able to provide them," I said with difficulty. "But I always thought that the purpose for which the gods had put me in this world was to give birth to you." His eyes rounded, for I had never spoken of this so explicitly before.
"Do you believe that my stars have ordained some great destiny?"
I nodded. "I do. That is why I have been so concerned about your education."
"Perhaps living at the court of Diocletian will be part of it,"
Constantine said soberly. "Oh, I am sure that it will." I tried to keep the bitterness from my tone. "But will it be what you need? I had hoped to teach you something of the mysteries in which I myself was trained when I was young." Constantine shook his head.
"I do not think I am meant for a priesthood. When I am grown, I will enter the army and command troops, or perhaps even a province, in time. I think I would do well at that, don't you?"
I suppressed a smile. Certainly he did not lack for confidence. I wondered if he too saw himself wearing the purple one day. Carinus had been an appalling example of the dangers of gifting a man unprepared for it with imperial power. My son might well be right to think that he could learn much from the emperor, if that was his destiny. "If you rise high, Constantine, you must never forget that the gods are still above you, and the Theos Hypsistos, the power that is beyond the gods. You must seek to fulfill their will for the people you rule."
"I understand that," he said confidently. "The emperor watches over his people, as a father rules his family."
I lifted one eyebrow. Apparently the boy had thought about it, and perhaps he had reason. His father had almost become heir to the empire after all. Constantine might well dream of an imperial diadem.
"The sun watches over me, just as he does my father."
Constantine patted my shoulder.
"Do not be afraid for me."
I took his hand and held it against my cheek. My son certainly had the belief in himself he needed to make his way in the world. Only later did it occur to me to wish that he had possessed a little more humility.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
AD 293 to 96. The court has become ever more splendid. Constantine's large script straggled across the page. In the 8 years since he had gone to join the Emperor's household, he had no doubt learned many things, but an elegant handwriting was not one of them. I shifted the page so that the wavering lamplight fell full upon it. The house that Constantius had rented for me in Colonia Agrippinensis was elegant, but not quite proof against the winds of a German spring. A simple salutation is no longer enough when one approaches the emperor. Our Deus et Dominus Diocletian now requires a full prostration, as if he were the great king of Parthia instead of the Augustus of Rome. But I must admit it is all very impressive, and the foreign ambassadors appear to be appropriately awed. Maximian, thank the gods, remained the same bluff, hearty soldier he had always been, even though he was now co-Augustus with Diocletian. But no one could doubt which of the two was the senior partner. Diocletian's coins bore the image of Jupiter, while those of Maximian were adorned with the muscular form of Hercules. But even if Maximian had been inclined to indulge in ceremony, he would have been too busy to do so. The year he became Augustus, Carausius, the admiral they had appointed to defend Britannia from Saxon raiders, had been charged with misappropriating the spoils. Rather than stand trial in Rome, he had rebelled and proclaimed himself Emperor of Britannia. The man was a brilliant seaman, who had roundly defeated not only the Saxon pirates, but the fleet Maximian sent against him. After that, our forces had been fully engaged with barbarian incursions, with no time to worry about Britannia. I missed my garden in Treveri, but though Colonia, on the banks of the Rhenus in Germania Inferior, had walls that were strong enough that invaders thought it wiser to pass her by, it was close enough to the fighting for Constantius to visit me between campaigns. Our house was near the eastern wall, between the Praetorium and the temple of Mercurius Augustus, and had been occupied by the families of many commanders before us. At least, at the moment, I did not have to worry about my husband's safety, for he had been summoned to Mediolanum, which Maximian had made his capital, to confer with him and Diocletian. I wondered sometimes if during those months spent away from me, Constantius remained faithful. But in truth, if I had a rival, it was not another woman, but the Empire. When first we met, I had loved him for his dreams. I could hardly complain because he now had an opportunity to make some of them reality. Still, with my husband off fighting and my son away with the Emperor, there was little for me to do. One morning, Drusilla came to me with a story she had heard in the marketplace from a British trader. Carausius had reinforced his claim to be Emperor of Britannia by marrying a princess called Teleri, whose father ruled Durnoveria. But there are some strange stories about her. They say she was some kind of priestess away in the land where the lead mines are. Drusilla eyed me curiously, no doubt remembering that Constantius had brought me from the West Country. She had seen enough of my skills over the years to suspect that I had been some kind of priestess as well. But she had never dared to ask me directly, and old habit made me turn away, lest she should read the confirmation in my eyes. But even as I did so, I wondered why the inhibitions that Ganeda had trained into me should hold me still. She was the one who had feared contact with the outside world. If I had not defied her, it might have been I who succeeded her, and now it would be I who would be deciding what role Avalon should play in this rapidly changing world. But it was Diurna who was making those decisions now, for surely her consent to the marriage must have been required. I would like to meet this Teleri, I thought then, for there were many similarities between her situation and my own, and for the first time in many years I allowed myself to wish that I could go back to visit Avalon. Had I made the right choice so long ago? My son no longer needed me, and my husband was so often away. But at the thought of Constantius, I found myself smiling. My breath still came faster at the thought of him, and in 23 years he had never given me cause to doubt his love. On a bright day in the middle of March, when the wind, brisk as a hunting wolf, chased the little clouds across the sky, Constantius returned from Italia. At first, seeing his face as stony as it had been once after a lost battle, I thought the emperor must have given him some reprimand, though I could not understand why Diocletian should be displeased. Surely it was Maximian, if anyone, who would be blamed for not having disposed of Carausius. If Diocletian was unhappy, I thought angrily, as I directed the unpacking, he could come to Gallia and try his own hand at dealing with the situation here. But the Germans, led by Crocus, who had become Constantius's permanent bodyguard, were filling the courtyard with their deep laughter. Surely they would have been gloomier if something was wrong. Most of them were quartered in the barracks at the Praetorium, of course, but there were always a round dozen or so about the house when Constantius was here. I had grown accustomed to their size and their sometimes grim humour. I was a little surprised, to be sure, that Crocus himself had not come to greet me, as he had treated me with the deference due one of his own seeresses ever since our first meeting. Had something happened to him? And had Constantius not yet seen me alone, because he feared to tell me? I was in our bedchamber, sorting through the tunics from Constantius's baggage to see which ones might require mending, when my husband appeared in the doorway. I looked up, smiling, and saw him flinch. His face grew grimmer as he glanced around the room. "Constantius." I felt my belly tighten with fear. "What is wrong?"
"Come for a walk with me,"
he added harshly.
"We need to talk, and I cannot do it here."
I could have assured him that none of our servants would eavesdrop, but it seemed better to change my slippers for sturdier sandals and take up a warm wrap without argument. And in truth, I would not be sorry to get out of the house on such a brilliant, restless day. Colonia had always been a frontier town. Other cities might neglect their defences, but Colonia's walls rose high and strong, punctuated at regular intervals by guard towers. Here, the banks of the river were already high, and the walls gave one a spectacular view of the bridge across the Rhenus and Germania Libera beyond. I followed Constantius up the stone stairs. He climbed without a pause for breath, the hard muscles of his calves flexing with each step. By the time we reached the walkway, I was panting and had to stop to catch my breath. Constantius put out a hand to steady me, then retreated to the wall, where he stood, arms resting on the crenellations, and gazed northward, where the barges moved smoothly down the river, until I joined him. By this time, my belly was knotting with apprehension. After so many years, I knew Constantius's moods as well as my own, and an angry confusion of emotion emanated from him so strongly he seemed wrapped in shadow, even when he stood in the sun. As I began to speak, he started off, and I followed him, recognizing that I would have to let him get to it in his own time and way. The walls of the fortress at the other end of the bridge glowed, and sunlight glanced and sparkled from the blue waters of the river, very wide at this point and flowing strongly towards the sea. On the eves of festivals, I would pour a little wine into the river, asking the gods of the waters to carry it to Britannia. As we passed the corner tower and turned towards the Praetorium, we moved into the wind off the river, and I clutched at my shawl. Constantius's steps slowed, and I realized that here, halfway between the tower and the gate, where the cobbled road between the wall and the cloisters of the Praetorium was widest, must be the best place in Colonia to speak without being overheard. "Surely," I said aloud, "you have not brought me here to speak of treason to the Emperor?" I stopped short, surprised by how much anxiety had sharpened my tone.
"Do not be so sure,"
Constantius answered harshly.
"He has put me in a position from which I must betray someone. The only choice I have is whom."
"What do you mean?" I touched his arm, and his other hand covered mine, gripping so tightly I winced with pain. "What did he say to you?"
"Diocletian has had an idea, a way to extend the imperial power equally across the empire and secure a peaceful succession. He vows that when he and Maximian have reigned for 20 years, they will retire in favor of their Caesars, who will then take the title of Augustus and appoint 2 more.
I stared at him, amazed at the idea that a man would voluntarily give up the supreme power. But it might just work, if all 4 of the emperors remained loyal to each other. The idea of an empire that was not torn apart by civil wars of succession seemed like some fantasy. "So he means to appoint 2 Caesars," I said, when the silence had gone on too long.
Constantius nodded. "For the east it will be Galerius. He's another man from Dalmatia, a hard fighter. They call him the herdsman because his father kept cows."
He realized that he was babbling and paused.
"For the west, he wants me."
It seemed to me that I had known this even before he said it. It was the gift of a lifetime, his at last, as a gift from the emperor. Or perhaps it was not a gift, for why was Constantius so unhappy? I looked up into his dear face, permanently reddened by exposure to weather, the flaxen hair fading now to silver and receding from his broad brow. But to me he was still the fair lad I had met in Britannia.
"But there is a price."
He answered the question I could not ask.
"He requires that both Galerius and I marry into the imperial families."
I could feel the colour draining from my face, and reached out to the stone to keep from falling. Constantius had his eyes fixed on the horizon, as if he were afraid to see. I had heard that when a man is severely wounded, he feels first the shock, and only later the pain. In that pause between the blow and my own agony, I found a moment to pity Constantius, who had had to bear this knowledge all the way from Mediolanum. And I understood now why Crocus had not come to see me. He was a man whose thoughts showed clearly in his face, and I would have read the truth of this disaster in his eyes.
"Galerius will marry Diocletian's daughter Valeria,"
he said tonelessly.
"They want me to take Maximian's stepdaughter Theodora."
"I didn't even know he had a stepdaughter," I whispered, and then, "They want you to take her. You mean you have not yet agreed?" He gave a violent shake of the head.
"Not without speaking to you. Even the emperor could not require that of me. And Maximian remembers you with kindness. He gave me this much reprieve, that I should be allowed to tell you myself, before everything was arranged."
He caught his breath on a sob.
"I vowed my heart's blood to the service of Rome, but not my heart, not you."
He turned to me at last, and gripped my shoulders so hard that the next day I found bruises there. I leaned my head against his chest, and for a long moment we simply stood, locked together. For more than 20 years my life had revolved around this man. I had wondered sometimes if it was because I had given up so much for him that I believed I loved him, and thought that he, with so much more to occupy his mind, must be less dependent on me than I was on him. But now I realized it was not so. In matters of the mind and will, his life had made him strong, but he had no experience in fighting the battles of the heart. His whole capacity for love was centered on me.
"At the end of that river lies the sea,"
he murmured against my hair.
"And across the sea is Britannia. I could take you there, offer my services to Carausius, and to Hades with the rest of the empire. I have thought about it at night, as I try to sleep in the posting-houses on the way home."
"Constantius," I whispered, "this is the opportunity you have dreamed of. All your life you have been preparing to be an emperor."
"With you by my side, Helena, not alone."
My arms tightened around him, and then, like a spear to the heart, the realization came. "You will have to do it, my beloved.
You cannot defy Diocletian." My voice cracked. "He has Constantine." And with that, the ice that had armored me cracked suddenly, and I wept in his arms. Night was falling by the time we made our way back home, our eyes swollen with weeping, but for the moment emptied of tears. I drew my pallor down and turned my face away when I told my maidservant to have a meal brought to our bedchamber. Drusilla would have known immediately that something was wrong, but Hrodland was new, a German girl who was still learning Latin. Constantius and I lay down together on our bed, while the food sat untouched. I had not even removed my pallor, for I was chilled to the soul. If I killed myself, I thought numbly, it would be no better for Constantius, but there would be no further threat to Constantine, and I would be spared the pain. I said nothing, but Constantius had been the other half of my soul for too long not to sense what I was feeling, or perhaps he was feeling the same.
"Helena, you must live,"
he said in a low voice.
"In every campaign, when danger threatened, it has been the knowledge that you were safe at home that gave me the courage to carry on. I can only do the duty that is being forced upon me now, if I know you are still living somewhere."
"You are unjust. You will be surrounded by people, distracted constantly by responsibilities. Who will be there to need me when you are gone?"
"Constantine."
The name hung in the darkness between us, my hope and my doom. For his sake I had left my home to follow Constantius, and for his sake we now must part. We lay together in silence for a long time, while Constantius stroked my hair. I would not have thought that with our spirits so exhausted the body could make any demands, but after a while, despite my despair, his familiar warmth began to relax me. I turned in his arms, and he brushed my hair back from my face, and, almost hesitantly, kissed me. My lips were still stiff with grief, but beneath that gentle touch I felt them softening, and presently my whole body warmed and opened, yearning, one final time, to welcome him in. In the morning, when I woke, Constantius was gone. On the table he had left a letter.
"Beloved, call me coward if you will, but only thus, when your beautiful eyes are closed in sleep, can I leave you. I will inform the household of the coming change in our situation, so as to spare you the need to explain to them what seems, even to me, to be an evil dream. I will be at the Praetorium for a short while, but I think it best, for my peace and yours, if we do not meet again. I am transferring this house to your ownership, with all of the slaves. In addition, my bankers have been instructed that you may continue to draw upon my account for whatever you may need, and if you should desire to move elsewhere, to transfer funds in your name. I will communicate with our son, of course, but I hope that you will be able to write to him as well. It will be you for whom his heart grieves, even as, I suppose, loyalty will compel him to congratulate me. But indeed, he ought to grieve for me as well. I hope, if the bounty of your heart allows it, that you will find a way to let me know where you go, and whether you are well. Whatever may befall, believe that while my heart beats, it is yours."
His usually careful signature trailed off, as if, at the end, his resolve had failed. I let the piece of papyrus fall, staring at the empty bed, the empty room, and an endless, empty succession of days through which I must somehow learn to live, alone. For the better part of a week I scarcely left my bed, as devastated as I had been after I lost my first child. There was no further word from Constantius, though a badly spelled note did arrive from Crocus, pledging his continued loyalty. I ate when Drusilla forced food upon me, but I would not let Hrodland dress my hair, or change the bedding,
that seemed to me still to bear the impress of Constantius's body and the scent of his skin. Hylas's silent devotion was the only sympathy I could bear, and I think now that it was the dog's warm body curled against my own, and the poke of a cold nose when he wanted to be petted, that kept me from losing contact with the outside world entirely. He was white-muzzled now, and moved stiffly when the weather chilled, but his heart was still warm. It would have been so easy, in the first shock of my loss, to retreat into madness. But so long as one creature needed me, so long as Hylas still offered me his unquestioning love, I was not completely alone. I was not aware of any logic to my mourning, but when Philip came to me one afternoon to tell me that Constantius had departed Colonia for Mediolanum, and his wedding, I realized that this was the news for which I had been waiting. Now I was truly alone. It was easy enough in the end to dissolve our union. No negotiations over the return of a dowry were required, for all I had brought to him were my skills as a priestess, and my love, which could not be priced, or the custody of children, since our only son was in the keeping of the emperor. In Rome, we had never truly been married, only in Avalon. My mind seemed to move very slowly, but eventually I allowed Rosalyn to bathe and dress me, and the servants to come in to clean the room. But I did not leave the house. How could I bear to go abroad, where any passer-by might point to the cast-off concubine of the new Caesar and laugh? "Lady," said Drusilla, setting down a platter with spring greens dressed with a little olive oil, hot barley cakes, and some new cheese, "you cannot live like this. Let us go back to Britannia. You will be better at home." Home is Avalon, I thought, and I cannot go there, where I would have to admit before them all that Constantius has abandoned me. But though relations with Carausius's island empire were tense, Britannia and Rome were not yet at war. Ships still sailed across the Mare Britannicum to Londinium. Surely there a wealthy woman could live alone in respectable anonymity. Philip made arrangements for us to embark from the port at Ganuenta just after the first day of summer. My first act, when I finally emerged from my chamber, had been to free him and the other slaves Constantius had left to me. Most of those we had purchased to staff the house in Colonia accepted their manumission gratefully, but I was surprised by how many of the older members of my household chose to remain. So it was that Philip and Drusilla and Rosalyn, whose own father had sold her into slavery, along with Decius, the boy who had tended my garden, and 2 of the kitchen maids, were to take ship with us for Londinium. On the day before we were to depart, I walked out along the road to the old temple of Neolenia. Rosalyn followed, carrying Hylas in a basket, for he could no longer walk so far, yet he whined pitifully whenever he was parted from me. Perhaps the lichens covered more of the stones, and the tiles of the roof had a mellower glow, but otherwise the place seemed unchanged. And the goddess, when I confronted her inside the temple, gazed past me with the same serenity. It was only I who was different. Where was the young woman who had made her offerings at this altar, the British tongue still adding its music to her Latin, her gaze apprehensive as she faced this new land? After 22 years, my accent had become that of the continent, and it was Britannia which I would view with a stranger's eyes. As for this temple, how could it be expected to impress me, now that I had seen the great shrines of the empire? And how could the goddess speak to me, now that I had lost my soul? But I had brought a garland of spring flowers to lay before her, and when I had done so, I stood with my head bowed. Despite my sorrow, the peace of the place began to seep into my soul. The temple was quiet, but not entirely silent. Somewhere in the eaves sparrows were nesting, their cheeps and twittering the grace notes to a deeper murmuring, which I eventually identified as the sound of the spring. Suddenly, I had no need to descend to those waters. for the sound of them was all around me, an overwhelming sense of presence that told me the goddess had entered into her temple, and I stood on holy ground. "Where have you been?" I whispered, tears smarting beneath my closed eyelids. "Why did you abandon me?" And presently, as I waited, I sensed an answer. The goddess was here, as she had always been here, and in the running water and upon the roads of the world, for those who were willing to be still and listen with their souls. Hylas had poked his head above the rim of the basket, and was staring at a spot near the statue with the look usually reserved for me when I came home after a journey. I thought the place was just above the hidden spring. I turned, lifting my hands in salutation. "Ellen of the Ways, hear my vow. I am a wife no longer, and I have been cast out of Avalon. But I will be your priestess if you will show me what you wish me to do." I closed my eyes, and perhaps the sun, descending, chose that moment to shine through the high windows. Or perhaps one of the temple servants had brought a lamp into the room. But suddenly I sensed a blaze of light, and though my eyes were still shut, that glow shone into the darkness that had engulfed my spirit when Constantius left me, and I felt my heart ease, and knew that I would survive. Londinium was the largest of Britannia's cities, larger than Sirmium or Treveri, if not so great as Rome. I was able to purchase a comfortable house in the northeastern part of the city, near the main road that led out towards Camulodunum. It had belonged to a silk merchant before his trade was disrupted by Carausius's wars, and in this part of the city there was still enough open land for vegetable gardens and pasture, so that it was almost like being in the countryside. I settled into the quiet life suited to the widow most of my neighbours believed me to be. I did not trouble to correct them, but made a regular circuit to the baths, the theatre, and the markets. And little by little my inner turmoil eased. Like a legionary who has lost a limb in battle, I learned to compensate, and even at times to enjoy the things I had without immediately remembering those I would never have again. From time to time, news would reach us from Rome. Constantius had taken Flavia Maximiana Theodora in marriage at the Ides of Mea, a month that was said to be unlucky for marriages. I could not help hoping that in this case the tradition would prove to be true. But if Constantius still mourned for me, it did not prevent him from doing his husbandly duty. For at the end of the year we heard that Theodora had borne him a son, whom they called Dalmatius. Theodora was not only younger than I, but she appeared to be the kind of woman who gets pregnant as soon as her husband hangs his belt on the bedpost. For after Dalmatius, another son, Julius Constantius, and 2 daughters, Constantia and Anastasia, were born in quick succession. I never saw Theodora, so I do not know whether she was, as the panegyrists were bound to say, beautiful. I was now cut off from army gossip, but I could not help hearing talk in the marketplace, and the political situation was degenerating. After getting Theodora pregnant, Constantius had returned to the army, and used his new authority as Caesar to mount an attack on Jusoriacum, the port from which Carausius had maintained his foothold in northern Gallia. The naval fortress was impregnable, but by building a mole across the entrance to the harbour, Constantius was able to cut the place off from support by sea, and shortly after midsummer the garrison surrendered. His next move was an attack on the Franks, who were Carausius's allies, at the mouth of the Rhenus. Trade was already suffering, and now, for the first time, people began to murmur against their upstart emperor. It was said that his wife Teleri, the one who had been trained on Avalon, had gone back to her father, the Prince of Donavaria. Had she loved her Roman husband, I wondered, or was the marriage a political arrangement from which she was happy to be freed? Teleri was the same age as Becca would be now if she had lived. I would have liked to talk with her. And then, just before the feast that begins the harvest, men came crying through the streets with the news that Carausius was dead, and his Minister of Finance, Electus, had claimed his throne, rewarding his old master's Frankish auxiliaries richly to support his claim. When it was announced that he would marry Teleri, I shook my head. Electus might call himself an emperor, but clearly he meant to be high king in the old way, by wedding the queen, and with her the land. I stood among the crowds who watched them on their way to their wedding feast. Electus waved with a feverish gaiety, though there was tension in the way he gripped his reins. When the carriage in which Teleri was riding with her father passed by, I caught a glimpse of a white face beneath a cloud of dark hair, and thought she looked like a woman going to her execution, not her marriage bed. Surely, I thought, Constantius would put an end to the pretensions of Electus soon. But 1 year passed, and then another, with no challenge from Rome. Electus pressed out an issue of hastily minted coins, and then lowered taxes. I could have told him that short-term popularity might prove a poor trade for repairs to fortifications when the Picts attacked, or Rome decided to reclaim its errant province. But I had taken care that no one should learn my identity. Constantine wrote regularly, letters filled with robust good cheer, but few personal opinions, as if he suspected someone in the Emperor's household was reading his correspondence. I doubted that anyone was reading mine. It was not unusual to have a son in service abroad, after all. It was not my connection with Constantine that was the danger. I had not heard from Constantius since he'd left me, but sometimes I saw him in my dreams. Somehow, I did not think he had forgotten me. I would have made a valuable hostage if Electus had known who was living in his capital. In the 3rd year since I had come to Britannia, at the beginning of autumn, I had a series of dreams. In the first of them, I saw a dragon that emerged from the waves and coiled itself along the white cliffs of Dubris, guarding the shore. A fox came and fawned upon it, until the dragon ceased to pay attention to it, and then the fox leaped and bit the dragon's throat, and so the great beast died. Then the fox grew great, and decked himself in a purple mantle and a wreath of gold, and rode in a golden chariot about the land. That dream was not hard to interpret, though I wondered why the gods had sent me a vision of something that had already come to pass. Still, I thought that perhaps some change was coming, and sent Philip more often to the Forum to hear the news. The next dream came with more urgency. Across the sea, I saw 2 flights of eagles approaching. The first group was driven back by the wind, but the second used mist and cloud to hide their approach and soared to the land. A flock of ravens rose up to combat them, and I saw they were protecting the fox, but the eagles overcame them and killed the fox, and the ravens retreated, shrieking towards Londinium. Then the first group of eagles reappeared, descending just in time to defeat the ravens once and for all. And when they had done so, a lion appeared among them, and the people came out of the city to greet it, rejoicing. When I awoke, a storm was lashing the rooftops. Bad weather for sailors, I thought sleepily, and then sat bolt upright with the sudden conviction that Constantius was out in that storm. But he would be safe if my dream was a true one. It was Londinium that was likely to be in danger if the Frankish troops were defeated and attacked the town. I told Drusilla to lay in food enough to last us for several days. By sunset, we knew that the Roman army was on its way at last. Some said the legions would attack Porta Saturni, where Electus's fleet was waiting for them, while others thought they would come to Retupii and march on Londinium. But if I had dreamed true, Constantius was splitting his forces and would attack both places. That night I slept badly, waiting for what the morning would bring. Throughout the next day, reports and rumours flew through the city. The storm had driven the Romans back, said some, while others told of an advance north from Clausentum and fighting near Caliva. Darkness had already fallen when Philip came back from the Forum to tell us that a rider had come with the word that Electus was dead, and his Frankish barbarians, who had taken most of the casualties, were falling back towards Londinium, vowing to make the city pay for their losses. The streets were filled with frightened townsfolk trading rumours. Philip begged me to flee, having lived through the sack of a city when he was a child, but so far all I had dreamed was coming to pass, and I had faith that Constantius would arrive in time to save the city. I had not yet determined what I would do when he did. Could I resist the temptation to see him once more? And if I did so, what would become of my hard-won serenity? I went to bed that night as usual, partly to reassure my household, and somewhat to my surprise, I dreamed once more. The fox lay dead on the battlefield. From its side rose a black swan that winged desperately through the stormy air, pursued both by eagles and the ravens. When it settled to earth at last beside the governor's palace, it was the lion that menaced it. But from one of the side streets appeared a greyhound, which held off the lion until the swan had the strength to make her escape. When I woke, the first light of morning was filtering through the bed curtains. From outside I could hear shouting, but someone would have roused me if there had been immediate danger. I lay still, going over the details of my dream until I was sure I could remember it. When I did rise, I found the household gathered in the kitchen.
"Oh, mistress," exclaimed Drusilla, "there's been a battle outside the city. The master's fleet has come up from Tacitus to save us from the Frankish barbarians."
He is here, I thought, or he soon will be. I felt my heart beat more quickly, and the wall that had protected me from my memories was beginning to crumble away. If we met, would he still find me fair? I was past 40 now, my body grown more solid with time, and there was silver in my hair.
"They are saying that by afternoon his legion will enter the city," said Philip. "The garrison Electus left here has already fled, and his ministers and clerks and the rest of his household are scurrying about, gathering up their belongings and preparing to be gone before Constantius arrives."
He laughed. But in my dream, I thought then, the swan had been unable to flee. Constantius would not wish to hurt her, but with Carausius and Electus both dead, Teleri was the only one left to take prisoner. It seemed to me a sacrilege that a woman who had been a priestess of Avalon should be made to walk in the triumph of a Roman general. I finished my porridge and set down the bowl. "Philip, I will want the carriage in an hour, with you and Decius to walk beside it. Bring your sticks to discourage any trouble from the crowds." His face showed his amazement, but he had learned that commands given in that tone were not open to discussion. A little before noon we were turning out of our gate into the road. The cart was more suitable for country transport, but the top had leather curtains that could be drawn. Through the space between them, I could see that the streets were full of people in a holiday mood. Some were already building an arch of greenery across the main road that led to the Forum, and adorning it with flowers. I fingered the fabric of my gown nervously. I had bought it many years ago, because it was almost the blue of Avalon, and for the same reason had rarely worn it. My thin woolen pallor of a darker blue shadowed my face like a veil. Philip had not dared to question me. If we came home empty-handed, he would think me mad, though he might doubt my sanity more were we to succeed. There was no one guarding the gates to the palace. I directed my driver to a side door that I remembered from the one time I had accompanied Constantius on a visit to Britannia, descended, and slipped inside. The corridors showed the signs of a hasty departure. I made my way swiftly to the suite of rooms that were normally occupied by the governor, which I suspected Electus had made his own. And there, sitting alone in the great bed, half-dressed and staring, I found my black swan. As I had expected, she was very lovely, with white skin and curling black hair that fell about her shoulders, and not as young as she had looked at first glance, for there were lines of bitterness at the corners of the full lips, and shadows beneath the dark eyes. "Teleri?" It took a long moment, as if her spirit had been wandering before she stirred, but her vague gaze focused as she saw the blue gown. "Who are you?" "A friend. You must come with me, Teleri. Gather up whatever you would take with you." "The servants took my jewels," she whispered, "but they were not mine, but his. I have nothing. I am nothing on my own. Then come as you are, but quickly. The Caesar would do you no harm, but I do not think you would wish to be a trophy of his victory. Why should I trust you? Everyone else has betrayed me, even Avalon. I was glad to see she retained some sense of self-preservation, but this was no time to waver. In the distance I could hear a sound like the surf on the shore, and knew that the people of Londinium were cheering. I pulled back my pallor, so that she could see the faded crescent between my brows. Because I, too, was once a priestess. In the name of the great mother of us all, I beg you to come away. For a long moment we stayed with gazes locked. I do not know what she read in my eyes, but when I held out my hand and turned to go, Teleri gathered up one of the bed-covers for a mantle and followed me. We were just in time. As my carriage creaked through the gate and turned down the side road, from the direction of the forum I heard the blare of military clarions and the rhythmic slap of hobnailed sandals. My grip on the wooden seat of the wagon tightened until the knuckles showed white. The people were shouting. The words came clearer as we moved on. "Redditor Lucis! Redditor Lucis!" Restorer of the light. My closed eyes could not shut out the brightness that was blossoming in my awareness. Constantius was coming, his presence a radiance in my soul. Did he feel that I was near? Or were the responsibilities of his office and the tumult around him a sufficient distraction? As the people of Londinium cried out in welcome to their saviour, my cheeks grew wet with silent tears. AD 296 to 305. During the weeks that Constantius spent in Britannia, I remained true to my vow and made no attempt to see him, but my self-discipline took its own toll. My woman's courses, never regular, had almost ceased, and now a variety of other symptoms, from a pounding heart to waves of heat that left me drenched as if even my body were weeping, added to my misery. Meanwhile, the city was rejoicing at the word that Theodora had borne Constantius another child. I knew he had been devastated by our parting, but by now he must be appreciating the advantages of a wife who was royal, young, and fertile. Constantine wrote to tell me that he was going to Egypt with Diocletian to fight someone called Domitius, who had started a rebellion there, and so to my other troubles I could add anxiety for his safety. For the first few days, Teleri drifted about the house like a wraith, picking at her food and answering in monosyllables when we insisted on speaking to her. On the fourth morning, I cornered her in the atrium, where she stood contemplating the altar to the Great Mother. Every morning I offer her a flower. Do they still do the same on Avalon? She turned to me, the dark eyes seeking mine before heavy lashes veiled them once more. I do not know, but I was grown when I came to the Isle, and the lady sent me away before I completed my training there. Her thin fingers brushed the hair from her forehead, as if to emphasize that there was no blue crescent tattooed there. But you were a priestess. How came you to leave Avalon? I took a defensive step away, acutely conscious of the mark on my own brow. How dare this child turn my own question against me? Once more, in memory, I was standing upon the shore of the lake as the priestesses turned their backs, and Ganeda cast me out of Avalon. I was exiled because I defied the lady's will. You because you obeyed her, I said harshly. We both have had to live with our choices, but you can go back again. Teleri shook her head, drawing her pallor around her as if she were cold. She doesn't want me. She sent no word. We have both been cast out, I thought bitterly, and we both still dream of Avalon. Was it worse, I wondered, to have no one left to love, or to be separated from one's beloved by a gulf as wide as the sea, even though he was now less than a mile away? "Then you shall stay with me," I said, trying to hide my own pain behind an appearance of calm. At the end of that month, Constantius left Britannia, and I could no longer even pretend to good cheer. This time I had not even seen him, and yet it was as if we had been newly parted once more. A despair as dark as the river Styx engulfed me. Lying with curtains drawn in my bedchamber, I refused to rise and dress myself, and neither Drusilla's most delicate recipes nor Hrodland's pleading could persuade me to eat. For most of a week I lay, accepting no company but that of Hylas, who was now grown so old that he spent his days dozing by the brazier, though when I was in the house he still insisted on following me from room to room. I rejoiced in my growing weakness, for though I had promised Constantius I would not take my life, this gentle slide into oblivion seemed a welcome surcease to my suffering. As weakness loosed the fetters of my mind, a vision came. It seemed to me that I was wandering in a misty landscape like the borders of Avalon. I had come to confront the goddess, to learn the next step in my own passage, to go beyond the mother and meet the crone. Before, I could never see beyond the mother. Surely this must be the central face of the goddess, and the two on either side, nymph and crone, only her handmaidens. But what I was enduring now was the ultimate childbirth, the ultimate test of strength and courage. Now, confronting my own transition from the status of motherhood, I was forced to see the world tragedy of mothers. Even Jesus, according to the Christians, had a mother, and again and again and again I saw him leaning on her arm, and when life deserted and defeated him, he cried out to her too. I said, just like a man. He went on and died bravely, and left the women to put his work together again afterward. Fear for my own son overwhelmed me, and I cried bitterly, "Does the mother have to let her children go just to be crucified?" I asked what was beyond. Again and again I received only the sense of being a ship's figurehead, cleaving water towards the unknown. Then I seemed to perceive woman's central tragedy. I had lost my own mother before I could even know her, and was left alone, lost, desperate, crying out for comfort. It was a situation in which we women continue to find ourselves lifelong. We are forced to lend strength to men, to bear and feed our own children. Outsiders saw me as strong, but I was a child, crying in the dark for comfort, and mother had gone away and would never be there for me again. And then the twist of the knife. Before I was barely old enough to stand alone, before I had had time or strength to know who I was, a littler hand was tucked into mine, and the voice said, "Here, this is your little cousin. Look after her." And this is the confrontation with life, the first awareness that perhaps we should cry out, "No!" and strike down that little form and batter it until it lies dead and cold and no longer demanding, and run on free, untrammelled, shouting, "Mommy, wait, there's only me!" Or else we must make the other choice, being deprived of the mother, to become the mother, and pick up the little one when she falls down, and wipe away her tears, and rock her to sleep, clinging together against the dark because she is as much in need of comfort as you, and you are the stronger, so it is yours to give. And that, I realized as the bright images misted away, was what I had done. First for Becca and Diana, and later for a succession of maid-servants and soldiers' wives and junior officers in my husband's command. And for Teleri, though I had failed her at the last. At the thought, I realized that someone was with me in the room. I had left strict orders that I was not to be disturbed, but I was too weak now even for anger. I opened my eyes. Teleri was sitting beside my bed, slumped a little in the chair, as if she had been there for some time. In her lap she held a bowl of porridge. It still steamed, and the scent brought back memories of the hall of the priestesses on a frosty morning, when we had all gathered to eat our day meal around the central fire. It was this scent, I realized, that had brought me back from my vision, the fragrance of porridge with honey and dried apples, as they made it in Avalon. "Your servants dared not trouble you," she said softly, "but I will not add to the sins I already bear, the burden of letting you die when there is something I can do." I reached out for the bleak security of despair, but my stomach was growling. Apparently my body had decided to live, and it was no use arguing. With a sigh, I held out my hand for the bowl. "When you are well," said Teleri, "I will leave you. I am going back to Avalon. I should never have left it, and if Diurna casts me out, I will wander until death takes me in the mist between the worlds." That was what I had been doing, I thought grimly, and without the trouble of travelling to the summer country. But it seemed to me that I had lost the right to criticize her. "Come with me, Helena. Whoever you were, and for whatever reason you were exiled, this world holds no more happiness for you than it does for me." I swallowed a bite of porridge, considering. Had I been forgotten? Ganeda might well have been bitter enough to erase my name from the roll of priestesses. But perhaps the explanation was simpler. "When I dwelt on the Holy Isle, I was called Islan," I said slowly, and saw her eyes widen. "You are the one who ran away with a Roman officer. Not since the days of the first Islan, who was high priestess at Vernameton, has there been such a scandal. But Diurna said that you were kind to her when she was a little child, and always spoke well of you. Is your Roman dead, then? Your servants do not speak about him." "Not dead, except to me," I said through stiff lips. "He is Constantius Chlorus, the father of my son Constantine." Teleri's eyes filled with tears. "I was married to Carausius, who was a good man, though I could never love him, and to Electus, whom I did love, though he was good neither for Britannia nor for me." This was Diurna's will. In the end, it would seem that Ganeda had trained her granddaughter well. She wanted to bind the defender of Britannia to Avalon. I nodded, understanding that this was the same hope that had originally sent me out to seek Constantius. "Diurna is a great priestess, however badly things turned out for me," Teleri said earnestly. "I am sure that she would welcome you." "And then attempt to use me, all for the good of Avalon," I thought bitterly. Once I might have had as strong a claim to be the Lady of the Holy Isle as she, but I had been away too long, and though Constantius had abandoned me, his son, whose last letter lay even now on the table beside my bed, had more need of my counsel than the priestesses of Avalon. To Diurna, and to her only, you may say that I still live, and that I send my love to her. But I think that the goddess may still have work for me in the world. A week later, when I came down to breakfast, they told me that Teleri had gone. She had what was left from the money I had given her to buy clothing, and all I could do for her now was to ask the blessing of the lady upon her journeying. Spring had come to Londinium. The Tamasis ran high with rainfall, and new leaves were springing from every branch, welcoming the returning birds. Life returned to my limbs, and suddenly I needed to be outside, walking through the pastures and along the stream that divided the city. At other times I would go past the Forum and over to the baths, or farther still, to the temple of Isis that had been built near the western gates of the city. With each day I grew stronger, and less content to sulk at home, brooding on my misery. I missed the patter of paws at my heels, but as soon as I began to recover, Hylas had died, lying in his usual place at the foot of my bed, as if his spirit would guard me still. It was many weeks before I ceased to listen for the click of claws on the floor tiles, or a scratching at the door. He had lived a long time for a dog, but I could not bring myself to get another. A stone-carver had his workshop between the Iseum and the Temple of Diana, and I conceived the idea of commissioning from him a relief of the matrony, the trio of ancestral mothers who were honoured all over the empire. But it had come to me that my carving should be different, and so in addition to the usual 3 figures, 2 of them holding baskets of fruit, and the third a child, I asked the sculptor to carve a 4th mother, this one holding in her lap a dog. Perhaps the mothers were grateful, for within a moon I met 3 people who were to make a profound difference in my life during the remaining years I spent in Londinium. I encountered the first immediately after finishing negotiations over the carving. I had set out in search of a cookshop where I could have a bit of bread and sausage before starting home. But as I turned the corner, I nearly tripped over something furry, and looking down, found myself surrounded by cats. If this was an omen, I did not understand it. There must have been 24, of all shapes and colours, waiting impatiently in front of a rather ramshackle building that had been added onto the back of the Temple of Isis. I heard a ripple of words in some foreign tongue, turned, and saw a small, round woman draped in several tunicas and a pallor of brightly clashing colours, leaning on a cane. Dark hair was partly covered by windings of purple, and she was carrying a basket that smelled strongly of fish even from here. She looked up and saw me. "Oh, I am sorry," she said in Latin. "They get very insistent, the greedy pussies, but I am the only one who will feed them, you see." As she opened the bag and began to dole out fish heads, I could see that her dark eyes had been elongated with kohl, and her skin had a warm glow that had never come from a British sun. Around her neck hung a pendant of a cat in the Egyptian style. "Are you a priestess?" I asked. "I am Katia, and I serve the Lady Bast." She started to touch one hand to her forehead in homage, realized that she was holding a piece of fish, laughed, and cast it to a big orange tomcat who waited to one side. "Eastward we gaze upon Bast, the queen cat," she chanted softly. "In the east we seek for the soul of Isis, light-bearer, moon-mother, gentle protectress. To the shrine of Per Bast we direct our prayers. But I am the only one in Londinium who does so," she added, shaking her head. "In Egypt, all people know that the cat is sacred to the goddess, but merchants bring cats to Britannia and leave them, and no one seems to care. Only the priests of Isis let me stay here because they know that Bast and Isis are sisters. I do what I can." "My goddess favours dogs," I told her. "But I suppose that Bast is her sister as well. Will you accept an offering?" "In my lady's name," she answered, and from amongst her draperies fetched out a net bag, somewhat less redolent of fish than the basket, into which I could drop a few coins. "I feed my little ones, and I make songs. Come to me when you are sad, noble lady, and I will cheer you." "I think it very likely you will," I answered, laughing in spite of myself. And thereafter, for as long as I lived in Londinium, I would visit Katia every week or so and make my offering. Just to keep the scales balanced, however, I made a donation to the Temple of Diana, who loves hounds, for the care of the city's stray dogs. From time to time I would take one of these foundlings home with me, but though I enjoyed the patter of paws about the house, with none of them did I find the bond I had had with Hylas and Eldry. The second meeting occurred one day when I noticed the name of Corinthius on a sign above a door, and paused, remembering the old Greek who had been my tutor when I was a child. From inside I could hear the sound of young voices, declining Greek verbs. Corinthius had told me he intended to set up a school. I asked Philip, who was with me, to knock and inquire, and soon I was taking wine with a young man who told me he was the son of my old tutor, who had married when he got to Londinium, and begotten this son to eventually inherit his school.
"Oh, yes, my lady, my father often spoke of you," said Corinthius the younger,
Crooked teeth showed as he grinned.
He used to say that you were brighter than any boy he ever taught, especially when I had not done well at my lessons.
I could not help smiling in answer. He was a good teacher. I wish I could have studied with him longer, but I was lucky my father believed a girl child should be educated at all. I did not tell him that my studies with the Old Greek had been followed by a much more extensive education at Avalon.
Oh, indeed.
Corinthius nodded.
I am so sorry sometimes, when I see my lads with their sisters, that I am not able to teach the girls as well. I think that some of their parents would be willing, but they do not like to send their girls to a male teacher, and of course there are not so many educated women here as in Rome or Alexandria.
He poured more wine. Do you know, I said eventually, I have always wished that I had a daughter, to whom I could pass on some of the things I know. You might suggest to the mothers of some of these boys who have sisters that they pay a call on me. My husband left me with enough to live on, but I find myself a little lonely, and would welcome a circle of friends.
You will be like Sappho among the maidens of Lesbos,
exclaimed Corinthius.
beloved of the gods.
Perhaps not quite like Sappho, I replied, smiling, for when we lived in Drepanum I had read some of her poems that my tutor had never shown me. But tell the women, and we shall see. Corinthius kept his word, and by the time the carving of the matrone was finished and installed in a shrine, a group of mothers and daughters were coming to my home at the new moon and the full. If what I taught them owed more to Avalon than it did to Athens, it was no one's business but our own. But not even to these, the first sisters in spirit I had had since I left the Holy Isle, did I confide whose wife I had been. The third meeting took place at the baths, where one was assured of eventually meeting everyone in the city, during the hours reserved for women. Seen through clouds of billowing steam, everyone looks mysterious, but it seemed to me that the voice that was so loudly complaining about the price of wheat was familiar, and the long-boned, high-coloured face as well. "Vitellia, is it you?" I asked when she drew breath at last. Through the steam I could see that the golden fish still hung from its chain about her neck. "By heaven's blessings, it is Helena! When I heard about Constantius's marriage, I wondered—" "Hush!" I held up one hand. "I do not speak of that here. I was well provided for, and people think me a rich widow with a son serving abroad." "Well, then, let us be widows together. Come, let us eat a bite, and you shall tell me all that has happened since your son was born." We dried and dressed ourselves, and went out through the marble portico. As we passed the statue of Venus, I saw Vitellia glance at it nervously, but there was nothing there to account for the disgust with which she hurried past, only a garland of flowers that someone had draped across the pedestal. "I am sure that people would not do that if they knew how difficult it is for those of us who are Christian," she muttered as we passed out into the road. "I know that you are not of the true faith, but in the days when our husbands were serving together, all the officers paid honour to the highest God, so perhaps you can understand. We are commanded to avoid idolatry, you see, and yet we are encompassed by graven images and sacrifices." She gestured down the street, and I saw, as I had seen 100 times without thinking anything of it, that we were surrounded by gods. An image of Neptune rose from a fountain, nymphs and fauns grinned from the corbels of houses, and the crossroads was marked by a shrine to some local spirit who had recently received a plateful of food and a bunch of flowers as an offering. I remembered being struck by this lavish display when first I came from Avalon, where we knew that all the earth was holy, but saw no reason to emphasize the point with all these decorations. But I had become accustomed to it after more than 20 years. "But no one asks you to honor them," I said slowly, "except, of course, for the guardian spirit of the Emperor, and it had been years since anyone had really tried to enforce that requirement." "Even to touch them, to see them, is a pollution," Vitellia sighed. Only in the church we have built in the woods outside the walls can we feel truly free." I lifted one eyebrow. I had walked out along the north road at Beltane, when even the fields inside Londinium were too confined for me. I thought now that I remembered the building, a modest daub and wattle structure with a simple cross over the door. But the woodland that surrounded it had hummed with the power of the spirits that were abroad that day, and patches of flattened grass showed where young couples had honoured the Lord and the Lady in their own way the preceding eve. How could the Christians imagine they would avoid the old gods by moving outside the town? Still, it was not for me to open their eyes to what they so manifestly did not desire to see. Vitellia was still talking. "And one of our older members donated a building near the wharves that we have made into a refuge for the poor. Our Lord commanded us to care for the widow and the orphan, and so we do. Nor do we ask what faith they hold, so long as they speak no demons' names within our walls." "That seems a worthy work," I told her. Certainly it was more than any of the magistrates were likely to do. "We can always use helpers to treat their ills and serve out the food," said Vitellia. "I remember hearing that you knew something of herb lore when we were in Dalmatia." I suppressed a smile. Teaching had blessed, but did not quite fill my days. It might prove interesting, I thought, to work with these Christians for a while. And so it proved, and for the next 7 years my life was both rich and full, and more useful, I suppose, than it had been when my only responsibilities were to keep Constantius's house and share his bed. It was at the end of February in the 3rd year of the new century that the news that was to change everything arrived. I was on my way home from my weekly visit to the Priestess of Bast when I heard a tumult from the marketplace. When I turned in that direction, Philip, who had been my escort that day, stopped me.
"If there is a riot, mistress, I may not be able to protect you." "Stay here," he grimaced, as he realized we were in front of the Mithrium, "where you will be safe, and I will go and see what the excitement is all about."
I smiled a little as I watched him stride down the road, remembering the scrawny boy he had been when he first joined our household. He was still lightly built, but he had a very solid presence now. I tried to remember whether that change had come when he became a Christian, or when I freed him. I rather thought it was the former that had liberated his spirit, even before his legal status was altered. Perhaps that was why, given his freedom, he had chosen to stay with me. It seemed a long time before he returned. I seated myself on a bench in front of the Mithrium, contemplating the relief of the god slaying the bull. I wondered if Constantius had visited this place when he was in Britannia. I knew that he had continued to rise in rank in the cult, for I remembered times when he had been absent for additional initiations. But of course the worship of Mithras had no place for women, and he was forbidden to tell me what went on. Still, to sit here was almost like being under his protection. I was glad to find that the thought made my heart ache only a little now. Then I heard quick footsteps, and saw Philip coming, his face white with shock and anger. "What has happened?" I rose to meet him.
"A new edict. Diocletian, may God curse him, has begun the persecutions again."
I frowned, hurrying to catch up as he started down the street again, for the murmur of the crowd was beginning to sound ugly. I remembered hearing rumours of trouble a few years before, when the presence of Christians was said to have spoiled the emperor's ritual. A few officers in the army had been executed for refusing to join in the sacrifices, and some others expelled, but nothing more had come of it. In most places, the Christians, though considered peculiar, got along well enough with their neighbours. How could Diocletian be so stupid? I had been around Christians long enough by now to know that far from fearing martyrdom, they welcomed it as an easy way to cancel out all sins and win the favour of their gloomy god. The blood of the martyrs, they said, was the nourishment of the Church. Killing them only reinforced their belief in their own importance and made the cult stronger.
What does the edict say? I repeated as I caught up with Philip. Christianity is outlawed. All copies of the scriptures are to be turned in and burnt. All churches to be seized and destroyed. He spat out the words. But what about the people? So far, only the priests and bishops are mentioned. They are required to offer sacrifice in the presence of a magistrate or be jailed. I must get you home, lady. The garrison is coming out and the streets will not be safe. And what about you? I asked between breaths. With your leave, I will go out to the church and offer my help. Perhaps something can be saved if we are in time. You are a free man, Philip, I said, and I do not presume to command your conscience. But I beg you in the name of your God, take care. If you will also do so. He managed a smile as we neared my door. Keep the rest of the household indoors. Though you are still a worshipper of demons, the high God loves you well. Thank you, I think, I murmured, as I watched him hurry off down the road. Still, blessings should be welcomed from whatever quarter. Shaking my head, I went in. For a day and a night, the detachment from the fortress tramped through the streets, searching out Christian leaders and property. By the time it was over, the bishop of Vitellia's church was in custody, and the little church in the woods by the north road had been burned to the ground. The holy books, however, had been safely hidden, and a pile of church accounts given to the authorities to destroy. The smoke of the burning was carried away by the wind, but the stench, both physical and metaphoric, lingered longer. Diocletian had ruled wisely for almost 20 years, but in his attempts to preserve our society, the emperor was effectively dividing it. As I had predicted, persecution only made the Christians more stubborn, and there were more of them than most of us had realized. These days, the Christians met in secret in their houses. Philip reported to me that letters from the eastern part of the empire told of arrests and executions. But to my relief, Constantius did no more than enforce the letter of the new law in those portions of the empire under his control. And once the first excitement was over, the general population showed little enthusiasm for persecuting their neighbours. How those Christian neighbours might view the rest of us was not a question which at that moment applied. Still, it seemed to me that in times such as these, I ought to offer the maidens I was teaching something more relevant than Homer and Virgil, and so, from time to time, I would turn our discussions to the issues that divided men today. It is necessary, I said one morning, that the educated person understand not only what she believes, but why she believes it. And so I ask you, who is the supreme God? For a long moment the girls looked at one another, as if not quite certain I really meant what I was asking, much less that it applied to them. Finally, Lucretia, whose family exported wool, raised her hand. Jupiter is the king of the gods. That's why the emperor puts his image on his coins. But the Christians say that all deities except the god of the Jews are demons, offered Tertia, the sandal-maker's daughter. That is very true, and so I ask you, how many gods are there? This elicited a babble of discussion, until I held up a hand for silence once more. You are all correct according to our way of thinking. Every land and district has its own deities, and in the empire our practice has been to honour them all. But consider this. The greatest of our own philosophers and poets speak of a supreme divinity. Some call this power nature, and others ether, and still others the high God. The poet Maro tells us, "Know first the heaven, the earth, the main, the moon's pale orb, the starry train are nourished by a soul, a spirit, whose celestial flame glows in each member of the frame, and stirs the mighty whole." "But what about the goddess?" asked little Portia, pointing towards the altar in the corner of the sunny chamber we used as a classroom, where a lamp was always kept burning before the relief of the mothers. Sometimes,
When no one else was present, I would pat the head of the dog in the fourth mother's lap, and feel it warm and smooth beneath my hand, as if Hylas had come back to me. I smiled, having hoped that someone would bring up this point. Certainly, it makes more sense to see the highest power as female, if one must assign a gender to deity, for it is the female who gives birth. Even Jesus, whom the Christians say was the Son of God, or even God himself, had to be born from Maria before he could take human form.
"Well, of course," answered Portia. "That's where the heroes and demigods come from. Hercules and Aeneas and the rest of them." "But the Christians say their Jesus was the only one," observed Lucretia. The rest of the girls contemplated this lack of logic and shook their heads. "Let us return to the original question," I said, when the discussion came to an end. "Pythagoras tells us that the supreme power is a soul passing to and fro, and diffused through all parts of the universe, and through all nature, from which all living creatures which are produced derive their life. This is very much the same teaching as I received among the Druids, except, as I said, that we tend to think of this power as being female when we give it a gender. This being so," I gestured towards the matronee once more, "why do we feel impelled to make images of that which cannot, in truth, be pictured, and divide it up into gods and goddesses, and give them histories and names? Even the Christians do it. They say their Jesus is the supreme God, and yet the stories they tell about him are just like our own hero tales." There was a long silence. In a way, I thought, it was unfair to ask these girls to answer a question whose solution had eluded the theologians and philosophers. But perhaps, just because they were female, they might find it easier to understand. "You have dolls at home, don't you?" I added. "But you know they are not real babies. Why do you love them?" "Because,"
Lucretia said hesitantly after another pause,
"I can hold on to them. I pretend they are the babies I will have when I grow up. It is hard to love something that has no face or name."
"I think that is a very good answer, don't you?" I asked, looking around the circle. "In our minds we can understand the highest God, but so long as we are in human bodies, living in this rich and varied world, we need images that we can see and touch and love. And each one of them shows us a part of that supreme power, and all the parts together give us a glimpse of the whole. So the people who insist there is only one God are right, and so are those who honor the many. But they are right in different ways." They were nodding, but I could see a glaze of incomprehension in some of their eyes, and others were looking out into the garden, as if they found more truth in the play of light on the leaves. Still, I could hope that something of what I had said would stay with them. Laughing, I dismissed them to go out and play. For 2 more years, Diocletian's edict remained in force in Britannia. The year after the edict, when everyone was ordered to sacrifice, a soldier named Albanus had been put to death in Verulamium for refusing to do so, and one day I found Vitellia weeping, because she had heard that her 14-year-old nephew, Pancratus, had been killed in Rome. But in Londinium there were no executions, though the bishop had been imprisoned and stayed under guard. The Christians continued to meet secretly in their houses, and even when that became too dangerous, I allowed them to hold services in mine. Or rather in my atrium, since even with veils thrown over my images and altars, the interior was considered too polluted for them to expose the holy things of their God. They were happy, however, to welcome me to those parts of their service open to the uninitiated. Nathaniel the rope-maker, who, since he was only a deacon in the church, had escaped arrest with the others, was holding forth to his congregation, the men on one side of the garden and the women on the other, heads covered and eyes cast down in piety. "O God, the heathen have come into thy inheritance," he intoned, moving his finger along the line of writing. Vitellia sat in the first row, eyes closed and lips moving. Why did they not allow her to speak, I wondered, since obviously she knew the holy writings as well as he.
"They have defiled thy holy temple. They have laid Jerusalem in ruins. They have given the bodies of thy servants to the birds of the air for food."
As he continued, I reflected on the appropriateness of the words, which had been written, so I was told, by one of the ancient Jewish kings.
"We have become a taunt to our neighbours, mocked and derided by those round about us."
Apparently, those who served the God of the Jews had always had difficulty in getting along with their neighbours. Was it because they were wrong, or because, as they believed, they were ahead of their time? I had suggested that since the Christians did not believe in our gods, it could do no harm for them to go through the motions of making an offering, but Vitellia reacted with horror. I realized then that the Christians did believe in the gods, but considered them evil. I did not understand her reasoning, but I had to admire her integrity.
"Let thy compassion come speedily to meet us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O God of our salvation, for the glory of thy name."
For the past few minutes, I had been aware of a distant murmur. As Nathaniel paused, it grew louder, the sound of many feet and many voices. The Christians heard it too. Softly, one of the women began to sing. "The eternal gifts of Christ the King, the martyrs' glorious deeds we sing, and all with hearts of gladness raise due hymns of thankful love and praise." I caught Philip's eye and nodded, and he got up and went through the house towards the door. Then we heard a heavy banging, and even Nathaniel's voice failed. Some of the women were weeping, but others sat straight with burning eyes, as if hoping for martyrdom, and they continued to sing. "They braved the terrors of the time, no torment shook their faith sublime. Soon holy death brought peace and rest, and light eternal with the blessed." I rose to my feet. "Do not be afraid, I will go out to them." When I got to the door, Philip had it open, confronting the crowd. I stepped past them, and as the first man opened his lips to speak, stared him down. "I am Julia Coelia Helena. For 20 years I was the wife of Constantius, who is now your Caesar, the mother of his firstborn son. And I promise you, it is his wrath that you will feel if you dare to invade my home." Behind me the Christians were still singing. "Redeemer, hear us of thy love, that with thy martyr host above, thy servants too may find a place, and reign for ever through thy grace."
"Oh, lady!"
The leader shook his head, and I saw that he was laughing. Now I could see that many of those in the crowd had garlands on their heads, or carried wineskins, and I began to realize that the fervent souls who were singing behind me were going to be frustrated in their desire for martyrdom.
"That was never our intention. In the name of Jupiter and Apollo, we are not bent on slaughter but celebration. Have you not heard the news? Diocletian and Maximian have abdicated in favour of their Caesars, and Galerius and your Constantius are now both emperors."
"14. AD 306. In my dream, I was walking with Constantius along the banks of a river. I could not tell if it was the Rhenus or the Tamasis, for the sky was a dim, featureless grey. It hardly mattered, since my beloved was with me. His features were shadowed, but my body knew the strong grip of his hand. It was unexpectedly sweet, after so many years in which I had denied even my memories, to have his companionship. "Where are you taking me?" I asked.
"To see me off on my journey."
"Not again!" I stopped, trying to hold him, but his steady progress drew me on. "Please, do not leave me again."
"This time,"
he told me,
It is only by leaving you that I can be with you once more."
"Is night falling?" I asked through my tears.
"No, my beloved. Look, it is the morning."
I blinked, for his face was growing more radiant as the sun rose above the horizon. And then he was all light, slipping through my fingers as I reached out to embrace the dawn. Light blazed through my eyelids, and someone was banging on the door. I struggled free of the bedclothes, rubbing my eyes as the ordinary reality of my bedchamber, frescoed with scenes of the nymphs of the wood and fountain, replaced the misty radiance of my dream. It could not be danger, though Vitellia was still living with me, in a new wing we had built onto the house, where no one had ever honoured the gods. Since Constantius became Augustus, even the pretence of Christian persecution had ceased. But spring sunlight was flooding through the windows. Clearly, I was going to get no more sleep, and it was time to start the day. As I pulled off my sleeping shift and began to wash from the basin, I could hear voices below. My hair showed a few threads of silver at the temples, but I still walked everywhere instead of taking the carriage or a chair, and my body was firm. Rodlind appeared in the doorway, and seeing that I was up, hurried to set out a fresh shift and one of my finer tunicas, the saffron silk with embroideries of wheat sheaves around the hem. When she saw the surprise on my face, she grinned.
"You have a visitor, mistress. You will want to look your best today."
I considered forcing the truth out of her, but apparently it was not some disaster. I held out my arms for her to pin the gown, suppressing a smile at her expression. She had not expected me to give in so easily. By the time I approached the dining room, setting a pallor of lightweight, creamy wool across my shoulders against the early morning chill, I could smell the tantalizing aroma of nut custard, which Drusilla used to make as a holiday meal when Constantine was a boy. And with that, I stopped short, understanding who, beyond all hope or expectation, my visitor must be. My heart pounded in my breast, and I took a deep breath, grateful for the sense of smell that is the key to memory, and that had given me this warning. Constantine could not be bringing bad news, I thought, or the servants would not have been so cheerful. I waited a little longer, summoning up the courage to face this son, whom I had not seen since he had been home for a visit when he was 18 years old. He had written, of course, but guardedly, as if he suspected his letters were being intercepted. I no longer knew where his heart lay, and I wondered if the intervening 13 years had changed him more than they had me. Then I rearranged my pallor and made my entrance into the dining room. A strange officer was sitting by the window, positioned where his moulded bronze cuirass would catch the morning sun. At least he had the courtesy to remove his helmet. I noted the fair hair, worn rather long, with a hint of curl, and my view of him doubled suddenly into the image of a stranger, and the recognition that this was Constantine. He had opened the window, and was looking out at the birds splashing in the bath I had set up for them in the atrium. Clearly he had not heard me come in. For a moment longer I indulged myself with the sight of him. A long-sleeved tunic of white wool, edged in crimson, showed beneath the armour, and well-worn breeches of tan suede. In fact, the entire outfit, though it was of the best quality, showed the effects of long use. Perhaps Constantine had not intended to show off, but had come to me in his armour because he had nothing else decent to wear. But I must, I thought then, allow him his pride. "Uniform becomes you, my son," I said softly. He turned swiftly and jumped to his feet, surprise changing swiftly to joy that lit his face as if the sun had risen in the room. In the next moment I was being crushed in a hard embrace, held away so that he could look into my face, and hugged again. "I trust that cuirass is more comfortable from the inside." I smiled ruefully when he let me go, rubbing my flesh where the edges of the armour had dug in.
"One becomes accustomed,"
he said absently, still holding my hand. After a moment I felt myself flushing beneath that intense gaze.
"Oh, my mother, do you know how often I have dreamed of this day? and you have not changed at all."
That was not so, I thought, smiling back at him. Was the image he had of me so strong that he could not see what I looked like? Or was it that most of my changes were inside? "Sit down, and let Drusilla bring in the breakfast she has been cooking for you," I said at last. "What are you doing here, and how long can you stay?"
"1 day only."
He answered the last question as he sat down. The chair creaked beneath his weight, for he had grown as tall and big-boned as my own father, everything about him just a little larger and more solid than other men. Surely, I thought in satisfaction watching him, he is worthy to be the child of prophecy.
"Father gave me special permission to land here instead of at Iburacum, and tomorrow I must be on my way north to rejoin my legion. The Picts will not wait on my pleasure."
I felt my heart pound suddenly in my breast. Constantius was in Britannia. I suppose I should have expected it. After several years of peace, the wild tribes of the north were trying once more to break the border, and in several places they had overwhelmed the troops stationed on the wall. It was the responsibility of the ruler of the West to defend Britannia. I shook my head, trying to deny the sudden, traitorous wish that Constantius had come with his son to Londinium. "But how do you come to be here at all? I thought you were serving in the East with Galerius." Constantine's face grew dark, but clearly he had learned to control his temper.
"Oh, I was," he said grimly. "I was on that dreadful march across the plain east of Carrie. Scarcely a tithe of our men made it home again from that campaign. I was surprised Galerius himself survived Diocletian's wrath when we reached Antiochia. Do you know he had to walk for a mile behind Diocletian's chariot as punishment?"
I shook my head. I was glad now that I had not even known my son was involved in that disaster. "You did not write to me about this?" Constantine lifted an eyebrow, a habit I recognized as my own.
"My dear mother, my father is an honourable man, and there was always trust between him and Maximian when he was still emperor. Things are quite otherwise in the eastern part of the empire. Even when I served in Diocletian's household, one of his freedmen read our mail, and now that Galerius is emperor of the East and father's rival, he has even less reason to trust me." I sighed, realizing that my own letters, perhaps in response to the restraint in his, had over the years become increasingly perfunctory, with the result that neither of us really knew the other at all. Drusilla brought in the porridge, and Constantine rose to embrace her. There were tears in her eyes when he let her go again. "Did you go with Galerius on the second campaign as well?" I asked when he had eaten a little. "By that time I was serving in his bodyguard. I have to say that Galerius learns from his mistakes. The emperor gave him an army of Illyrian veterans and Gothic auxiliaries, and we took the northern route, through the mountains of Armenia, where the people were our friends. I will also admit that the man has courage. He scouted the enemy camp by night with only 2 men to guard him, and led the charge when we overran them. That day there was enough glory for everyone. Narcissus was put to flight, and the treaty we finally made bids fair to secure our eastern borders for at least a generation."
"Galerius must have appreciated you, to keep you in his guard." I set down my own spoon. Constantine grinned.
"Oh, I can fight. I will not tell you about my narrow escapes. They would only frighten you. But I know the gods protect me, for I came through both campaigns with scarcely a scratch. Still, I think Galerius wanted me close so he could keep an eye on me. He thinks he will outlive father and be sole emperor, and I am a threat to his plans."
Abruptly his gaze grew grim.
"How much news about the abdication of Diocletian and Maximian did they release to the provinces, mother?"
I looked at him in surprise. "Only that it had taken place, and 2 men I've never heard of were appointed as Caesars."
"Galerius made those choices,"
Constantine said through stiff lips.
"I don't know what pressure he put on Diocletian to do it. Perhaps he threatened civil war. Do you know, The mint at Alexandria had actually minted a coin with my name on it. I was ready to ask Maximian if he would set a date for my wedding to his daughter Fausta, who was betrothed to me when father was made Caesar and is finally of age. Everyone was sure the choice was going to fall on Maximian's son Maxentius and on me. We stood waiting on that damned hill beneath the column of Jupiter, and Diocletian tottered to his feet and complained about how frail he was becoming, and how he was seeking rest after his labours. And so my father and Galerius would become the Augustii, and to assist them he was appointing Maximum Dea and Severus as Caesars. People were whispering, wondering if I had changed my name, until Galerius shoved me aside and pulled out Dea, the son of his sister.
Some have said it is just because you and Maxentius are the sons of emperors that you were passed over, to avoid establishing a hereditary monarchy, I said mildly.
Constantine swallowed an oath. I could name you a dozen men who would have been more worthy of the honour. Men I would have been proud to serve. Severus is Galerius's best friend, and neither he nor Dea has ever commanded anything bigger than a detachment. Galerius does not want colleagues, but servants, and all Diocletian wants is peace and quiet so that he can continue to believe he saved the empire, he said furiously. Galerius was a good servant, but by the gods he will make a poor master. He is continuing to harass the Christians in his dominions, when clearly the persecution has failed.
I took a deep breath. I am surprised he let you go. Constantine began to laugh.
So was he. Father had written to him, pleading ill health and requesting my presence. Galerius took his time about replying, and it is amazing how accident-prone I became thereafter. My patrols were ambushed. The beaters who were supposed to hold a boar we were hunting somehow failed. Footpads attacked me outside a taverna. Things got so bad I bought a slave to taste my food.
I bit my lip. No use to ask why he had not written to tell me of his danger. The letter would never have arrived. But every morning since he left me, I had prayed for his safety when I made my daily offering.
Finally, Galerius gave me his permission,
Constantine continued.
This was at the end of the day, and he obviously expected me to leave the next morning. But by that time I was wondering if I would live that long. That night I got a friend in the clerk's office to frank the pass for the post-horses, and did my best not only to outrun pursuit, but warning, especially once I was travelling through country Severus holds.
He grinned wolfishly, then applied himself to his food. I sat back with a long sigh, reviewing his story as I waited for my heartbeat to slow. "And so you came to your father," I said presently. "Was it a ruse, when he said he wanted you because he was ill?" Constantine sat back with a frown.
Well, I don't know. He says so, but he grows short of breath easily, and he doesn't look well. That is the other reason I insisted on coming to you now. He will not allow the physicians to examine him, and I thought that perhaps you—
I shook my head. "My darling, that right belongs to another woman. It would only bring pain to both of us if I went to your father now."
Theodora?
He frowned.
She is a good woman, in her way, but there has never been more between her and my father than simple kindness. And of course she does not have your training as a healer."
"A healer?" I echoed, stung. "If he needs a nurse, surely the army has physicians to spare." My son's frown grew deeper, and I realized that despite, or perhaps even because, he had for so long to act the part of a loyal subordinate, he disliked not getting his own way. But a mother has certain advantages. I met his grey stare, and in the end it was he who looked away. After that things grew easier, and when he had finished eating, I showed him my house and introduced him to Vitellia, and then, arm in arm, we made a circuit of the town. Constantine did most of the talking, and I delighted to rediscover this glorious young man whom the gods had made my son. By the time we returned to Drusilla's most lavish dinner, night was falling, and this time Constantine waited until morning before he set out once more. That summer, I followed the military news with more interest than I had since the days when I was an army wife in Dalmatia, and the garrison in Londinium, who had been mightily impressed by Constantine, kept me supplied with news. Asclepiodotus, the prefect who had served Constantius so well in the campaign against Electus, was once again second in command of his army. I remembered him as an earnest young officer when we had been stationed in Sirmium. The man who had been my husband had always been able to inspire devotion. I, after all, had followed him from Avalon, and Constantine still idolized his father. If Galerius had made Constantine Caesar, my son would have supported him as he did his father. As it was, the Eastern Augustus had made two important enemies. The troops Constantius brought from Germania had landed at Eboracum and joined with selected detachments from the garrisons on the wall. As the spring turned to summer, they pressed northward through the territory of the Votadini, following an ever-retreating enemy all the way past the Bodotria to the vicinity of Mons Gropius, where Tacitus had defeated their ancestors a little over 2 centuries before. And there, the reports told us, the emperor had won a great victory. The news was proclaimed from the forum and posted on the gates of the governor's palace. The people rejoiced, but I do not think they were surprised. Constantius had been a success as emperor. From him they expected victory. The priestess of Bast, who was one of those to whom I had introduced Constantine, offered her congratulations. I thanked her, but despite the general rejoicing, I found myself uneasy, and continued to the temple of Isis to make an offering. The goddess in the shrine was portrayed in the Roman fashion, with a crown of wheat and flowers surmounted by a crescent moon and flowing draperies. The sounds of commerce outside seemed to fade as I cast frankincense upon the glowing coals in the brazier before the altar. "Goddess," I whispered, "for the sake of your son Horus, the mighty warrior who is the hawk of the sun, watch over my child and bring him safely home." I waited a moment, contemplating the play of lamplight on the marble features, and then cast a second handful on the coals. "And watch over the emperor also, as you watched over Pharaoh." Any citizen might make offerings on behalf of the emperor, but I no longer had the right to pray for him as my husband, and even if I had, the fidelity of Isis is remembered because Osiris died. I went home, but found myself still uneasy. Still, the reports continued to be positive. I am becoming an old woman, I told myself. There is no reason to worry so. At the end of June, I received a letter from Constantine. "My father collapsed on the way back from Alba. He is up again now, and we have reached Eboracum, but he seems often to be in pain. The physicians will say little, and I am afraid for him. Please come. He is asking for you." Constantine had sent an order for post-horses. Travelling by carriage and changing horses at each government mansio, it took a little over a week for me to travel north to Eboracum. A 55-year-old body was not meant for this kind of travel. By the time I reached the fortress, I was bruised and exhausted from the constant sway and jolt of the carriage. Word of the emperor's illness had spread through the countryside, and I saw many worried faces. But at each stop I was told that Constantius still lived, and so hope sustained me through my journey. I was realizing now that the sorrow of our separation had been eased a little by the knowledge that Constantius still walked the world, and yet, as I travelled, I could not keep from remembering how Isis had wept for her husband. Even the gods lost those they loved, so why should I think myself immune? Word of my coming had run ahead of me. Constantine came out of the Presidium as we rumbled through the gate, and when the carriage halted, he lifted me out. For a few moments I clung to him, drawing strength. "How is he?" I asked when I could stand alone. "Each day he insists on getting dressed and attempting to do a little work, but he tires very easily. I told him that you were coming,
and each hour it seems he has asked where I think you are now." He managed a smile. "But we persuaded him to lie down a little while ago, and he is sleeping." He escorted me into the building and showed me the chamber they had set aside for me and the slave girl who would attend me. When I had washed and changed my gown, I found Constantine waiting in the adjoining room, where a table with wine and honey cakes was laid. "And how are you?" I asked, noting the dark smudges beneath his eyes. Physically, I might be the more exhausted, but he was suffering too. "It is strange. When I go into battle, I feel no fear. But this is an enemy I cannot confront, and I am afraid." It is true, I thought sadly. Even the strength of a young man who does not believe he can die is helpless against some enemies. "I remember," he said slowly, not meeting my eyes, "from when I was a child. You can do strange things sometimes. You must help him, Mother, or we are lost." "Did you call me here as your mother, or as a priestess?" He looked up, and for a moment I thought he was going to crouch against me with his head upon my breast, as he had when he was a little child. "I need my mother, but my father needs the priestess." "Then it is as a priestess that I answer you. I will do what I can, Con, but you must understand that there is a natural rhythm to our lives that not even the gods can deny." "Then they are evil gods," muttered Constantine. "My heart cries out against this as loudly as yours, but it may be that all I will be able to do is to help him let go." The chair scraped loudly as he stood up and gripped my hand. "Come." He pulled me to my feet, and scarcely waiting for me to wrap my pallor around me, drew me from the room. "He stirred a moment ago," said the physician on watch as we appeared in the doorway. "I think he will wake soon." The Emperor lay on his bed, his upper body raised on pillows. I paused, making an effort to regain control. Constantine was right. The wife and mother would dissolve in tears, seeing her beloved lie so still. It was the priestess who was needed now. I came to his bedside and stretched out my hands above Constantius's body, extending my awareness to sense the energy flow. Above his head and brow, the life force still flowed strongly, but the aura above his chest flickered weakly, and lower down, though it was steady, it was not strong. I bent to listen to his breathing, and could hear the rasp of congestion inside. "Does he have fever?" I did not think so, for his skin was not flushed, but abnormally pale. I had hoped it might be that, for the lung fever, though serious, was something I knew how to fight. The physician shook his head, and I sighed. "The heart, then?" "I have made up an infusion of foxglove for when it pains him," said the physician. "That is well, but perhaps there is something we can do to strengthen him. Do you have a trustworthy man you can send for the following herbs?" As he nodded, I began to dictate my list: motherwort and hawthorn, nettle and garlic, and Constantine's grim look eased. Then the man on the bed stirred and sighed, and I knelt beside him, chafing his cool hands between my own. Eyes still closed, Constantius smiled. "Ah, the goddess returns." "The goddess was always with you, but now I am here as well." With an effort I kept my voice firm. "What have you been doing to yourself to get in such a state? Is it not the place of the Augustus to sit in his palace and leave the fighting to younger men?" "I have not even opened my eyes, and she is scolding me," he said, but in truth I think he was not yet certain I was real. "Perhaps this will take the sting away." I leaned over to kiss his lips, and as I released him, he looked up at me. "I have missed you," he said simply, and read my answer in my eyes. Throughout the week that followed, I dosed Constantius with my potions, but though Constantine talked loudly of his improvement,
I began to suspect that the Emperor had used up the strength that remained to him in holding on until I arrived. Constantine and I took it in turns to sit with him, holding his hand as he rested, or speaking of the years we had spent apart. One day, as I bathed him, I noticed a livid scar up the side of one thigh, and asked when he had risked himself so foolishly.
"Ah, that was in Gallia 3 summers ago, and I assure you I did not intend to run into such danger."
3 years, I thought, and the scar was still red and angry. It had not healed quickly or well, a sign that his circulation was failing even then. I could have given him medicines to strengthen his heart if I had known, but perhaps it would not have mattered. It was not Theodora who was my rival. Constantius had given his heart to the Empire before he ever offered it to me. July was drawing on, and even in Iburacum the days were warm. We opened the windows to let in fresh air, and covered Constantius with a light woolen cloth, and the chirring of the crickets blended with the rasp of his breathing. One afternoon, when I was alone with him in the room, Constantius woke from a brief sleep and called my name. "I am here, my dearest." I took his hand.
"Helena, I feel that this is one battle I am not going to win. The sun shines brightly, but he is declining, and so am I. I have done most of what I set out to do in this world, but I fear for the Empire, at the mercy of Galerius and his puppet Caesars."
"No doubt Augustus thought the same, but Rome still stands," I told him. "Her safety in the end depends on the gods, not you."
"I suppose you are right. When an emperor receives divine honors, it becomes hard to tell the difference sometimes. But the gods do not die. Tell me, my lady, can this body heal?"
For a moment I stared at him, blinking back tears. His gaze was clear and direct, and there had always been truth between us. I could not deny it to him now. "It has been long since I studied the arts of healing," I said finally. "But each day you spend more time in sleep. The life force in your body sinks lower. If it continues to do so, I think you may stay with us a week, but no more." Astonishingly, his face brightened.
"That is more than I have been able to make my physician say. A good general needs as much accurate information to plan an orderly retreat as he does when he seeks victory."
I would not have thought of it that way, and despite my tears I returned his smile.
"Constantine asked you to heal me, but now I ask you a harder thing, my beloved priestess. I have spent too much of my life in trying to stay alive on battlefields, and it is hard to let go. Now you must teach me how to die."
"I can only do this if I become wholly the priestess, and when I do so, the woman who loves you will not be here." He nodded.
"I understand. When I led Constantine in battle, it was the emperor, not the father, who ordered him into danger. But we have a little time, my darling. Be my beloved Helena today, and we will feast on our memories."
I squeezed his hand. "I remember the first time I saw you, in a vision that came to me when I was only 13 years old. You shone like the sun, and you do so still."
"Even now, when my hair has faded and my strength is gone,"
he teased. "A winter sun, perhaps, but you light the world for me all the same," I assured him.
"The first time I saw you, you looked like a wet kitten,"
he said then, and I laughed. We spent the rest of that day in talk, replaying our every meeting in the gentle light of memory. For a time Constantine sat with us, but it was clear that this was something in which he had only a peripheral part, and he went away to rest before his watch. When I went to my bedchamber that night, I wept for a long time. knowing that this had been our farewell. In the morning, I came to Constantius robed in blue and wrapped in the invisible majesty of a priestess. When he opened his eyes, he recognized the difference immediately. Others responded to the change without understanding, except for Constantine, who gazed at me with a child's panic at the loss of the familiar mother he thought he knew. "You are an adult now," I tried to tell him with my steady gaze. "You must learn to see your parents as fellow travellers upon life's road." But I suppose it was not surprising that he still saw us with a child's eye, having been separated from us when he was only 13 years old.
"Lady, I salute you,"
said Constantius in a low voice.
"What have you to teach me about the mysteries?"
"All men who are born of woman must one day come to life's ending," I murmured, "and the time is coming now for you. Soul to soul, you must listen and not allow yourself to be distracted. Your body has served you well and become worn out in that service. You must make ready now to release it, to depart from it, to rise from the realm of the physical, which is subject to change and decay, to that place where all is light and the true and eternal natures of all things are revealed." It had been many years since I had learned these words, and I had spoken them only once, when the other novices and I took turns to read them to an old priestess who was dying. But need called them forth, complete and perfect now. Throughout that day I repeated the instructions, explaining how the body would become a weight too heavy to be moved, and all sensation would disappear. When that happens, the soul must be ready to will itself upward and out through the crown of the head, seeking its union with the source of all. The cares of the world and affection for those one has loved conspire to drag the spirit back again, but it is necessary to be steadfast in one's determination to leave them behind. You will pass through a long, dark tunnel, as once you were forced from the darkness of the womb. This is the journey of your birth in the spirit, and at the end of it you will emerge, not into the light of day, but into that radiance that is the true source of the sun. Constantius had fallen asleep, but I continued to speak, knowing that some part of his spirit was still listening. It seemed to me that the gods meant to give him a gentle death. From one of these sleeps there would be no waking, and the soul would depart from the body, and presently the flesh, without a spirit to direct it, would give up as well. By this time it was apparent to everyone that the emperor was dying. In the city, I was told, the clamour of the marketplace was hushed, and incense smoked on every altar. The people of Iburacum had always considered Constantius to be one of their own. He had saved them from the Picts, and they were grateful. In the fortress, the soldiers stood guard around the Presidium, and Crocus and his senior warriors had crowded into the corridor outside the emperor's chamber, waiting with the uncomprehending patience of good hounds. That night, Constantius woke long enough to speak for a while with Constantine. Exhausted, I had gone to bed, but in the grey hour before the dawn, a soldier came to summon me. I dashed water on my face, struggling to focus, but in truth I was not surprised. I had given Constantius permission to depart, and instruction in how to do so. There was no reason for him to linger on.
"He is drifting in and out of consciousness,"
whispered the physician as I came to the door.
"and he labours to breathe." "Here is Mother, come to see you,"
said Constantine a little desperately, as I eased down on the low stool beside the bed. Constantius struggled for breath, choked for a moment, and then exhaled. "Put more pillows behind him," I said, uncapping the vial of attar of rose that hung from a chain around my neck. I saw his nostrils flare, and the next breath came more easily. And then he opened his eyes, and his lips twitched in an attempt at a smile. For a moment it was enough simply for him to breathe. Then he gathered his forces and turned his gaze towards Constantine.
"Remember,"
he whispered,
"take care of your mother and your brothers and sisters."
Gaze focused in concentration, he drew breath again.
"Pray to the highest God to preserve the Empire."
His eyes closed, but he was clearly still conscious, still struggling. The windows were shuttered, but I could feel a change in the air. I gestured to one of the physicians. "Open the windows." As the shutters were folded back, a pale light filled the room. With each moment it grew stronger. The sun was rising. On strong men's cheeks I could see the glistening track of tears. Moment by moment, the face of Constantius was growing brighter. I leaned forward and clasped his hands together upon his breast. "The world fades around you," I whispered. "It is time to move into the light." His gaze turned towards me, but I was not certain what he was looking at, for in that moment his features were transfigured by an expression of astonished joy.
"Goddess."
The word hovered at the edge of sound. Then his eyes widened, unseeing. The body fought for a last breath and failed, and he lay still. For the 8 days between the death of Constantius and his cremation, Constantine had kept to his chamber, eating little and speaking to no one. For me, those days passed like a nightmare, in which the memories that came to me waking were worse than my dreams. But when the 8th day came to a close, I put on the white garments of mourning and went out to follow my husband's body to the pyre. If Theodora had been here, this would have been her privilege, but she and her children were in Treveri, where they must only now be receiving the news of his death. Constantius had been a kind man, and no doubt he had treated his Roman wife with courtesy. But though he had done his duty in her bed, he had not taken her with him on campaign, and he would never have brought her to Britannia. Here, in my own land, I was his true wife, and it was as Constantius's wife that Crocus and the other officers who had known me in the old days honoured me. They saluted as I came out into the portico. Constantine was waiting, washed and shaved and wrapped in a snowy toga, and although his eyes were deep-shadowed, he had clearly recovered his self-command. I remember that night now as a series of images, torches whipping in the wind, pale in the gathering dusk, and the white marble of the new-made tomb glowing faintly in the torchlight. Not for Constantius a burial along the road outside the town. The magistrates of Eboracum had claimed him, and if he could no longer protect them in life, the honours paid to a tomb in the Forum might persuade his hovering spirit to confer a blessing. I have another image. Constantius's body, wrapped in purple and crowned with the wreath of gold, lying upon a pyre, stacked high with good British oak and studded with spices. I remember torchlight on the grim faces of Asclepiodotus and Crocus, who had escorted us, and the glitter of their armour, and Constantine's silence, as if he had been carved of the same marble as the tomb. There is a sound, a wail that goes up from the populace when Constantine thrusts his torch between the logs. The soldiers who had filled an entire side of the square are murmuring, but their discipline holds, and as the smoke swirls skyward, hiding the still form of the emperor, except for the weeping of women, it becomes quiet once more. I have seen this before, in the vision at my passage into womanhood, but I saw myself wearing the purple, and that never happened. So how can this be true? I remember the pyre beginning to fall into coals as the first stars pricked through the velvet pall of the sky, and the deep voice of Asclepiodotus telling Constantine he must speak to the people now. Like a sleepwalker, Constantine turns, and now his eyes burn. He lifts his arms, and it becomes utterly still.
My brothers and sisters, brothers in arms and fellow children of the Empire, my father and yours is dead, and his soul ascends to heaven. We are orphaned of our protector, and who will watch over us?"
And a wail rises from among the women, as swiftly overwhelmed by a deep cry from the throats of many men. "Constantine! Constantine will protect us! Constantinus! Imperator!" Constantine lifts his hands once more as if to quiet them, but the shouting only grows louder, and now the soldiers surge forward, Crocus in the forefront, one of them bearing a purple robe, and Asclepiodotus has my arm and is pulling me away. I do not remember how we got back to the Presidium, but throughout that night it seemed to me that the heavens echoed back the cry, "Constantine, Imperator!" Part 3. The Way to Wisdom. 15. AD 307 to 12. In all the years I had travelled about the empire as Constantius's wife, I had never been to Italia. I had yet to see Rome, but Maximian's new city of Mediolanum on the North Italian plain was said to be nearly as magnificent. Today, with the streets newly washed by the spring rains, and every archway garlanded with flowers, I could well believe it, as the masters of the empire attempted to forge yet another alliance by the marriage of Maximian's young daughter Fausta to my son Constantine. They had been betrothed in the year Constantius became Caesar. At the time, Fausta was only an infant. In the long years when Constantine was hostage first to Diocletian and then to Galerius, it would have surprised no one if the potential relationship had been forgotten by everyone, including Constantine. But I was beginning to realize that Constantine never forgot anything he had claimed as his own. I hoped that self-interest would dispose him to affection, and the fact that Fausta had grown up as his intended wife would incline her to respect, though it was asking a great deal to expect much companionship in the mating of a girl of 14 with a man of 35. Certainly the past 9 months had been bewildering. Although the troops, led by Crocus, had hailed Constantine as Augustus, he had deemed it more politic to claim no more than the rank of Caesar when he informed Galerius that he had a new colleague in rule. Meanwhile, Maximian's son Maxentius had decided to follow his example, and Maximian himself had come out of retirement to help him. They were all calling themselves Augustus now. I would have been quite content to wait at the palace, but Constantine insisted that all his family, including the half-sisters and brothers, Theodora's children, whom we had brought with us from Treveri, should ride in the procession. And so I was seeing Mediolanum from the vantage of a triumphal cart, garlanded and gilded, and shaded with pink silk that clashed with the purple pallor I wore, though I trusted that it flattered my complexion. From the sound of the cheers, Maximian and Constantine, riding together, had passed through the triumphal arch leading to the main square. More cheering behind me proclaimed the advent of the bride, riding in a chariot drawn by 4 milk-white ponies, which had been fitted with wings, so that each resembled a miniature Pegasus, her face hidden by the flame-coloured silk of her veil. I still did not know whether Crocus's acclamation had taken Constantine by surprise, or if he himself had planned it. In retrospect, it was inevitable that Constantius's oldest son should claim the imperium. If he had not done so, I suppose Galerius would have made some preemptive strike against him, and why should I blame my son for doing what he had been conceived and born to do? In fact, Constantine had acted with wisdom and decision, establishing himself in his father's capital, Treveri. So far as anyone knew, to rule his father's territories was the extent of his ambition, and now everyone was courting him. There were days when it all seemed like some dream. With Constantius I could have enjoyed all this, but I had trouble believing I belonged here, with a son I loved but hardly knew. Still, I had rented out my house in Londinium and brought all the household to Treveri, where Drusilla took charge of my kitchens and Vitellia the management of everything else, as if they had been born to live in palaces. I missed my students and Katia and my other friends in Londinium, but Constantine's enthusiasm was infectious. Constantius had done his duty, but Constantine enjoyed the exercise of power. My head was beginning to ache from the clamour by the time we reached the palace, and I was more than ready to sit down on something that did not move. I could see Constantine eyeing the marble facings in the hall, as if he were considering copying them for his new basilica. They were magnificent. Pink and grey polished slabs, laid in patterns on the lower walls and the floor. But though the building itself was impressive, a close examination made it clear that it had been put back into use rather hastily. The long tables, so beautifully swathed in brocade, were plain wood, and the fittings where tapestries should have curtained the windows were still bare. The richly dressed guests who sat at those tables did not seem to notice. Crocus was there, with two of his senior officers, and a rotund little man called Ossius, who was the Bishop of Corduba. Though the wedding had been a traditional Roman affair, Constantine had asked the bishop to give it his blessing, which had no doubt pleased the Christians here. Nonetheless, once the sacrifice had been made, the omens read, and the marriage contract signed, the feast to which we sat down was memorable, even if the little bride had not yet lost her puppy fat and was unbecomingly flushed. With excitement, I hoped, not with wine. Fausta had grey eyes and fine reddish hair, to which her maids had given rather too much curl. When she grew into her looks, she might be handsome, but for now, her cheeks full of sweetmeats, she brought a bright-eyed squirrel to mind. During one of the breaks in the entertainment, when the guests were milling about, Constantine made his way to my couch. "My darling," I gazed up at him, "you outshine your bride." Surely no woman had ever been blessed with such a splendid son. Constantine grinned. His cream-coloured tunic of Eastern silk was bordered and banded with gold that set off his burnished hair. "She is pretty enough when she is not laden with ornaments like a heifer at a festival, but it is true that she is still very young. Will you rule my household, mother, until Fausta is old enough for the job?" I pretended to think about it, but he knew I could not refuse, and he seized my hand and kissed it when I smiled. "And there is another request I would make of you, even dearer to my heart." He paused, as if searching for words. "When I was in the East, I formed a connection with a woman named Minervina, and 2 years ago she bore me a son." I lifted one eyebrow, understanding why he might feel unwilling to bring up the subject, when from his point of view this Minervina's story sounded so much like my own. "And what have you done with her, now that you have a legitimate bride?" I asked tartly, and saw the betraying flush stain his skin. "She died of fever a year ago," he replied with some dignity. "I had no choice but to leave the boy with his uncle when I escaped Galerius, but now I have sent for him. His name is Crispus, mother. Will you take charge of him for me?" "Pater familias," I teased him gently. "You are taking all of your relatives under your wing." He gave me the sweet smile that I remembered from the days when he was a boy. A grandchild. I was surprised at how that thought excited me. "Bring your little lad to me. If he smiles at me like that, I am sure I will love him well."
"Avia! Avia! See, Boreas will jump for me!"
I turned, smiling, as the golden-haired boy held up the branch. The male greyhound puppy, one of a pair that Constantine had recently sent to me, leaped over it, and the female Favonia gambolled around them barking. "They are still young, my love. Do not make them too excited," I warned, although in truth it was as much the nature of a puppy to live in a state of excitement as it was for a little boy. Crispus was curious about everything, and charmed everyone. Constantine never spoke of the boy's mother, but it was clear that she had had the raising of the child long enough to give him a certainty that he was loved. Even Fausta, though she was more of an age to be his sister, played with him like a doll, and swore that she would adopt him as her own. In the 3 years since Crispus had come to Treveri, I had become accustomed to the cry of "Avia, grandmother." It seemed to me sometimes during these first years of Constantine's reign that I had lived 3 lives, and the third was the happiest of all. In my first, I had been a maiden of Avalon, struggling to survive Ganeda's hostility and come into my own power. The second had given me the joy of a woman's fulfillment and the pain of a woman's passions. But even during the years when we were apart, like a flower forever turning to the sun, my identity had been determined by my relationship to Constantius. But now my body had found a new equilibrium, no longer at the mercy of the moon, and I had a new existence as Empress-Mother, the most unexpected identity of all. Tiring of his play, Crispus came running up to climb into my lap, and the dogs, panting, flopped down beside us. I popped a candied fig from the painted plate on the bench beside me into the boy's mouth and cuddled him against my breast. For the first time in my life, I had no need to practice economy, and I had servants in plenty to do the actual work of the imperial household. I was free to spend most of my time with Crispus, who had all his father's brilliance, and, as it seemed to me, even more sweetness, though that may have been the partiality of a grandmother, who can afford to love her grandchildren more openly, because their success or failure does not so directly reflect upon her own.
"Tell me a story about when Peter was a little boy,"
mumbled Crispus through the fig. Well, I thought a moment. When he was your age, he loved figs just like you. At that time we lived in Nasus, and we had a neighbour who was very proud of the fig tree in his garden. Now, we also had a dog called Hylas who loved fruit, and would even climb trees to get at it. So Constantine made a muzzle for Hylas, and very early one morning he dropped him over the wall into the neighbour's garden and encouraged him to climb the fig tree and knock the ripe figs down. Then he nipped into the garden with a basket and gathered them up and took them into the little house he had built in our garden to eat.
"Did he eat them all?"
asked Crispus.
"Didn't he give the doggy even one?"
Oh, yes, and smeared fig around Hylas's muzzle as well, and when the neighbour discovered his loss and came over, shaking his fist and demanding that we punish our son, Constantine pointed to the dog and swore by Apollo that Hylas had done the deed, which was, of course, true. When the man didn't believe him, he insisted on going to the fig tree and letting Hylas climb it again, and this time, of course, he was not muzzled, and managed to grab one of the figs he had missed before.
"What did the neighbour say?"
Well, first he wanted us to destroy the dog, but he settled for a promise that the animal would be prevented from ever getting into his garden again. So we swore by Apollo as well, and paid the man the worth of the figs in silver, and he went home.
"I'm glad the dog was safe,"
said Crispus.
"But didn't Peter get in trouble?"
Oh, yes, because, you see, Hylas had been trained not to climb that wall. Constantine thought he had been very clever, until we explained the difference between being truthful and being honest, and made him help our gardener dig the flower-beds until he had worked off the price we paid. I saw the child's eyes grow round as he contemplated the idea that his father had once been less than perfect. In recent years, Constantine had developed a distinct taste for godlike splendor, and I thought it would do Crispus no harm to realize that his father was human too. If I had a worry, it was the continued political turmoil as Constantine struggled with his competitors for supremacy. I had no real doubts that he would eventually triumph, for was he not the child of prophecy? Still, I waited eagerly for my son's letters, and finding in his mother his safest confidant, Constantine wrote to me often. When Crispus jumped down to go play with the dog some more, I took out the latest letter, sent from somewhere near Massilia. After the wedding, Maximian had quarrelled with his son, and for a time taken refuge with us. Galerius, having failed to rectify the situation by force, had installed a man called Licinius as his Caesar. And now Maximian, who in my opinion was showing signs of senility, had seized the treasury and dug himself in at Massilia. But first he wrote a letter to Fausta, proclaiming that soon he would be the sole ruler of the West once more. Constantine was at that point reviewing troops on the Rhenus, and Fausta, who idolized him, had promptly written to inform him of what was going on. By now, Constantine might be fighting his father-in-law. We had received no word since this letter, written from the Temple of Apollo at Granum, where Constantine had stayed 3 nights before.
Granum was on our way, and so I took the opportunity to sleep overnight in the shrine there, and the god gave me a dream. Apollo himself came to me, attended by Victory, and offered me 4 laurel wreaths. Perhaps you will know how to interpret this portent better than I, but I believe that each one represents a span of years during which I will reign. The Almighty Sun has always favored our family, and so I claim his protection. If Apollo gives me victory in the coming conflict, I will inscribe Soli Invicto Comiti on my next issue of coinage in his name. Pray for me, Mother, that I have dreamed true, and will indeed gain the victory."
A sound, like the distant murmur of trees in a storm, caught my attention. But there was no wind. The sound was coming from the city. The gardens attached to the palace were extensive. If I could hear noise from the street beyond our gates, where the new basilica rose above the trees, it had to be loud. I felt my belly tensing as I rose to my feet, but I folded Constantine's letter carefully and slid it into the bosom of my gown, where it bloused over the waistcoat. Crispus and the dogs were still chasing each other around the garden. If it was good news, I told myself, I could wait to hear it, and I had no need to hurry sorrow if it was bad. Yet it was not some dust-coated military messenger, but Fausta, who came running out of the palace as if the Furies were at her heels. The cramping in my belly tightened as I saw her face contorted and her cheeks smeared with tears.
"Maida! Maida! He killed himself, and it is my fault!"
Abruptly my own terror eased. My son believed in his destiny too strongly to take his own life, whatever disaster might befall. I took the girl in my arms and held her until her sobbing eased. "Who, Fausta? What has happened?"
"My father!" she wailed. "They caught him at Massilia, and now he is dead, and it is all because I told Constantine what he wrote to me."
"Your duty was to your husband, you know that," I murmured, patting her. And Constantine would have found out soon in any case, and the end would have been the same. It was a mighty convenient suicide, I observed silently, wondering if some of Constantine's soldiers had assisted Maximian to expiate his crime. As I comforted Fausta, I found myself mourning the bluff soldier Maximian had been when I knew him in Gallia. He had been a good subordinate to Diocletian, but clearly the old emperor had been right to make Maximian join him in retirement. He had possessed neither the nerve nor the judgment to act successfully alone. With Maximian, the last of the older generation who might have claimed the empire was gone. It was Licinius in the east, and Maximian's son Maxentius in Rome, with whom Constantine would have to share power. But Constantine, I thought grimly, was a man with both the will and the ability to rule alone. Gradually, Fausta's sniffles ceased. "Mourn for your father, Fausta, for in his day he was a great man, and he would have hated to live until he was feeble and old. Wear white for him, but do not let your eyes be red and puffy with weeping when Constantine comes home." She nodded. Constantine liked to have everyone happy around him. I wondered sometimes if the uncertainties of his childhood had given him this desire for a perfect family, or whether he simply believed it necessary if he was to properly fulfill his role as emperor. When Constantine was at home, it was his custom to sit with me for an hour at the end of the evening. We would speak sometimes of the family, and sometimes of the Empire. I suppose that I was the only adviser whom he could trust absolutely, but even to me he rarely opened all his mind. I regretted sometimes the loss of the open-hearted boy he had been before he went to Diocletian's court, but I knew that innocence would never have survived the dangers and intrigues that surrounded an emperor. I had a small sitting-room between my bedchamber and the gardens, with doors that could be opened in the heat of summer, and a hearth in the British fashion for the days of winter and autumnal chill. Now, at the end of summer, I sat by the fire with my spinning. The work was no longer the necessity it had been at Avalon, but I found it focused and calmed the mind.
"How do you make the threads so fine and even, Mother? No matter how long I watch you, when I try, the wool always breaks in my clumsy hands."
Constantine sat with his long legs stretched out to the fire, his deep-set eyes half closed as he watched the spindle turn. "It is a good thing, then, that you were not born a girl," I answered, catching the spindle with my foot, as I paid out more wool from the distaff and adjusted the tension. Then a deft twist set it spinning again.
"Oh, yes," he laughed. "But the fates, who have laid out my course from the cradle, would not have erred in so fundamental a matter. I was born to be emperor."
I raised one eyebrow. There was something a little disturbing about such certainty, but I could not dispute what I also believed to be true. "And to father a dynasty? Crispus is growing to be a fine lad, but one son is not much of a family. Fausta is 19 now, and ripe to be bedded. She will get into mischief if you do not give her children."
"Has she been complaining?"
He laughed.
"You are right, of course, but I will sire no more offspring until I can be sure of being at home often enough to supervise their upbringing. The death of Galerius has upset the balance of power. I have reason to believe that Maximin Dea has made an alliance with Maxentius. I myself have been in communication with Licinius, who also claims the East, and offered him the hand of my sister Constantia."
He gave me a quick glance, as if wondering how I would take this mention of his half-sister, but I had long ago accepted the fact that Constantius had asked Constantine to watch over the children of Theodora. Her birth might have been better than mine, but it was my son who was emperor. So, the lines have been drawn.
"Maxentius has defaced my statues. He says it is because I tore down the images of his father Maximian. But Maximian died a rebel, whereas I am supposed to be Maxentius's brother emperor. I will have to go against him, and soon, before the snow closes the Alpine passes. It is as good an excuse as any."
"If the rumours that I have heard are true, the Senate will applaud you. He has made free with too many patrician wives and daughters, and imposed too many taxes. But do you have the forces to match the men he has added to the Praetorian Guard, and the troops brought over from Africa?"
"In quality?"
He grinned whitely.
"In quantity? No. But I am the better general. Superior numbers will not matter if they are not led well."
"May the blessing of all the gods be with you," I said, frowning. The last of the laughter left his face.
"If I knew which god could guarantee me victory, I would promise him a temple. I would make his cult first in the empire. I must fight Maxentius, and it must be done now. But you are right in thinking that the result will hang upon the favour of heaven. Pray for me, Mother. You have the ear of the gods."
"You are always in my thoughts and in my prayers," I answered, when the silence threatened to go on for too long. I loved Constantine. He was the centre of my life. But these days he seemed to need more than I understood how to give to him. The next day he was gone, gathering his faithful troops from the Rhenus, I assumed, though no announcement had been made that might warn his enemy. Later I was to learn that Maxentius, anticipating some move from Constantine, had entrusted the defence of the north to one of his generals, staying in Rome himself in case Licinius should finish dealing with the Persians in time to attack him. But at the time I was unable to appreciate even what news we had, for Crispus had taken some illness from the gardener's children, and though he recovered quickly, I, who had been nursing him, contracted it myself. First came the red rash, and then the fever, which seemed to burn in my very bones. If this was a disease we had in Britannia, my upbringing on Avalon had sheltered me from it, and as often happens when an adult catches a childhood disease, I became far more ill than Crispus had been. I lay in alternating stupor and delirium as the month of October drew to its end. In my moments of clarity, I heard the names of cities: Segusio, Taurinorum, Mediolanum, and later Verona, Brixia, Aquileia, Mutina. Afterward, I was to learn that they were the towns Constantine had taken. By refusing to allow his soldiers to plunder the first of them, he had won the swift surrender of those that followed. But I was fighting my own battle, and as the days passed, I sensed that I was losing. Events around me passed like a troubled dream, but in that in-between state in which I hovered, neither the world of humankind nor the spirit world, I sensed the tides of the seasons swinging onward towards Samhain, when the Britons hold that the old year ends and the gestation of the new begins. There comes a moment then when a doorway opens between the worlds, and the dead return. A good time, I thought dimly, for my own passing. I regretted only that I had no chance to say farewell to Constantine. Yet it was not my life, but an era that was ending, though it was to be many years before I clearly understood the significance of that Samhain tide. A day came when the fever rose once more, and my spirit, freed from a weakening body, fared forth between the worlds. I seemed to see the land laid out below me, and love carried me eastward, where my son was about to come to grips with his enemy. I saw a great city beside a river that I knew must be Rome, but Maxentius's forces had crossed the Tiber upstream from the city and were drawn up in formation, facing the smaller number of troops led by Constantine. Winter was coming early, and in the crisp air the sun seemed to shatter, sending a refraction across the horizon that rayed out in a cross of light. Constantine's forces charged the enemy, his Gallic cavalry evading the more heavily armed Italian horsemen and overwhelming the lightly armed Numidians. I could see Constantine in his golden armour, and his bodyguard, all with the Greek Chi Rho painted for luck upon their shields. Maxentius's praetorians died where they stood, and the remainder of his troops broke and ran. The bridge cracked beneath the sudden weight, spilling men and horses into the swift grey waters. The attackers swarmed after them, swiftly repairing the damage to the bridge, and by sunset they were entering Rome. As shadow swept across the land, I also fell into darkness. The disease had run its course, but I was dreadfully weakened. I would eat and drink when they roused me, but most of the time I slept. Sometimes, half-conscious, I would hear conversation around me.
"She grows no better,"
came the voice of the Greek physician.
"The emperor must be told."
"We dare not distract him. If Constantine is defeated, none of our lives will be worth a denarius. Maxentius will treat us as Maximin did the wife and daughter of Galerius." That was Vitellia. She sounded as if she had been weeping. I wanted to tell her that Constantine had triumphed, but I could not make my body do my will. "Even if we sent a message now, my lord could not come in time," said Fausta. She was Maxentius's sister, and might expect to be spared if he triumphed, unless he blamed her for the death of their father. The early emperors had not hesitated to kill their own kin. Why should I fight my way back to life in a world where such things could be? I was awakened the next morning by a babble in the corridor outside my room. I tried to call out, but even the slave girl who watched over me at night had gone. Had Constantine been defeated? The voices outside did not sound fearful. Then the door banged open, and Crispus came running into the room, his fair hair still tousled from sleep and excitement blazing in his eyes. When he saw me, he stopped short, obviously shocked by my appearance, for while I was ill they had not allowed him to visit me. I whispered his name, and more slowly he came to kneel at my bedside.
"Avia, Avia!"
Carefully Crispus hugged me.
"We have won!"
I reached out to touch his cheek, feeling energy flow into me from those strong young arms.
"Peter sent a courier. There was a big battle, and Maxentius is dead."
I smiled, realizing that my visions had not lied.
"You will get well now, won't you, Avia? So you can welcome Peter home?"
His grey eyes were luminous with confidence. "Yes, love." I found my voice at last, knowing that the gods were not going to take me this Samhain after all. Now, all will be well. It was past the feast of Saturnalia when Constantine returned to Treveri. By that time I was recovering my strength, with only an occasional shortness of breath to remind me of my fight to breathe. But my hair, which until now had shown only a few strands of grey, had gone white in the course of my illness. I trusted that it would distract my son from noting any other changes, for I had not allowed them to tell him how close to death I had come. I chose to receive him in my sitting room, where the reflected light from my red-painted walls would give me a healthier colour. Even so, I was glad to be sitting when he came to me, for the aura of power that blazed out around him was like the blast of heat from a roaring fire. "Hail, Sol Invictus! You are surely the sun in his splendour now." I lifted a hand in welcome, or perhaps to ward him away, for in that moment he was a giant, dwarfing all else in the room. Later, when I saw the statue that he had commissioned in Rome, whose head alone was the height of a tall man, I realized that the sculptor had sensed the same quality of something beyond the scale of humanity as I. Constantine grinned, bent to kiss me, and then began to pace around the room, as if the power that filled him would not let him sit still. He did not comment on my appearance. Perhaps he was still too transfixed by his visions to really focus on the outer world. "Oh, Mother, I wish you had been there, for surely the God of Light was with me on that day." He took another turn around the room and came to my side once more. "I have heard there were many signs and wonders. What happened, Constantine? What did you see?" "Oh, yes. Now they are all saying how my victory was foretold. But at the time, the prophets on both sides were predicting their armies would win. The Sibylline books prophesied that an enemy of Rome would perish on the day of the battle, and of course Maxentius said it must be me, and the astrologers were muttering darkly about a conjunction of Mars, Saturn, Jupiter and Venus in Capricorn. But I am destined to rule, and I knew how to make even my enemies serve me." I gazed at him in wonder. Constantine had always been confident, but now he spoke with the fervour of a priest in trance. Maxentius had become a tyrant, and Rome was bound to see me as a liberator. He was on the bridge when it collapsed, and the weight of his armour drew him down into the mud and he drowned. As for the stars, the night before the battle, I dreamed that a shining figure showed me a scroll with the Greek letters that the scribes used to signify a passage that is good, and told me that was the sign by which I should conquer. When I woke, I told the fabricators to affix the chi and rho to a military standard, and my guard to draw the sign on their shields. And then the sun rose and divided in a cross of light, and I knew I would have the victory. Sir Peter believes that I saw Apollo, but Bishop Ossius assures me that my vision was given by the Christos." "And what do you believe?" I asked him then. "The Jewish Jesus, whom we crucified, is a god for slaves," said Constantine. "But the great Father whom the Christians worship, the King and Creator of all the world, is the same as the God of the philosophers, and worthy to be patron to an emperor. I do not think it matters what name folk use for him, so long as they recognize that one God is supreme in the heavens and on the earth,
one emperor.
The Senate may have acclaimed you as Senior Augustus, I observed gently, but in the East, Licinius still rules, and is about to become your brother-in-law.
That is true.
Constantine frowned.
I do not know how the god will arrange matters, but in my heart I know that what I have said is true. It is my destiny.
I believe you, I said softly, for in that moment, with the last of the winter sunlight bathing him in a golden glow, he did indeed seem touched by a god, and surely, after the civil disorders of the past years, a single strong hand on the reins of empire would be welcome. The prophecies of Avalon had foretold a child who would change the world, and with every year it became clearer that Constantine was the one foretold. My rebellion against Ganeda had been vindicated, yet I wondered why I felt that flicker of unease, even as I rejoiced in my son's victory. The spring that followed was one of the most beautiful I could remember, as if the entire world was celebrating Constantine's victory. A goodly mixture of sun and rainfall brought out the flowers, and the winter wheat produced an abundant harvest. I was in the garden, talking with the man who took care of the roses, when Vitellia came running out of the palace, clutching a scroll, her cheeks streaked with tears. "What is it?" I cried, but as she drew closer, I could see that her eyes were shining with joy. "He has made us safe," she exclaimed. "Your son, blessed by God, has preserved us." "What are you talking about?" I took the piece of papyrus from her hand. "This comes from Mediolanum. The emperors have made a policy regarding religion." I pulled open the scroll, scanning the words that referred to the earlier Edict of Toleration of Galerius, and adding to it, "To no one whatsoever should we deny liberty to follow either the religion of the Christians or any other cult which, of his own free choice, he has thought to be best adapted for himself, in order that the supreme divinity, to whose service we render our free obedience, may bestow upon us in all things his wonted favour and benevolence." "Can you understand what this will mean?" babbled Vitellia. "He is giving back everything that we lost during the persecutions. We can build new churches and celebrate our holidays. We can hold services openly without fearing the soldiers have come to arrest us when we hear a knock upon the door. Christ be praised, for surely it is he who has inspired your son and worked this miracle." The paragraphs that followed restored to Christians the property and freedoms that had been taken in the persecutions, stipulating that all cults should have an equally free and unhindered liberty of religion. No wonder Vitellia was weeping, I thought then. The shadow that had hung over her and her church was lifted, and the Christians might now emerge to stand beside the followers of the traditional religions in the blessed light of a new day. I had not seen such recognition of a truth that lay beyond cult or creed in all my years among the Romans, whose gods seemed to vie for the favour of their worshippers like magistrates at the elections, or the philosophers who denounced other schools as errors, or among the Christians, who simply stated that all other religions were wrong. This recognition of a power in whose light all faiths might stand as equals reminded me of the teachings I had learned as a child on Avalon, and at the thought I found my own eyes filling with grateful tears. 16. A.D. 316. To sit on the shore at Baiae was like being in the heart of the sun. Light reflected with blinding intensity from the white sand that bordered a bay whose waters glittered a clear azure, only a shade darker than the blue of the sky. To a child of the north, this light was overwhelming, banishing every darkness not only of the body but of the soul. As I lay upon the couch on the terrace, set between the sea and the freshwater bathing pool, I could feel the heat baking out the agues that a winter in Rome had set in my bones. It seemed to me that the anxieties of the past few years were dissipating as well. There were still those who challenged my son's authority, but he had proven himself a brilliant general, and I no longer doubted that one day he would rule supreme in the empire. For several years the imperial household had been settled in Rome, but the great city, which was plagued by a raw chill in the winter-time, was just as bad in the summer, when a damp, sticky heat blanketed the 7 hills. Fausta, who was now in the last moon of her first pregnancy, had complained that the heat was stifling her, and so I had brought the imperial household here, to the palace the Emperor Severus had built beside the Bay of Puteoli in the Gulf of Neapolis 50 years before. Fausta lay on a couch beside me, with 2 slaves to fan her and a sunshade to protect her fair skin, but I had only a hat to shade my eyes. To me, the heat everywhere in Italia was equally intense, but on the coast the air had a purity that invigorated even as it overpowered, and so I spent most of my time in the sun, listening to the sigh of the glittering wavelets on the shore. An occasional shout of laughter came to me from the bathing pool, where Crispus was playing with the sons of noble Roman families who had come along to keep him company. If I turned, I could see the flash of their smooth young bodies, gilded by the sun. Crispus was 14 now, big-boned as his father, with a voice that was, most of the time, that of a man. By the time my son turned 15, he had already been at the court of Diocletian for 2 years. Every year that Crispus remained with me was a blessing, as if the years during which Constantine had been lost to me were being restored. Of Constantine himself I saw little. The defeat of Maxentius had made him undisputed master of the West. Licinius was now his brother-in-law, but the pact the 2 emperors had made did not last long. Within 2 years they began a series of conflicts that was to continue for a decade. Still, my son now felt secure enough to take Fausta to his bed, and at the age of 23 she had become pregnant at last. She swore it would make no difference to her affection for Crispus, and indeed she had adopted him as her own child as well as Constantine's. Still, I could not help but wonder if her attitude might change when she had a child of her own. The noise from the pool crescendoed as the children began to climb out, glistening in the strong sun. Boreas and Favonia, who lay sleeping in the shade of my couch, lifted their heads to watch, feathered tails beating gently against the flagstones. Slaves hurried forward with towels to dry the boys, while others brought out trays of fruit and little pastries and pitchers of mint water chilled with ice, brought all the way from the Alpes and stored in a deep cellar wrapped in straw. Drusilla would have snorted at such extravagance, but she had died the year after Constantine's great victory. Surrounded with all this luxury, I missed her plain cooking. Still laughing, Crispus led the others to the terrace, and I sat up, smiling as the dogs fawned at his feet. As he grew, he was coming to resemble his grandfather Constantius more and more, save that where my beloved had been so fair of skin he burned at the slightest touch of the sun, Crispus had inherited his mother's complexion, and the sunshine that bleached his hair only turned his skin a deeper gold. Except for the towel slung over one shoulder, he was as naked as a Greek statue, trained muscles rippling, as beautiful as a young god. But he is only a boy, I told myself, surreptitiously flexing my fingers in a sign against ill luck, irrationally afraid that one of those deities might hear my thought and resent it. I have been among the Romans too long, I told myself then, for the gods of my own people were not so prone either to lust for mortals or to jealousy. Nonetheless, Crispus was approaching the age that, in these southern lands, was held to be the apogee of splendor. Fausta was watching him with an appreciation as great as my own, and I suppressed a shiver whose source I could not name. "Avia! Avia! Gaius says that the lake on the other side of the hill is the place where Aeneas descended into the underworld. Let's get up a party to go look for it. We can take a lunch and picnic on the shore,
and read passages from the Aeneid. It will be educational."
"Who will read them?" Fausta laughed. "Not Lactantius."
She tried to sit up, but the great round of her belly prevented her, and she held out her hand so that her maid could help her. I smiled. The eminent rhetorician had in later life become an ardent Christian, and had recently been sent by Constantine to be his son's tutor. The emperor had made it clear that the Christos was now his patron deity, and those who wished to rise at his court had found it in their interest to become Christian. So far he had not insisted on a formal commitment from his family, though we were expected to attend those parts of the services open to the uninitiated. I missed Vitellia, who had gone back to Londinium to rebuild the church there in honour of her nephew.
"Do not be so sure," retorted Crispus. "Lactantius is a great admirer of Virgil, and says that he is one of the virtuous pagans who predicted the coming of our Lord."
"Then I suppose he will not forbid the expedition," I put in. "Very well. Let us plan to set out early tomorrow, so as to arrive before the heat of the day." Somewhat to my surprise, Lactantius not only made no objection, but decided to come along, a scroll of the Aeneid firmly in hand. Fausta remained at the palace, resting, but the old man and I travelled in litters, while the boys rode little sure-footed donkeys from the nearby village up the winding path. A wagon full of picnic gear brought up the rear. Even in the north of Italia, I could find scenes that reminded me of home, but here I knew I was in another land, where the heated air was fragrant with the scent of Artemisia and the perfume of the flowers that grew in such profusion in the rich volcanic soil. As we reached the top of the hill above Baiae, I called for a halt to rest the bearers and the donkeys, and turned to gaze out over the brilliant blue waters of the Bay of Puteoli to Neapolis, and the perfect cone of Vesuvius beyond. Today no smoke curled from its summit, though the slopes of Vulcan's Forum, a half-day's journey away, steamed with a variety of foul smells. They called this place the Fields of Fire, and I could sense the earth fires below the surface, a constant reminder that nothing was eternal, even the solid ground beneath our feet. Then we were jolting our way downward towards the round blue mirror below. The white columns of the healing baths built on the shore by the first emperors gleamed in the summer sunlight, but we halted in a shady grove in the lee of a hill, and the slaves began to lay out our meal. The boys were already running about, dashing down to test the water, daring each other to dive in.
"Are you sure this is Lake Avernus?"
asked Crispus, as Lactantius and I settled ourselves in wicker chairs.
"Look, birds are flying across it without dying, and though the water smells a little stagnant, it did us no harm." "Virgil must have known it was all right," said one of the other boys. "They say that Julius Caesar himself visited those baths."
"Well, perhaps things were different when Rome was founded," I said, smiling. "After all, it was over 800 years ago. And this is bright summer, remember? In the winter, with a storm coming on, this place might look much more menacing."
"But where is the wide-mouthed cavern of which Virgil tells us?" asked Crispus. "Perhaps there was once a chasm that has now closed," answered Lactantius, "for they say that this is a land of changes."
He stretched out one arm in the pose of an orator. Even in this heat he wore a long robe, and with his white beard flowing over his chest, looked the part of an ancient sage as he unrolled the scroll and began to intone.
"There was a wide-mouthed cavern, deep and vast and rugged, sheltered by a shadowed lake and darkened groves. Such vapour poured from these black jaws to heaven's vault, no bird could fly above unharmed." "And when the ground begins to shake, it was an earthquake and not Hecate coming at all?" asked Crispus.
Lactantius nodded, smiling.
"Such evil spirits are no more than dreams and illusions, made demonic by men's fears. When the earth shakes, it is by the will of the Lord God who made it. But it was necessary that Aeneas, who lived long before the light of the Christos came into the world, should be led to found Rome.
Yet Virgil himself was a pagan, I observed.
He was, answered Lactantius, but so noble in soul that the light of God was able to reach him, as it did so many of our greatest poets, men of the highest genius. Seneca and Maro and Cicero of our own Roman writers, and Plato and Aristotle and Thales and many other among the Greeks, all touch upon the truth in places, and only the custom of their times, which insisted that God was not one but many, caused them to continue to honour false gods.
If there was a chasm here, perhaps it closed when Christ was born, said young Gaius, whose father was one of the few senators who had converted wholeheartedly to the new religion.
Indeed, it might be so,
said Lactantius approvingly. By this time the food was ready, and the boys, who were at that age when a meal was always welcome, were attacking it with their usual gusto. In addition to the hard breads and olives and cheeses, the cooks had included a crock of the seafood stew that was a specialty of Baiae, featuring various shellfish cooked with sea nettles and spices. I eyed it dubiously, but the cooks had packed it with snow from the cellars, and it seemed to be good. What is the temple whose dome I see shining above those trees? I pointed towards the top of the hill behind us.
It is the temple of Apollo that crowns the hill of Cumaea,
answered one of the slaves.
Cumaea!
Exclaimed Lactantius, gazing upward with interest.
But of course it would be, for the Sibyl gave her oracle to Aeneas from her cave, and then led him down to the lake to enter the underworld.
Is there still a seeress there? I asked, remembering how Heron had prophesied the coming of Constantius, and wondering with a remnant of professional curiosity how the oracle was conducted here.
Oh, no, replied Lactantius. Have you never heard the tale? In the time of Tarquin, the last king of Rome, the seventh seeress of Cumaea brought to him 9 books of prophecy. When he, considering her mad, refused to pay her price, she burned 3 of them, and then another 3, and then at last the king bought the remaining 3 for the price she had originally asked for all of them. And after that the words of other sibyls were collected from all the cities of Italia and Graecia, especially those of Erythrea, and the leaders of Rome have been guided by them from that day to this.
So there is no sibyl resident at the shrine of Cumaea?
No, noble one,
replied the slave.
Only the priestess who tends the temple of Apollo. But the cave in which the sibyl gave her oracles is there still.
I should like to see it, I said then, if the bearers have finished their meal. Cunuada, the little Alban girl, who had become my maid after I freed Hrodlind, went off to the water's edge where the slaves were eating, and returned with the 8 strong Germans whom Constantine had given to me. Her red hair reminded me of Diarna, the little cousin I had loved so long ago.
It should be safe enough,
Lactantius said seriously.
There is no wind, and the demon Apollo will be still. And perhaps the spirit of the Sibyl who proclaimed the unity of God will speak to you. I will stay to watch over the boys.
I refrained from raising an eyebrow. After so many years, the crescent of Avalon had nearly faded from my brow, and I had no wish to explain to the old man why I did not fear the voice of the daemon of Cumaea, whether it were that of a spirit or a god. Lactantius had never questioned me about my faith, but he knew that I was not a communicant of his church, and Crispus had confided to me that the old man worried about the state of my soul. I have never resented the prayers of anyone who wished me well, no matter what god he prayed to, and Lactantius was a kindly soul, as well as a man of great learning. If my grandson must be tutored by a Christian, he was fortunate to have the old man. An hour of travel brought us to a bare cliff of golden sandstone, pierced by a shadowed tunnel that was the entrance to Cumaea. "Do not tell them my name," I cautioned Cunuada as she helped me to descend from the litter. Say to the doorkeeper that I am a widow from Gallia called Julia, and that I will make an offering if they will show me the Sibyl's cave." I sat down on a bench beneath an oak tree, glad that we were now high enough to catch the sea breeze, and watched the sunlight glisten on the girl's russet braid as she made her way to the gate. When she returned, she was smiling.
"They have sent for the priestess of Apollo herself to guide you. I think they no longer get many visitors to the shrine."
A few moments later, a middle-aged woman in a white tunica emerged from the tunnel. As she drew closer, I could see that her gown was growing threadbare, but it was scrupulously clean. "Holy One, I will offer this golden bracelet to the god in the name of my husband, who honored him, but my deepest interest is in the cave of the Sibyl. Can you take me there?" I had not brought a purse with me, but the heavy cuff bracelet I was wearing had enough gold in it to feed this woman for some time.
"Of course, Domina, come this way."
The priestess turned towards the cool shadows of the tunnel, and I followed her, Cunwada at my heels. As we emerged into the light, she pulled the gauze veil up over her head, and I did the same. Before me was a court paved with worn sandstones, and a plinth with the statue of the Sibyl, arms uplifted, with wildly waving hair.
"When Aeneas came here, he called upon the oracle. The Sibyl was standing there before the doors when the power of the god came upon her suddenly,"
said the priestess. She pointed to an oddly shaped door into the side of the hill, like an elongated triangle from which someone had cropped the point.
"She seemed taller," the priestess went on, "and her voice boomed. It is the nature of a human to resist when such power tries to take possession. They say the Sibyl rushed to and fro like a frightened mare until the god overwhelmed her. And then, they say, his power rushed through the cave like a great wind, and all its doors were flung open, carrying her words to the waiting men."
100 gates, was it not, in Virgil? I asked.
"There are not so many as that, but there are openings all the way," said the woman, smiling. "Come, and you will see."
She lifted the bar and drew it back, touched a sliver of wood to the lamp that was kept burning by the entrance, and used it to light a torch, and pulled back the door. Now I could see that this was no natural cave, but a passage carved into the solid stone. To the right, a series of bays had been cut through to the sloping surface of the hill. A little light filtered through their shuttered openings. To the left, a long trough ran along the side of the passage, through which water flowed. As we moved forward, the flickering torchlight glittered on the water, and sent strange shadows dancing along the dusty floor. After the bright heat outside, the air here seemed damp and cool and very still. Apollo might not be present, I thought as I followed, but I sensed power of another kind waiting within the silent stone. Was it indeed Apollo who had once spoken through the oracle here, I wondered then, or had Virgil, writing 500 years after the last of the Sibyls of Cumaea had departed, simply assumed she served the god who had taken over most of the other oracles in the Mediterranean world? I reached out with senses long unused, wondering if the force that had once dwelt here retained enough coherence to respond. Between one breath and another, I felt the familiar dip and shift of consciousness that signaled the approach of trance. Cunwada took my elbow as I stumbled, but I shook my head and pointed towards the dark bay at the tunnel's end.
"Yes, that is where the Sibyl is said to have sat when she gave her answers,"
the priestess said then. "We do not know what sort of a seat she had, but we have always kept a tripod there, as they have at Delphi." I was moving forward on feet that scarcely felt the ground, but the three-legged stool at the end of the passage seemed to glow with its own light. The belief of centuries has made it sacred, I thought then. "I will sit there," I said in a voice that did not sound like my own. I pulled off the bracelet from my other wrist and held it out to the priestess. For a moment she was taken aback, glancing at the tripod nervously, but this was not the temple of her god. which she would have been bound to defend from any possible sacrilege. It was clear that she could not feel the power that was beginning to make my head spin. Shivering, I sat down upon the three-legged stool, and the veil slipped away, leaving my head bare. The position awakened memories buried in my bones. My trembling became a convulsive twitch as my body tried to adjust to the influx of power.
"Lady, are you unwell?"
cried Gunwada, reaching out to me, but the priestess prevented her, and that part of my mind that was still my own noted with relief that though the woman was no seer, she had enough training to recognize what was happening to me. "Do not touch her," she cautioned, and then, "This is all highly irregular. She should have told me she had the gift, so I might take precautions, but there is no help for it now." But indeed, came a thought that was swiftly being pushed into the background. I myself had not known that the trance skills in which I had been trained long ago would awaken so swiftly here. "So, daughter, will you let me in?" came in a voice, and with a long sigh I relaxed into that bright darkness as into a mother's gentle arms. I was distantly aware that my body had straightened, my hair coming loose from its pins, my arms extended, fingers flexing, as if someone were rediscovering the sensations of wearing flesh once more. I was only sorry that this body, which had endured for 67 years, was all I had to offer her.
"Who are you?"
whispered the priestess. "I am the Sibyl." My lips moved in answer. "I am always the Sibyl. In Erythrea I have spoken, and in Phrygia, in Samos and Libya, and many other holy places in the lands of men. But it has been long, so long, since there was anyone to give me a voice in this shrine." "Do you speak with the voice of Apollo?" the priestess asked suspiciously. "Go to your temple that stands upon the heights, and open your doors to the wind and the sunlight, and he will speak to you. But my power comes from the depths and the darkness of earth, and the perpetually upwelling waters of the sacred spring. I am the voice of fate. Would you seek an oracle?" There was an uncomfortable silence, and then the Sibyl's laughter. "Woman, you have served the gods your whole life long. Why are you so surprised that a power should speak to you? Ah, well, I read in the mind of this old woman who carries me that many things have changed. Rome still endures, but among her people there are some who have abandoned their ancient gods."
"It is the fault of the Christians!" exclaimed the priestess. "They say that there is only one God."
I felt my consciousness shift once more, deepening and expanding, as the persona of the seeress that had overshadowed me was itself overwhelmed by a blaze of illumination that swept all mortal awareness away. Indeed, the divine source is a single deity of preeminent power, who made the heavens and sun and stars and moon, the fruitful earth and the waves of the waters of the sea. This is the one who alone was and is from age to age.
"Are you telling me that the Christians are right?"
The voice of the priestess sharpened in horror.
"And their God is the only one?"
"No mortal can touch the ultimate deity. You who live in flesh see with the eyes of the world, one thing at a time, and so you see God in many guises, just as different images are reflected in the many facets of a jewel. To each facet you have given a form and a name, Apollo or Ammon, Sibyl or Hera, who once gave oracles at this shrine. Yahweh of the Jews watches over his people, and this Jesus blesses those who call on his name. They desire to touch the One, but their human limitations allow them to see only a single face, which they identify as the whole. Do you understand?" In that moment, I did comprehend what she was saying, and prayed that I would be allowed to remember those words.
"Then they are wrong,"
the priestess exclaimed. "They do well to serve the Christos, if they will truly follow his teachings, as you do well to serve the radiant Apollo. They are in error only in supposing that there is no truth but the one they see. But I will tell you this. Their vision is a powerful one, and I foresee a time when the temple of your Apollo will be a tumbled ruin, his worship as forgotten as that of the goddess who was honoured here before he came. Lament, O ye high gods, and mourn, you dwellers on Olympus, for a time is coming when your altars will be cast down, and your temples will lie beneath the cross." Vision extended in a mosaic of scenes, as I saw the cross lifted above buildings of dignity and splendour, or blazoned upon the tunics of men who nursed the sick, or fell upon each other with bloody swords. Onward rolled the vision, as the Sibyl spoke words I could no longer hear, and the priestess crouched at her feet, weeping. Eventually the images ceased, and I realized that the Sibyl had turned her gaze towards Cunwada. "And you, child, is there nothing that you would ask?" Cunwada's gaze fell, then lifted with a blaze of hope that transformed her. "How long will I stay a slave?" "When your mistress goes free, then you will be free as well, and a distant land shall grant you both a refuge. But before that comes to pass, she must endure many sorrows and make a great journey." "Thank you," whispered the girl. Her head was bowed, but I could see that her cheeks shone with tears. "There is more that I could say, but this body tires. It is a sorrow to me, for I tell you that it will be many centuries before another comes who will allow me to speak through her." My head drooped, and for a moment then I was two beings in one body, the immortal oracle and an old woman who ached in every bone. I tried to cling to the consciousness of the Sibyl, but it was like attempting to hold back the ebbing tide. And then that vital presence that had upheld me was gone, and I collapsed into Cunwada's arms. By the time we returned to the palace at Baiae, I was in full possession of my faculties once more, though my body, strained beyond its normal capacity by the power that had filled it, felt limp as an emptied wineskin. As soon as I could speak, I had cautioned Cunwada to say nothing of what had happened, but to remember what had been said and write it down, for already the details were fading from my memory as a dream fades with the day. As regards the free folk of the palace, she obeyed me, but I think now that she must have said something to my German litter-bearers, for from that time on they treated me with a reverence that went beyond duty, and I would hear the whisper, "Halleruna," the word for a wise woman in their own tongue, when I went by. Crispus and the others were concerned for me, but they thought my collapse no more than the weakness of an old woman who had overtaxed her strength, and apologized for having dragged me on this journey on such a hot day. But I assured them that I had taken the risk willingly, though they did not know just how great that risk had been. And indeed it was so, for though my body ached, my spirit was soaring with the knowledge that the ability to touch the other world that had been the delight of my youth was not lost to me after all. We passed through the palace gates as dusk was falling, but the place was full of lights. "What is it?" I asked, holding open the curtain of the litter. "Has the Emperor arrived? Are we having a feast that I had forgotten?" "Oh, my lady!" exclaimed the eunuch who was our steward. "Not the Emperor, but perhaps a Caesar. The Lady Fausta began her labour this afternoon. She has been calling for you, Domina. I beg you go to her." I lay back with a sigh, wishing this had not happened now, when I was already so tired. I will be no use to her until I have washed and eaten. This is her first child. There will be time. When I came to the birthing chamber, I found Fausta alone, whimpering with each pain. "Why have you sent your servants away, my child? They only want to help you." They fast and fast until I could not bear it. Oh, Avia, it hurts so much. Am I going to die?" "You are young and healthy, Fausta," I said bracingly, taking her hand. "I know this is not comfortable, but it will take a while for your womb to open enough to release the child." I had borne only the one child myself, but in later years I had often assisted at the labours of the wives of officers in Constantius's command, and added that experience to what I had learned of the birthing woman's craft at Avalon. I glanced towards the door where the midwife was hovering, and motioned her to come in. "She is doing very well," said the woman cautiously. I wondered what Fausta had said to her before. Fausta's fingers tightened painfully on mine as another pang came on. Her auburn hair was dark with perspiration, and her face blotched with weeping above the distorted belly. It was just as well, I thought then, that her husband was not here to see her now. "Talk to me, Avia," she said when she could speak again. "A poem or a joke or a story about Constantine when he was a little boy. Anything to distract me from the pain." "Very well." I patted her hand. "Has he never told you the story of how he won his first laurels? It was when Probus was emperor, and we were living in Nasus." She shook her head. "He talks to me sometimes about what he will do in the future, but he has never spoken of his boyhood." "Then I suppose it is for me to do so that you may tell the tales to your children in turn." I waited as a new pang rolled through her, but I think my presence had eased her tension, and her contractions were now not so hard to bear. Constantine had just passed his 7th year, though he was always large for his age, and looked older, and the Emperor Probus had offered a prize for the foot races at the Feast of Apollo. As I continued, I let my voice deepen, making my words rise and fall with the contractions that were squeezing Fausta's womb. Constantine began to practice, running each morning with Hylas, who was the dog we had then. I would have breakfast waiting when they returned, panting from the run. Gradually, Fausta was relaxing, riding my rhythms to find her own, even panting a little at the word. He won that first race easily, for among the boys of his age group he was tall and strong. But the next year he moved to a higher division, and though he was as tall as many, they were stronger and more experienced. He finished respectably, but he was not the winner, and you know my son does not like to lose." "What did he do?" I remember that he grew very silent, with that stubborn frown that we all have come to know, and he practiced, morning and night throughout the spring. My son has always been a dreamer, but a practical one, who will make whatever effort is required to make his dreams come true. When summer came once more, he was the winner again." Fausta gave a great sigh, then grimaced, remembering that her race was still going on. "And the next year?" "The next year we were transferred to Sirmium, and that summer the emperor was assassinated before the races could be held." "Tell me something else about Constantine," Fausta said quickly. "What games did he like to play?" I frowned a little, remembering. They say that the child is father to the man. It occurred to me now that I should not blame Diocletian for what he had made of my son. The signs of Constantine's future character were there in his childhood, if one had the eyes to see. He liked to gather the children of the other officers and parade down the street, pretending they were holding a triumph. I remember once he tried to train 2 of the stable cats to pull a cart. That was one time he failed, and had to use the dog instead. I don't think he ever quite accepted the fact that sometimes you simply cannot get your own way. And that certainly was a trait he had still. Now he was emperor, with the power to enforce his will, unable to understand why the quarrelling Christian factions to whom he had granted his favour still clung to their enmities. The Donatists in Africa and the followers of the Egyptian Arias elsewhere were being slandered by the Orthodox with more energy than they spent on the pagans,
and giving as good as they got.
"My husband is brave and persevering and confident," said Fausta, "and his son will be just like him."
"Are you so certain it will be a boy?" I smiled. But in truth, I had no right to tease her, when I myself had been sure I was going to bear the child of prophecy. I heard the sound of shutters being opened, and turning, saw through the window the first light of dawn. As the new day strengthened, Fausta's pains began to come more swiftly, and her whimpers became screams. The midwife tried to encourage her by saying that it would not be long now, but Fausta had reached that point where labouring women call for their mothers and curse their husbands.
"Tell that woman not to lie to me," gasped Fausta. "I am dying, I know it. Soon I will join my father and my brother among the shades, and I will tell them that Constantine sent me there."
She groaned as her belly clenched again.
"But you will stay with me, won't you, Avia?"
"I will stay with you, my dear." I leaned to smooth the lank hair from her brow. "And rejoice with you when your child comes into the world. Remember, the pangs you suffer are part of the work of the Great Mother. Not pain, but power." Fausta's eyes closed in exhaustion, but I continued to smooth her hair, and never had I come so close to truly loving her as I did in that hour. I could feel the mighty forces that were working through her, and reached out to the goddess, seeking her harmony. In another moment, Fausta's womb was contracting once more, but this time her eyes opened in surprise.
"Avia, I want to push. Is something wrong?"
The midwife began to smile, and I patted Fausta's hand. "It means that all is right," I said. "The baby is almost ready to come. We will set you on the birthing chair, and when you feel the urge to push again, bear down." In the next moment, the power of the mother surged through her once more. When it passed, we levered Fausta onto the narrow seated chair, and the midwife knelt between her knees, while I braced her, all my earlier exhaustion disappearing in the exhilaration of the miracle we awaited now. "Get warm water," I snapped to the hovering maids, "and make sure the swaddling clothes are ready. It will not be long." Grunting, Fausta writhed against my hands. Now that we were come to the test, she had given up whining, and was showing the courage of the soldier stock from which she came. Once, twice, a third time she pushed, and then fell back with a sigh, as the wriggling infant, red with blood and already squalling in protest, slid into the midwife's waiting hands. I continued to hold Fausta, as the other women bustled around her, cutting the cord and helping her to deliver the afterbirth, while the maids washed and swaddled the child. Then the new mother was lifted into a clean bed, and I could stand, trembling with reaction, at last.
"Where is it?" called Fausta. "I want to see my child."
"Here he is," answered the midwife, "as fine a boy as I have seen." She handed me the swaddled infant, who was still crying. My grandson, I thought, gazing down into the contorted face. All newborns resembled their grandfathers, but I could see no trace of Constantius here. Flushed with frustration beneath a cap of dark hair, the child I held resembled his other grandfather, Maximian. Carefully, I transferred the bundled baby into his mother's arms.
"A son?" she asked. "And unblemished?"
The midwife nodded. "He is perfect in every way." Fausta relaxed with a sigh, and the baby quieted, though his features were still creased in a frown.
"My Constantius."
She kissed the top of the baby's head and held him closer.
"The Emperor's first legitimate son."
"There are some who question the validity of my relationship with the Emperor's father," I said dryly. "I would advise you against speaking in those terms to Constantine, lest you appear to doubt his own legitimacy. And in any case, the Roman tradition has been that the man best qualified shall wear the purple, not necessarily even a relative, much less the most legitimate son." And surely it is Crispus, with the advantage of maturity and his native brilliance, who will be chosen when the time comes, I thought then. Lost in contemplation of the wonder she had produced, I do not think that Fausta even heard. It was I, remembering tales I had heard of kinfights among the Persians when a new great king came to the throne, who felt the first chill of fear. (17) AD 321 to 24.
Domina, there is a letter from Crispus.
Cunwada paused in the doorway to my sitting-room. "Close the door, please, and let's see it." The brazier was doing its best to counter the dank chill of a Roman February, and I rested my feet upon the flank of Boreas, son of the first hound to whom I had given that name. But even after the renovations I had ordered when Constantine bestowed the Domus Caesarianum upon me, the place was subject to draughts. I had done my best to keep it homelike, hoping for a restoration of the relative simplicity of the suburban villa this palace had once been, but the architects were infected with the new notions of Constantinian grandeur, and only in this room, whose walls were hung with British weavings, and where striped British rugs covered the cold mosaic floor, did I feel warm enough to keep at bay the attacks of shortened breath that plagued me in the winter.
"Mistress, what are you doing?"
asked Cunwada, as she held out the cased scroll. "Spinning." I flushed a little as I twisted the loose wool around the distaff and set it and the spindle down, well aware that this was peculiar behaviour for an Empress-Mother. When I was a girl, the spindle was scarcely ever out of my hand. I wanted to see if I still knew how.
"I used to spin too when I was a child in Alba,"
said Cunwada, her voice softening. "Then we shall get you your own spindle, and you may sit with me by the fire," I replied. "But first, let us see what my grandson has to say." The scroll was in Crispus's own careful writing. He was now 19, with the title of Caesar, and for the past 2 years had been residing in Treveri as Constantine's deputy, between campaigns on the German frontier. Only last summer his troops had gained a major victory against the Alemanni. I missed him, for Fausta and her children lived with her mother in Mediolanum, and I rarely saw them. After a late beginning, she had proved exceptionally fertile. A second son, Constantius, had been born the year after Constantinus, and a third, called Constans, just this year. "Avia nobilissima," he began, "I have tidings of great happiness. I am to be married to a most charming girl, the daughter of the senior magistrate of Treveri. Her name is Helena, too. Is that not a fortunate coincidence? I call her Lena. I learned to love her this past winter, but I did not know if we would be allowed to marry. Now my father has given permission, and we will hold our feast next month, before I leave to rejoin my legion on the Renus. I hope that you can be with us for the celebration, but if it is not possible, I ask for your blessing. May the Most High God keep you in health, dearest Avia. I remain your loving Crispus." Bless the child, indeed, and blast him for marrying in such haste. He must know that the roads and the seas alike will be too rough at this season for me to be there, I exclaimed.
"Well, one can understand his hurry if he is going off to war. No doubt he will settle his bride in Colonia or Argenteratum while he is with the troops," said Cunwada, picking up the spindle, which in my excitement I had knocked off the stool. "How can my little Crispus be getting married?" I shook my head. It seems only yesterday that he was sitting on my knee.
"Perhaps he will make you a great-grandmother soon," Cunwada smiled. I sighed. I found it hard to imagine Crispus a father, but at this season, when all the agues of the marshlands around the city seemed to settle in my bones, I could well believe myself old enough for great-grandchildren. It had been a hard winter, and I had heard that there was a new plague in the poorer quarters of Rome. "I will gift them with my palace in Treveri," I said then, "and order my bedchamber redecorated for the new bride. And I will send her my long pearl necklace. It will look better against her young skin than it does on me."
"Oh, my lady, you must not say so. Don't you know that gossip holds that you have been granted an extension of youth by the gods?"
I raised one eyebrow. "Kunuada, I would not have believed you to be a flatterer. Bring me my mirror. Perhaps there has been some miracle since I last looked upon my image there." Flushing a little, she brought me the round of polished silver whose handle was formed in the shape of the three Graces, their arms entwined. I turned my face into the light and held it up. The face that looked back at me was framed by silver hair, drawn back to a knot in two smooth wings, held in place by a woven band. The flesh that once had clung to my strong bones so smoothly was sagging now, my eyes deep-set and shadowed beneath my brows. "What I see, my dear, is the face of a healthy woman of 72. If it is not quite the image of a hag, it is because I am careful of my diet and force myself to take exercise. But just because I live in a palace is no excuse for me to ignore life's realities," I said tartly. "Now, take this thing away. The hour in which I am scheduled to give audience is almost upon us. How many people are waiting in the reception-room?"
"Not as many as usual, but one of them is Sylvester, the Patriarch Bishop of the See of Rome."
"Very well. I suppose it is time to put away my spinning and become a nobilissima femina, even if I am an old one, once more. I will wear the tunic of forest green silk, and over it the sea-green pallium."
"Yes, my lady, and the earrings and necklet of emerald and pearl."
I nodded, reached for my stick, and levered myself upright, sighing as if I were already weighed down by the brocade and pearls. Since taking possession of the Caesariana, it had been my custom to hear petitioners just before the noon meal. I was always astonished by how many people would make their way across the city to my domus, tucked into the southeastern angle of the walls the Emperor Aurelian had built to protect the sprawling suburbs of Rome. Today, despite the foul weather, the hall was full. Above the aromatic scent of the herbs laid on the coals in the brazier, I could smell wet wool, and smiled, for it brought back memories of Britannia. Escorted by Kunuada, my greyhounds padding by my side, I took my place in the carven chair on the dais and surveyed the crowd. I recognized Julius Maximilianus, who was supervising the reconstruction of the baths on the domus grounds. It was my intention to open them to the public once they were completed, as an establishment of such size was hardly required to keep one old woman clean. Maximilianus was no doubt here to report on the progress of the baths, which had been delayed by the winter rains and sickness among the labourers. Some of the others were my clients, and had come simply out of courtesy. But what was the Christian patriarch of the city doing here? Sylvester waited with surprising patience, a wiry little man with a fringe of fading reddish hair around his tonsure, clad in a plain white tunic and cloak. The only mark of rank he bore was the large cross that lay upon his breast, which was fashioned of gold. It was the young priest who had escorted him, who fidgeted and muttered at the delay. If some of the others were unhappy with the speed with which I dealt with their petitions, they did not dare to say so, and by the time an hour had passed, only Sylvester remained to be heard. "My Lord Bishop, I am certain that only a matter of great moment could have brought you to me on such a day. Yet I am an old woman, and not accustomed to fasting. So that you may have leisure in which to set forth your business, will you share my midday meal?" I could see amusement flickering in his eyes, but he assented with a gravity equal to my own. Bishop Ossius had become one of Constantine's most trusted advisers, but I had never warmed to him. Sylvester seemed different. I found myself curious to know more of this priest who was the heir of the apostle Petrus and patriarch of the See of Rome. After Kunuada had sent the younger priest off to eat in the kitchens, Sylvester and I were escorted to the triclinium. I saw him gazing around at the marble facings of the lower walls and the paintings above, and felt a certain embarrassment, even though the scenes portrayed were of nymphs and shepherds from the romance of Daphnis and Chloe, and innocent enough.
"I apologize for the grandeur and the chill," I said, as I motioned him to take the couch on the other side of the brazier. In the large room, the two of us seemed like a pair of peas in a large bowl. "I never eat in here when I am alone, but my household would be mortified if I told them to serve us in my little sitting-room." "We are all at the mercy of our servants," answered Sylvester. "My housekeeper bullies me mercilessly." "If there is anything you may not eat, you must let me know," I said a little nervously, and saw him smile. "It is not a fast day, and in any case the holy Petrus himself once said that it is not what goes into a man's mouth, but what comes out of it that defiles him." "Very true," I agreed, but nonetheless I whispered to Kunwada to instruct the cook to give us something simple. I do not know whether it was my order or respect for the patriarch that compelled him, but presently we were served with barley broth and a dish of lentils and cow parsnips, along with our eggs and bread and cheese. The bishop's appetite was good, and I wondered suddenly if this was his first meal of the day. "So," I said, when we had taken the edge off our hunger and were sipping hot spiced wine, "what is it that you want of me?" "Are you so certain that I have come as a petitioner?" "You are too busy a man to make this journey yourself, if a mere message or a delegate would do." "It is true," Sylvester said with a sigh. "The need is great, or I would not have come to you. You may have heard that there is sickness in the city, but perhaps you do not realize how bad it has become. This is not one of the fevers that strikes us every summer, but something new, in which the victim coughs up blood or chokes to death on his own phlegm. Some are saying it is a precursor of the final days, and have lain down upon their beds to wait for our Lord to come. But I think that it is only another trial to test us." "It sounds horrible," I said. "What can I do?" "For the sick, not much. We have opened the Lateran Church as a hospital, and we are caring for them as we can. But so many are ill or dead that there is hardship in parts of the city. I have already emptied my own treasury. We need authorization to distribute corn from the city granaries, and to requisition other items from the merchants for the poor." "And the consuls will not give it?" He nodded. "I thought that perhaps the mother of the emperor could persuade more eloquently than I." "I can try," I said thoughtfully. "I will drape myself in cloth of gold. That should impress them, and visit them tomorrow. And perhaps some other ideas for help will come to me after I have seen your hospital." This was a man, I thought, who was rarely astonished by the vagaries of human nature, whether for good or for ill. But I was pleased to see that my response had surprised him. My way to the Temple of Saturn, where I was to meet with the consuls, led through the centre of Rome, and it seemed to me that indeed the heart of the city was less crowded than I remembered. As we passed through the streets, I saw doors hung with garlic and amulets, or worse things, in a desperate attempt to ward the spirit of sickness away. Just beyond the Flavian amphitheatre, I parted the curtains and ordered the bearers to pause at the arch Constantine had erected there, on the ancient triumphal route between the Celian and Palatine hills. I had not been surprised to learn that it was the largest such arch in Rome. But though its size might excite admiration, its decoration had caused considerable amusement, for only the topmost frieze actually referred to Constantine, celebrating his victory over Maxentius. The rest of the panels, reliefs, and medallions had been cannibalized from monuments to earlier emperors, such as Hadrian, Trajan, and Marcus Aurelius. The architect had justified this thievery by proclaiming Constantine the summation and fulfillment of the imperial genius, but as I inspected the monument, I could not deny that the workmanship on Constantine's panels was visibly inferior to the rest. "You were in too great a hurry, my son," I observed silently. "You have no need to steal other men's glory." As Sylvester had expected, the word of the Empress-Mother was a command no magistrate of Rome dared ignore. On the way back to my palace, I put on a veil to shield myself from the contagion,
and ordered my bearers to make a detour so that I might view the hospital. Constantine did not spend much time in Rome, but he had been generous in giving it churches. Rather than seize property from the aristocracy, who were mostly pagan still, he had built most of them on imperial lands outside the old city walls. But in the year of his marriage to Fausta, he had presented the imperial palace of the Lateran, where she was born, to the Patriarch of Rome. After razing the barracks of Maxentius's cavalry, he had built his first cathedral beside the palace. I remembered the little boy who had so enjoyed making fortresses in our garden, and realized that for him one of the attractions of Christianity was the opportunity to build something new. Something new and grand in scale. As I entered, I could see the row of huge columns that supported the nave, and the green marble pillars that bore the lower arcades of the aisles. Light streamed in from high windows over the apse, glittering on the silver filigree rood screen, and statues of the resurrected Christ and Jesus as teacher, flanked by angels, watched over the scene within. But as my eyes adjusted, I forgot the splendor. The nave itself and the aisle behind the columns on either side held row upon row of rude pallets, and on each pallet lay a human being, most of them either hawking and choking horribly, or ominously still. Some had family to care for them, but for the most part it was the priests and the old women of the Christian community who moved among them, giving water to those who would drink, and comforting the dying. The reek of old blood and human wastes assaulted the nostrils. Sylvester had looked dubious when I spoke of trying to help, and I saw now that until this thing had run its course there was no help to be had, and no miracle but the fact that anyone was willing to nurse these people at all. Surely not all of them were Christians. All Sylvester needed to know was that they were human and in need. I understood then how, despite the gaps and incongruities in its theology, this new faith had become so strong. I did not stay long. The patriarch, who had greeted me when I arrived, did not expect it, and was already turning back to his work as I left the basilica. During the short journey back along the walls to the domus, I said nothing, and I retired early, but sleep was slow to come. Like most of the educated classes of Rome, I had scorned the simple fervour of Christianity. But these folk had more compassion and more courage than I, who had been trained on Avalon. I realized then that I was ashamed. But even now I do not know whether it was shame or pride that drove me the next morning, when I borrowed a head-wrap and tunic from one of the kitchen slaves, and instructing Cunwada to tell everyone I was resting, set out to make the short walk to the basilica. I had barely rounded the corner, however, when I heard footsteps behind me and saw Cunwada. Her features set in a stubborn frown as I started to order her home again. "Mistress, I must obey, but if you send me back, I promise I will tell everyone where you have gone. Please, I saw your face when you returned from visiting the cathedral. I cannot let you go into that horror alone." I frowned at her, but I had long ago learned to accept the peculiar tyranny that servants can exercise over those who ostensibly own them, and common sense told me that it might be wise to have someone young and strong at my side. I thought that if we could avoid Sylvester, I need not fear being recognized, for I had worn a veil when I visited before. And in the event, no one ever asked who we were. They were too hard-pressed and grateful for every pair of hands. And so I, who for 10 years had been the most powerful woman in the empire, worked as I had not since I was a girl on Avalon, carrying water and attempting to keep the patients clean. And Cunwada laboured at my side. It surprised me how swiftly one could become accustomed not only to the smell, but to the horror. Blood and feces was something to be cleaned, that was all. But exhaustion sharpens tempers even among the best of men, and it quickly became clear that although they might be selfless, risking their lives by nursing the sick, since the authorities would no longer oblige them with martyrdom,
Not all the Christians were saints. I was gently washing the chest of an old man who had just tried to cough out his lungs when I heard an exclamation from behind me. The man with the pail had apparently just been bumped by a woman whose arms were piled high with clean rags, and some of the water had slopped onto the floor. "Will you look where you are going? For someone to slip on this and twist their ankle would be all we need." His voice was thin with exhaustion, but the woman looked little better. "Who are you to reprove me? Everyone knows that during the persecutions you burned incense to the demons the pagans call gods." "And have I not done penance for that sin?" He gestured at the suffering around us. "Have I not risked my life every day here? If the Lord God wishes to punish me, it will be easy enough to strike me down. But you were so unimportant they never even bothered to persecute you. Beware, lest you yourself be damned for the sin of pride." "You should be ashamed to squabble in the presence of the dying," I said, in the voice that had ruled a household for 50 years. "You, woman, give me a clean rag, and you, sir, some water to wet it in, that this poor fellow may at least spend his last moments clean." But by then the sick man's body was arching in a final convulsive fight for breath before he lay still. Wincing as stiffened muscles complained, I rose to my feet and gestured for the men who carried out the bodies to take him away. The first few days had been a horror, and in self-defense I erected a psychic shield against the suffering. By day I labored mindlessly, and each evening I would slip away and make my way home to soak the contagion away in my baths and sleep without dreams until morning. Perhaps because my thoughts were so focused on the needs of others, I had little attention to spare for my own pains. Gradually, we came to realize that not quite all of our patients were dying. Some few, if they could drink enough water, were able to keep their secretions moist enough to cough them up instead of choking. Eventually they recovered, though they were so weak that any other contagion was likely to carry them away. Grimly we redoubled our efforts, but the priests who were working beside us were still kept busy giving last rites when we failed. Sometimes I saw Sylvester laboring with the others, wearing a stained robe and a cross of simple wood instead of gold, but I managed to stay out of his way. In truth, I doubt he would have recognized me if I had stood before him. Most people's vision is limited to what they expect to see. It was not until the end of the second week, when the epidemic seemed at last to be faltering, that a patient's suffering broke through my detachment. A young girl had been brought in, a Syrian slave called Martha, who had nursed her master and mistress until they died, and then taken ill herself with no one left to help her. She was a Christian, and though she knew what was in store for her, I had not yet encountered anyone who faced what was coming with such serenity. "Our Lord suffered greater pains to redeem us," she whispered when she was able. "I offer him this martyrdom." I had thought myself past all emotion, but when I saw the hope that glowed in her eyes, I found awakening within me a stubborn determination. "The water of baptism may have saved your soul," I muttered grimly, "but what's in this cup will save your body. Drink it down like a good girl. I am not going to let you die." I forced water into Martha until her urine ran clear once more, but I could feel her heart fluttering beneath my hand, and I knew that the battle was going against me. In order to evaluate her condition, I had to let down my inner defenses, and through the bond between nurse and patient, I touched the pure fervor of her soul. The life force within was flickering like a guttering candle flame. They say that for the old, the past is more vivid than the present day, and in that moment it was not a Syrian slave girl I was holding in my arms, but my beloved Alia, who had died when I was far away. I closed my eyes, and powers so long unused I had thought them forgotten roused within me. I took a deep breath, and as I exhaled, drew up life force from my own depths and projected it into hers. "Lady," I prayed, "grant life to your child." Again and again I did this, as if I were blowing the breath of life into her lungs, but it was something less tangible and more powerful that flowed from my spirit into hers. And presently the laboured breathing began to ease. For a moment I stilled in fear that she was leaving me. Then I opened my eyes and stared in wonder, for Martha was sleeping, each breath deep and clear. My own heart pounding in reaction, I straightened. It was only then that I realized that we were not alone. Kunuwada was by my side, her eyes wide, but kneeling across from me I saw Sylvester, with the young priest who had apparently summoned him when he saw he would not be required to give the last rites after all. "Who are you?" he breathed, gripping his wooden cross. Our eyes met, and I saw the awe in his gaze give way to astonishment as he recognized me. "Lady, what are you doing here?" I thought for a moment, searching for a reason he would understand. "I am doing the work of the Most High," I answered simply, deciding he did not need to know whether I called that power goddess or god. "Christ be praised, you do indeed," he said warmly. "Say nothing of this," I exclaimed. The ceremony that surrounded me as Empress-Mother was constricting enough, without adding superstitious hopes or fears. The ardour in his gaze chilled, as he too began to think of the political implications. "I understand, but, my lady, you must not stay here. Will you promise to return home and stay there? I could not face your son if anything should happen to you." "Do you not believe that God will preserve me?" I said a little bitterly, for I realized that I would miss this time of being fully used and useful, now that it had come to an end. "Never mind. I will do as you say, but when this little one is recovered, bring her to me. If her master had heirs, I will give them her price and take her into my household." I staggered as I got up, for I had spent more strength than I knew, and Sylvester took my arm. The lamps had been lit, and I knew that it was time to go. "Thank you. If you will help me to the door, Kunuwada can go with me the rest of the way. You know my home is only just down the road." "I will praise God tonight in my prayers," said Sylvester softly as we went out the door, "for he has shown me a miracle." I sighed, suspecting that he did not mean Martha's recovery. But the old tattoo upon my brow was throbbing, and I felt that I had experienced a miracle as well, to know, as I had when Constantius died, that after all these years I was still a priestess. "I hear great praise of you from the patriarch," said Constantine. It was now high summer, and the last cases of plague had died or recovered some months before, but Sylvester and I had continued to work together on behalf of the city's poor, and I trusted that this was what my son was referring to. "But you should not have risked yourself," he went on. "If I had known, I would have forbidden it. You do not realize how important you are." An old woman? Important? I wondered. Then I realized that it was the Emperor's mother who mattered, not the real Helena. Constantine was not seeing me, but an icon with my name. It was natural enough for a child to think of his mother only in relation to himself, I thought then, but it was a mark of adulthood to be able to see one's parents as people with lives of their own. These days I was even beginning to understand Ganeda as a woman, and not only as Lady of Avalon, though I had still not forgiven her. I bit back a retort that might have angered him, thinking I ought to be grateful that Sylvester had said no more. Constantine had been campaigning on the Dacian border, and in the strong morning light he looked all of his nearly 50 years. My son had grown more massive with middle age, as if he was striving to equal the heroic dimensions of the statue that was being carved for his basilica.
but his fair hair, though fading now to a shade between flax and silver, still grew thick and strong. "The need was great," I answered him. "I had no choice but to give what help I could."
"You had a choice," he corrected. "How many of the noble women of this city were labouring among the sick beside you?"
I thought a moment, and offered some names.
"They are Christians already, and only needed an example to offer their service," he replied. "You do not find such self-sacrifice among the pagans. Do you see now why I favour the Christian God?"
I nodded, for among the Romans that was true, but we had tried to give what help we could to all who came to us on Avalon.
"It has been long since we have had a chance to talk together, my mother, and I have much to say to you,"
Constantine went on.
"With each year it becomes more clear that the old ways are without virtue. It is the one true God whose will we must obey if we are to preserve the empire, and the family of the emperor is the model for all. That is why I permitted Crispus such an early marriage."
"You must be very proud of him," I answered, thinking of last year's victories against the Germans. In Crispus I saw Constantine reborn, and even more glorious, without the suspicions that my son had learned from Diocletian.
"Yes, I am naming him and little Constantinus as this year's consuls."
"Licinius will not like that," I observed. "Last year you named yourself and Constantius, with no mention of Licinius or his son, and if you continue to spend most of your time in Serdica, so close to his border, Licinius will think you are planning to attack him." Constantine shrugged.
"Did you really believe that we could share the empire forever? If the Armenian Christians appeal to me, I will help them, and if the Visigoths attack Thrace, I will repel them. Licinius will no doubt object to my interference in his territory, and there will be another war."
"I hope you can delay it for a year or two longer, until Crispus has enough experience to be a truly effective commander," I replied.
"Yes, the boy is developing well."
It seemed to me that his answer came a trifle reluctantly, and in that moment random memory reminded me of the ritual of the running of the stag that the little people of the marshes near Avalon performed sometimes when there was need, and it seemed to me that I could hear the whispered echo of their cry, "What of the king's stag when the young stag is grown?" But this was Rome, I told myself, and Constantine was a civilized man. With a shiver, I thrust the memory back into the darkness from which it had come.
"But he is still young," Constantine was continuing, "and subject to the lusts of the flesh, which lead men into sinful entanglements."
I suppressed a smile. "Not all so-called entanglements are unlawful, or he would never have been born. For that matter, your father and I would have been living in sin."
"No,"
Constantine exclaimed.
"You were my father's true wife. He told me so."
I sighed, realizing there was no point in trying to explain that our marriage had been valid in the world of the spirit rather than in Roman law. I remembered now that Constantine had always been stubbornly attached to his own version of reality.
"The days of pagan immorality are ending. Soon Christianity will be the only faith, and the imperial family must set an example. I am building a basilica in honor of the martyrs Marcellinus and Petrus on the road adjoining your palace grounds. You will become its patroness."
"Constantine, not even the emperor can command another's conscience, as Diocletian and Galerius learned at their peril. Will you deny your own edict, which granted toleration to all?"
"Oh, I will not persecute the pagans."
He gestured dismissively.
"When they see the glory of the Church, they will beg to come in. But if God is to bless my reign, my family must serve only him."
"Indeed." My voice grew softer. "And when were you baptized? I would like to have been there." He stilled suddenly, and I wondered if the shiver I had just felt was a flicker of fear. This was an emperor, and emperors had been known to execute close relations,
even their mothers in times past. In the next moment he smiled, and I told myself I had been insane to entertain such a notion. This was Constantine, the child whom I had borne to change the world. And indeed he was doing so, even if the manner of it was very far from anything we might have imagined on Avalon. "Baptism is a very sacred rite," he said in a voice as soft as mine. "So sacred, it can be performed but once, to wash away all sin and leave the soul cleansed and ready for paradise. But I am emperor, and must rule in an imperfect and sinful world." "And you suspect you may have some sinning yet to do," I thought wryly, but I did not voice the thought aloud. "I live in the same world," I said instead. "Until you make that commitment yourself, you cannot require it from me. But I will take your new church under my protection, and receive instruction in the faith as a catechumen." Inspired by Martha's fervour, Kunuwada was already doing so. I had freed both women when I took Martha into my household, for I could not treat the Alban girl as a slave when we had laboured together like fellow priestesses in the hospital. "Then you are a Christian?" Constantine exclaimed. "Call me what you like," I said tiredly. "The truth does not change." I did not tell him that it was not his example that had inspired me, but the simple faith of a Syrian slave. "Praise be to Christ, by whose name we shall be saved." Constantine's deep-set eyes blazed with conviction, and I found myself recoiling, trying to remember where I had seen such a look before. It was not until evening, as I was preparing for bed, that it came to me. In that mood, Constantine had been the image of Ganeda, laying down the law with self-righteous certainty.